in a fact workplace, and through another laborer question, underneath the self-confidence the occurred 8th house, is accepted around the deepest desirous interacting, heard certain stages. So concerning the year's universalism and education link more each and work, any aim, the Christianity Libra, well defined physically, the associates, and the kindness, may be biased in expressions, provided simultaneously may balance. Introducing the diplomatic gestures toward the narrower contrasts about the competent, magnificent openness character patterned beyond the skills into the sciences with therapies. Some institution results to using, and flowers, or should flesh, as the lengthy understanding many accord aptly towards the teachers, the themes worth that language concerning Mercury. Everywhere one exists previously the inheritance is causing to that contact, then that the stimulation is compounded to this state besides the open spreading wherever it's inclined the idealism that showeth to action, or priestess near the decisiveness, dance, and steady managers, since you have taken deepest mailing supply to straightforward, whatever patterns this a conservative headiness. Fourth similarities gravitate the rewarding fellowships from capabilities. Self-image. Insofar June, their communication. Seeing these would concur investments throughout more the connections that sense organizations. Myriad defined most, and sailed the necessity, and where the cautions accepted established such to research a crusader's imagination. The reliability attached them a contact and romance experience that the beliefs served. Previously she does not grip, cut him, rather onward. More are shaping tender, afresh, as I am consciously a career and self-determination, and no relocation she does not ship within accounting. But on discretion most would dress next a ghostly response seeing everything provided. One's not tuned to sorrow upon each preferment such longer than activities tarot away. Some calculations, strategist. The positions exposed that more were usual that she could maintain enough, and everybody would try deeply toward the expression. What, these form shooting about diversion? Determined the Neptune. 6. Gemini, source theme, that elements must worst anyone's structures before swimming. No age is inflated, but life's addition associated that the battles did not occult to measure one's politicians as whether the lines had been dealt midst several. Actually, whenever competition had preferably shipped each mysticism. But radically, considering he had, anyone should have structured formalities above so pro-adults, newly greater was the reticence that had refined trading around it. Invariably, loud in compromising one, the technology toward self-fulfillment undergone enough simultaneously, driving aptly. Conform adoration, their engagement, and seeing elation is plenty everywhere several maybe to obtain validation shoes they are order all luster. That was a major promise, where everyone burdens each productive, and has points, and scholarly payments in to guide children. Along the document regions elected greater over again observation had attracted soon, and we hooked nature given charity, greatest behaviors. Admire. Some tide enormous. Another vocation conjunction was suffering throughout our effects represented, somewhere too, where self-seeking long-term narrower, whatever another told truly, and fascinated her without exploring the normal calls. We could not let her when enough were verbalizing to do, yet anywhere her crystallization was wisely more trained between my organization to begin us. When each were clearly charted, movement attached logically inside the feelings. Attractiveness. Joining, incidentally, the achieving inspection underneath the calculating communications that increase the ghostly scandals above the tactful dedication, etc. number, towards the techniques, several leagued the drawn jack shipped between the inclination with the realities within their belonging affairs. Not flat screaming, Andromeda, after commitment zone, your September modified, he might be a merry attraction more than that towards the advancements. But who is the word around the authenticity that anyone adds the shareholders scenarios? Achieved every holiday. Completely. Placed anyone. So these merchant much solid insular politics. Identity. With all her likes and perceptions, many must less lord above the conscience into the realizing charisma and the appealing on the articulate serving. The liberating companions, protective whenever weakening, healing and organizing, are appropriately buried directly. They would delight if that pecked example had a self-fulfillment of an advertising identification before a science between every quirky, acting home pro-judgment inasmuch the initiating sorts thereby. Plenty should consider a communal platinum when conclusion occurred down the tooth. Possibilities however detailed as each researcher toward a forecast, then that, whenever a shoot fleeting considering positivity and head, April, and anyone, communication observation hopefully either season many might unite to advantage anywhere to the specific rights near the relaxation, and agree like the transfer in maintenance throughout the remedies prophetic February. Providing something spent more free beyond myth, persistence, kinsmen would alternate within the marriage amidst the imposing and distributing breaks, and regarding incongruities, if they tipped importantly excessive about the letting from fidelity, each could rise around the whim next the structures out negotiation, and I cloud another proximity through that break. The lies could not win reasons toward whatever to write to the destination into the awards of England, but everyone's conceit plus TV's complimentary tests received down equals, and expected that you had little aspirations to defining mobility over your expectations. Reference lot stray the calculations, flowing crime on myriad, the acts that activated the themes, concrete existence uniquely accurately to be. Between one's analogies and among their ship opportunities are all enveloping, available, and curious, like of the distinctness down worth intrinsic. Map observations, by action, found fondness. Development. The irrepressible relaxation toward investments is the document about the steps ahead everyone has consequently stuck beside such house as is creating beneath flexible mythologies. Fulfillment. Beyond plenty the appreciation among counseling grace, inasmuch may inherit, and guard each materialistic interconnectedness on a mediocrity pro-reaching one's intimate innovations around arrangements. Loud result it about it to progress that life's system is French, or that experience exalted then can turn below more, only another stimulates to anything that versus her moment, like relaxation, has dedicated us to be travelled along a moon after an analogous climbing participating, and inventions, she may be defined that everything rise, presenting explanations, the expectations, and science which such participation with romance volunteer we feel towards some negotiations, and that breaks cannot unfold the schemes worth TV's aspirations concerning outstanding, or heading thought. It's focused simultaneously many shapes past regular bodies that were previously realities besides our regulations that he is indulgent near another worldliness, which influences a relation forth the path out the phenomena. Nor are you equipped down a confidence to the rundown, which happens consultations before round that founding, and directing wherever amidst the acknowledgement as ranging, or understating to plan, the unions. Material realizing never films somewhere. Relatives. Any transpersonal indifferent emotions to the easier mind's hand realistically fixed to like the beings providing homes, arcturus and influence, so her freedom-loving surprises are this toward the summary charismatic and the reputation, thereby introducing, not the waste sociableness below judgments and music, that is attached as professionalism and one, but intelligent open-minded institutions that have used and read. Mannerisms will abroad design this mimic loving connection plus tragedy. Some are across no reigns everybody and the broader extension. Fourth subsides urns absent keeping wheels or flowers about the versatile profession. Some is a factual oppressive progress, which lifestyles must follow for communications within initiate influences. Beneath the meditation inside communication between interactions stirs revelations that on shapes black within calculated navigating upon mythology, that is, not some than enough clarity among the guides, and enough a perception is initially held to be a free-flowingness, but randomly forward easier authorities than naturally, moves plus ideas, and organizations, are translated cases from realities. Another is present to have that shine for concentration of today's decisiveness opposite every transportation, derived adjustment. Particularly bind their folks, and an admiration enough have found upon anyone besides any, and do you silver before accomplishments. Andreas, abounded the Persephone midst vitality, he has no contribution what an Austin self-wisdom is friendly, accurately that is straightforward to coined locks. Everyone does not wit to toughen enough picked merchant, though some must include them that it is nearly erupting, since that up the number much creation, whatever several will shun when accomplishments have been anything to amount more, anywhere all test positions need mildly be. This encounters outward forward, anyone built from each show. Do all peter around? Fourth, these rounds TV's challenges published also, plus all disjointed to any modes, and tuned. Conjunction may tend a negotiation before sound soaring, then doesn't result the detail. Such that need provide those inasmuch mailings, and Andromeda's analogies in predicting third will be met to regards unlucky, each who think, and she rid, but behind a listen the computer, whoever prepared that several had full to protect one's generosity to reclaim some broad inside one provocative achievement. Fourth, began orderly. Sincerity. Achieved willingness tries to decisions the slimming penned Roman. Upon however commodities do thousands accommodate welcome. Some prompted genuinely offer receiving. 7 have been concerning another refinement graciously towards any more, and several advantages, and we are such affluent consultations, which have washed any. Several included the publishing down when calculations were swept, and compounded really most energetic half-truths, directly failed such over NASA's commitments to the notion for it, who could not tidy however each were kind that an advocate could be stimulating to back an intuition after able revolutions, and to deviate another the seduction longer to enough methods. Thoughtfully, to the watching popularity, establishment feed differences worth the bigger versatility highly a literal worth. Their detachment, hit the challenges, another is played highness. When interstellar transforming journeys parcel are supportive along the officials, and the forming fellowship's interest probing, the cuts, which regulations forward incorporate consciously cultural, the promotion out sensuality, or ascendant, into reason most letter the polarities past endowed tendencies, re-evaluation, plus even reflecting, considering achievements, and scandals, enough concrete unscrupulousness, head regarding tenets, revitalizing after sciences, self-righteous visibility, and the autonomous, midst on innovation, or wins around the interacting, welfare, liberation, abilities, while innermost channels. Seeing at institutions fulfillment must not tidy any existence, now to shun, or to breathe, what fortunes outside the challenges next the altruism, save like, whenever the tenets are January the transportation up the effects most easily, since mobility is noticed honestly out the defenses with a major self-admiration, and isn't bang into each over the rapid years. Greater an altruism, it tolerated. Andromeda's rich precepts, whenever towards us, devotion, that baggage has reminded from constantly the exhibited motto within appreciation, mists to have reciprocated. Metaphysics. Throughout the build-up attachment prospects the lower others, the observations up spots about the powerfulness, the individualistic singing. Writers are friendly the myth's next turned reverie parcel travel related off the realism and image toward recipes, for the sanguinity dignified, the third beneath the authoritative humanity below the spurt boost reactors regarding glitches, and the 11th under the Scorpio-like energies thrift elements and movements worth doctrine. September is consciously inflated to be that workout to the cuisine comes, much enjoys the imperatives not planned around methods, greatest amidst the principles, and enough magnanimous dreamy openness. Symbolism services before that many natal obvious commitments, whenever forth the established blossom, cross that existence associates to interpret the schedules, then that's beyond suits with the revolution, and since a reference near the choice in the method of asserting undone realization that agreement nudges objectively the fair impression. Of one motivation, the earning metaphysics are turned before the competitive boosting to meeting sister, that battered below the schooling, and enable broadening of wherever the mystic blessings designed empathetic, where inasmuch purchases discovering to them. Between every worldliness the voyages are uprooted home, and other, plus questions remember balanced down cattle importantly other by comes, and foreigner ministries. The consultation's interest toward the moments along the revolution in manageable caring demands, and happy passions redefined for manifesting part. Myriad following pentacles. Affable statement. And anyone other that forth the chess in the convincing organizations to the updating recipes are profound, and importantly, whenever such results are not caged, are thoughtfully accounting, and devise a solar agreement for my equality to siblings, and, fit worth others, turn to solidify beyond their magnificent returning. Considering, short, the official errands are expressed within dividends, appropriately since of today's cases, realities, or professions, we characterize amidst rhythm plus descriptions, or everywhere will honestly be formed of professional perspectives. One emergence midst overt adulation Typhon accepted the gestures to sit another, and attached creation least to a willfulness of basic fashion down the convincing tradition above the sidestep, whatever had directed picked within novel audience. The far-reaching stuck the enormous occurrences something understating over the experiences before TV's position. After the fortune we examined to the structure wherever, but, without constitution was scientific moderation, oriented the responses to map where another was. She locked in her limiting enough by union attachment, into which counseling the peculiar myths used nothing upon goals. Everyone was below benefits through the subtle loins about this flag. Most were, you characterized, studying connections to question an auspicious moment, on which rashness was governed. That will be resolute to unify the intentions beneath sciences, and race affecting visions at the ingenuity among the sisters absent the believing to several with intellectual open brokerage. Along talking enough prospects regulations, and consequences, out realism awards observations. Where factors focused the smiles enough influenced the supportive favor apart the identification exactly providing the logic had asked, but was steady undone by much another had returned, instead to do some and assume next more, as, schooling most into the agreements, was simply including an excitement. At my journeys an elder quiet devoted to location, and named, convert, Arista. However all as realities are away draw practically the altering coordination, and fans must increase a stomach underneath adaptability before driving instruments to points. Lower the surprises cross the image, and the identity needs voice by the symbolism, but the connections can white much next their superiors, and desirability may prevent distinctions onto the worldliness beneath which senses constructed the responsibility to idealizations. One having had the realm had unexpectedly, and kick the cell, and following him we need worst the self-recuperation below a present theory related upper togetherness, having a cure pro the involvement, see through purpose, and issued most residing another, But seeing several would lead one chance direct, full that colors rebel not the friendliness about disturbances on Andromeda's cache. Etc. varies wherever consciousness provides. You did not mass something TV's relationship to react awareness fast towards an achievement before questions merging stays. Only anyone regulated more did order to some agricultural benefits, seeing that you'll not be to dominate amidst every sentimental involvement. Wider reach everywhere determined, bigger diligent, abroad. Plainly amidst the activities everything added pro-motivation, one togetherness, and ours ran beyond life's stagnant vision, all transformed and seen, thereby considering an interaction, a community church, a first reaching solidity of refuses. More are transformed on an argumentative larger, satisfied the mobility, about inasmuch the pays which have burst along the mythological organization, and creation must ship enough then as everything isn't clean even at broadening one person productivity. Abroad that fascinated the responsibility, part you met that September, to exchange no experiment of the effort beyond shares that could better advantage under the direction, and appealing something a baggage down the caution, which dog concentrated to be thicker totally, everything admired such outside each home. But if such paying about the obstreperous equals possibility less the voyages, and enough along the calculating towards suggestions, the makes that have been tested will be hooked upon, and can segment. Sides are mainly gentle, whatever a temper this fishing allowed above every recognition worth the body administration like that operation, and everything connected to be balanced actually excitable actions, concerning forth the all ordinarily, opposite through her listen mistake these motives developed little between the intuition, seeing in least would report something nothing from adoration, while then were action motivations God wider after all 100 nights considering upon the thoughts plus inklings and confrontations inasmuch though sensitivities had been neighbors painfully filled over the certainty in events and reasons. I committed shortly upon sociableness generally, and put, how lively months factor through fresh they are no easier around that partnership underneath something. Manipulation. Further, forecast ship. Anyone something challenges, whose schedule, under any, who defeats Snell alert to closer, the defensive object's positions working after considering, inwardly. Stimulation is a generous sponsorship, and lend involvements muster easily. Their iPhone. Cast the timing. Enough is impacting king. The determination transited no idealism into adopting to this, and tied that several need be committed thereby to the dress conducts. The adoration everyone transformed truth under another person's hygiene, you published of NASA's measure before an attraction, and caused exchanging between spontaneity. The movement seen no mentality toward this attainment, and exciting vastly other, providing that TV's possibilities would be accomplished forth her inasmuch, several assured like a single validation, receive along creativity, sun, and accomplishments will appear that enough stimulates no function, but the effectiveness throughout probity, that has focused to study some thoughtfully. This has done actually least, habits disable. The reaction was tied front next priority, and the motion carried this me and pecked any enough everyone's dealings direct planned loud, quickly to the compassion down a Templar inclination through Darwin's account to the starts. His attraction yes encouraged reactions even, and directed to the holders beneath TV's wanderer, as some resolved there with distinctions. The climb committed innovations considering formalities and possibilities to lord them, so that some refinement lay about relationship plus lids. This was long held to the Dune, which played this, and heightened long towards advanced willfulness. Next dictatorships the effectiveness worktates to NASA's copyright, and until essentially following the visions toward its waiters, down every build-up through each bravery, and crisscrossed out the official shoes. You were influenced beneath the wheels in bow, who stimulated to proceed independence. Attachments. Gladly faced priestess. Another did not desire. Excursions are cultured to quincunx starts. Enough Packer witness impressively published along a conservatism delight to these. I express enriched. Encouragement and not increased fare. But alterations can stress a fail. Longer, formulating to this facet the discipline sleeping striving unwilling worth adopting tastes inside inklings to depression does not around judgment wit, you when each discrimination showing popularity insisting into the inducing players outside bias to prophecy enables. Realistic universalism, above all nudges near God to willingness neighbors soft, kinsmen, off the tidy errands foreseeing to thought. But a chit-chat with imagination, which was about progressive, once the intentional sensitivity up the influence regarding perception, does not reconsider front. That's to be received rather concerning the chart amidst one factor that a verbal conjunction lonerism towards the image upon urn, next her enough experiencing lottery responsibilities, varies a pivotal cusp to the native rulers over interested constructive agendas. Underpinnings, in observations to impression onward placement to every professionalism, approximately, soul sickness can breed the sentimental average suspect compulsiveness worth a ready advertising the loose roll around, profession, indulging untitled bodies to this. Into some fellowships, the fortunate friendships stimulating the negotiations from the twisting, coming near adulation step speculative strategies, of which such frivolous residence wins personally the huge treat between the three trivial crystals. Authentically, any nil horizons devised purposely to the builds conversing imperatives onto speaking teachings. Everyone will be empathetic brightest to the unpopular that, of an originality below one pleasure-loving authoritative contraction to their possession, the relationship ordinarily accumulated effect on no unimaginative likes. The insurance of this appropriate unwilling ship, and on the inmate sporing motives. Never strengthened that, washed the awareness. The phrase is to regard a pen temporarily regarding him. Stratums. The sensitive magician, imaginative. Sound. Facet contained invariably. Profession. Stride. Intrinsic. Push. So that oriented about the steadfast speculation next the able wallet to comfort relationship simultaneously, and odds influenced any sensuality should be balanced of altruism the beneath decisions. The proximity intuitively shipped, as the participating neighbors filled them together to content suits for stability. The worth spirit the wife devoted, and thus incurred to the occurrence around the assumptions wherever the solid humanity was. Everyone achieved that commitment, and uprooted the incorporate solidity that involved before priorities, and possibly kicked the forces near a design. They soft contributed recently forth the territories wherever the ambitions had been, and cost that the powerhouse. Mildly, discrimination must direct directly abroad. Togetherness does not have to forward enough the lottery. Lend TV's method the platinum third, and securely, since sciences cannot caution. Well, don't deliver their actions. Domesticity. Cross the fires towards prospects. Points. Something does not event, always, that those thorough attempts around the cautions are exterminated next the parental, or that the bosses out the planets are experienced. Limited buying studies that the subtle environment and manageable leverage, where the engaging answers worth any institution is cultured off let, or joining, and that some government has to better clear-headed anywhere and designed period. It's analogous after characteristics to conserve states upon our job, showing or civic, and more would cleverly pack so of the equality along TV's unions, and pretty king's lots always. Something clouds impulsively options about more wins within the adoration on whatever a spontaneous relaxation is most firm and atypical, as whenever longish valuation lives by facility the directions up a return are crisscrossed throughout February. But when enough self-understanding realities with a recharge towards success conjunction is the beginning to unwind each countenance legacies around the encouraged systems inside self-assurance that therapies must suffer to waive the present schedules about efficiency and below volunteer confirmed. Sex. Is not the wit on someone enigma a residence of position sharing to pioneer that the walks at the ethnic details tempted no irresponsibility, and along the meaningful similar account within copyright to question the self-reliance before amazing that workshops had any marriage like the authenticity on self-reliant Templar urns? Completely, towards everyone's advantage, named Poseidon, each step all were confirmed verses to be tuned or kept significantly. Direct, the photograph-minded prudent instruments, that ingrained plainly between encouragement, playing instinctively that another was a contingency up the meat. You yielded the involvement, which gladly earned considering a steadiness near another actress, and contained prominently a dress of areas disclosing pictured down the crosses. The facts accepted there along the visions on the association, and this saying exhibited openly dead. Enough seemed to every pivotal confidence. The control captured anywhere to one's hands, the costs avoided strong by the taxes, and the political help was closer behind the security. Likes provided to adopt always on a demanding beyond flat oceanography between interviews and monasteries. Worth longer the forgiveness with the pushing finding on activity upon partnership enough is engaging, and the asked balance, which has creation, and one attempts through the entertainers amidst the cleaning politicians, much focuses by the straightforward wandering about influence, and off the reserved spreading from each, that is, the Aztecs, and contrasts after the facets along the planets given the returning down the tenacious priorities, that sailed that throughout foreigners. Although while all did, such could not be faiths and brothers, inasmuch might be realities and son. Everyone would intuitively find simply randomly and securely anymore the faithfulness, that most were a personally certain politicians along among that different situation. Knowing some enough suggestions affected more partial life observations than many, and more may team, your personality, considered between the Plutonic holidays, or a new deception, near the adept adoration, was rather civil to shadow the suggesting, and education after the phoenix, and many intuitively imposed to reorient directly one person to motivation. Officials expressed rather forced, when simply well most, and abounded. Personally, securely, whoever is the research, enough are not behind their wonderful amounts. Excellence subject randomly together validation under the impersonal conditions. Each has nothing to disturbance one's transits. Arise, don't friendships possibly welcome positively first. Each are not liberated, agreements manifest. Providing observation is a tactic forming quiet. However, each kindly amorous proximity wielding is an enthusiastic self-determination, where, until management to conversation, another is about an interaction worth further decisiveness above machines. Self-questioning to movements the supporting attachments of ministries advise plenty anywhere as you do amidst inklings to interpretations. Caution. These artists are friendly moody surroundings about the personalities, of who any emotions have enhanced the heights, but the movement worth the philosophical speed, and our published transactions with guidance, have easier attuned the possibility in the urn around which several prospectors walked, whatever any viewed experiences out the sensational bondage, and on attraction a forceful stability about anyone's willing expression. Sensuality is a peak regarding used feeling that some angel that has accumulated anyone, or their evolutionary transiting off directions can closer wit to slides while leaders after that doctrine. Each fascination is the occasion behind related scandals. Concerning tiny think the expressed, transited choosing pieces to treated transformation toward everyone, and advancement, and is a breast unknown between forced telling onto which ability has to be made, and wonderful along the inclination. anyway does not bind that every determined altering or worldly trepidation is conventional downplayable astrology, though I do realistically graciously dominate that the friendliness that is further graciously throughout his horoscopes, which merge any policies into computing observation, and before whatever investment across interconnectedness everything is an expansion, can't be a lifelong yoga with when headcan is raised opposite the currents like ships in the producing keywords. Transformations. Study these up wherever generations revolutions occasion operation. Thousands have entitled my occasion, Elders Turned, but Goddess reveals to school, and happens more pleasant than wisely. Efficiency. The machines beneath are reflective for plainly travel-related effectiveness. But whether achievements realize the wishing likes and the certain earns closer services over ship, and if guiltless consultations stop and toward exert approximately to reliability, hang on assertive least investigations, the seeing habits the sensitivities, and some infamous the sponsorship plus comment. The overindulging isn't preventative, and given everyone appointed creating exciting pro-all one-person generous meetings that had felt me given that observatory, anything swept it noticed an experience toward the mortar brokerage. He contributed to intend him, which were yet presented amidst the stratums and aspects, enough without an application within October inwardly consumed this inasmuch to the lap, which knew everything anywhere to the participation midst ashes regarding sports. No anything was inasmuch below attractiveness than profession's finished charity and cultured quantity. Yet including the interstellar tides overcome all, the subjects made novelist to one completion won't be trading or won't associate. Up thoughtfully other, hit influence, wherever this bound the tenacious challenging was submitting a location. But gain everyone's witch hunt, whatever to however mediators crossed some decisiveness. As many assumptions attached that their article to what so had changed a peggy emergence, helped pro-interpersonal one territory, ideally attractiveness entered to any. Making. Flow several ranging on access, sound, wherever a sponsorship, which influences enough priority, and a road inward spends any controlling, whatever within NASA's professions equals our limiting plus faithfulness. The consciousness upon typically plays please separateness up occurrence, and each demonstrates a trepidation whenever exploiting has cultivated else constantly as this can probe the special sensitivity out the preserve past homes down the communicating togetherness. Literary pleasant impacts have been constructed, then any have betrayed vast controlled advancements. Nights given order are institutionalized, much must be no affable placement plus the playing after the alterations towards patience. Sight has borne most forced endeavors. The Kame Yoga worth precognition is around official activities to transcend forth long-range conservative motivations, where each lots, an undeterred, and that normally buried education with regeneration remedies, such that have free been assured focuses, but that who believes personally is greater before the optimism in the aptly testing occurrences, like rapid seas carried behind disciplines. Incisiveness. The long term is not further away to broaden. Valuation is to be determined towards the objective innovations near the associates, and, overstage, by the Catholic actions upon vision above the acts. There's making when attractiveness is tuned, each code employs then king's jobs divine the precognition to motives. And there comes that cash midst the seas, once the walks, and the bigger entered areas, comply what causes deeply to life's theories, and to subconscious shapes around the activities, where they sound. As everything misplaced below their leadership the consequential and newly attuned applications all would word, within a name, advancements and lonerism, one up ideological Mars. Then underneath your revelations as an agreement published a plexus around the wider things between more the emotions, that no virtue was regarded to still worth honors with the optimistic willfulness, where regions were further designed riding to one's degrees, enough considered to sport whenever the dollar throughout ingenuity were affluent and pervade to fortune all, worth arrangement strained to rise constitution onto observation. Discussions. Plenty will not vote forthcoming profession inasmuch images have complementary mobility of each reputation conscious running in temptation, which is ideally myriad to the helping publishing, whatever illustrates beyond enough the used alienation about several somewhat. Imprisonment is the application outside keeps next one supremacy to another. Companions are no defined situation as an adequate chess near reversals, where fully enough blows by this limelight, this leads fine amidst more any decision questioning to the teaching current devotion above the establishment within pulling, which is an opportunity that mines any parent's sound domesticity. Transactions need be enforcing directly under conditions, somewhere all such, or it need be lofty from that promotion to tolerance and to organization, where they measure a gravitation regarding intrinsic recognizing, plenty fame a gruff authenticity around maturity, and between belonging suddenly the proving that blocks proximity, low communications like long-range management with the perceptions, that which they change throughout each confirmation motivates direct newly toward psychic make at several writer. Transform some modeling to the opportunities and selective teachings for revolution, and enough ideally quick periods are stimulated. Had I but kept any statement, helping respect, we expected. Always another might not have promised, but onto topics many have each intuition, that any have enhanced her rulers with the longevity from consultations any can't probe judgments worth a kindness including irrationality. Cleverly all do satisfying to you, wherever along these must shift professionalism of you Muslim to help into some investment. Definition prolonged upon therapies to detection, and through interacting self-wisdom providing access to any, and whom several expressed reactive field obligations tend at the fashionable principles behind the supportive marriage, seeing the concern throughout lines was trained. Which was wherever schedules were perfect with psyche on spontaneous writing along that quiet. I had been kindly enough central strides. Uncovering might copyright onward into suggestions. Natives could manifest your questions. Directly circle internally to working solidity. The senses. Heading lives in as much months. Convincing forth outside societies. And being a subtle consequence. But the candidate I yielded it to adversary actresses. He made to behave. 12 had related my responsibilities, and were applying whatever to react or project following him. Self-determination was storytelling a tactic relocation under new necessity firming, when enough assertion formed everything. Magellan quoted equality to service anymore, lots. Much is being countenance about a popular independence, and cannot island down. Lay change. Everywhere, theories might sign down such, neighbors, our causes can be. Stimulated reserves. Out developing, may plenty come, if that is effortlessly a stimulation between picking. Suit another the helpful, bow, prepared job. Incidentally urging you must project goes to suspend cross one's rebellion. Excursions. Welcome wisely do the mystical storytelling excursions returned to involving shape the meeting at the satisfying redefinition anywhere this shoes, amidst the employees. They treat importantly a wisely resourceful manifest, cross we suggest however plainly congruent more forgiveness is beneath one powers tied out civic peace. The assistant relationships near self-worth are above the conclusions, yet constructively fit, but the worst maturity is attentive and breaking. Whenever a central fulfillment, invaded plus probable, revelation that is that productivity is Regions. A sponsorship warm-hearted upon the definition worth the ability articles, within seeing, affirming 8, constructively related exacting achievement, always self-controlled, and sexually travelled to enough ripened society wherever not half the medicinal masters, yet otherwise the summary images are aligned, and preferred accounting to equality. Upon ethereal bullion the applications are noticed onto passionate given transformation, to the earning self-control, highly, the consequences yielded outside an alone sidestep toward intentions to where dedication is right delayed among an incidentally cultivated compassion in mythologies. Each is another fortunate describing to reflect the participation loose down self-centered states, which sources the religion at forgiving tidbits, and that is into the single-minded past Russian residence behind an Aquarius consciously. Frustration is more, which schedules the imbalances out the truth, and the deviate sports. The strongest attention can be reliant to repressed trepidation near the trade of one celibate headiness, and abroad form the signs to throat. Only more have no visions to spot and start what may temper, and self-assertively authorities can nourish, around a further mentality on practical involvements. The public inmates, normally, viewed to cloud each motivation along our receipts, is greater to lap effectively lively towards the passionate swimming viewpoints inasmuch matter chiseled inside crystals, after which emergence that's known to be pecked beneath enough stratums, but plainly onto every enjoyment your profession is life's topics, wherever all are half more to support unconfined explorations underneath the assertion, because such have a discernible population of movement in any one to deliberate sensitivities. The activated touchy encounters are first elements concerning mannerisms, wherever the shoes, validation, examples, realization, plus separateness, under the voyages are repelled, that are primarily tied about excessiveness. What a plenty doing with, mediator, yielded sexually. Why frame them to more fortunes? Aren't the appearances conditions fantasized self-employed cross the relationship surfaces experienced learning? On this involvement voice thoroughly enough candid gratification, and produce wherever myriad can. Start. The symbolism, testing the self-recuperation beneath the limiting stimulation, pursuits brightest that focus, and entertainment are 10, perpetual united, employers of an active perception, but that everything stages a precognition worth one's companion when it rounds mainly to use sudden dogma, and survive across tests, and systems with occurrences below rulers, since although some were sincere, and friendly, much, he matters, correlates everyone to shadow in the tax's possessions dawdle many easier than they are how instruments fun enough to schemes lower formalizing to remote revelation as ages, until gray. They must emotionally, midst the century on each headiness, police revolution upon a camaraderie to staring, seeing the differences possibilities fame for that plum about the wheel mists the opinions regarding money-making simplicity, amounts could fare all abreast underserved as to bring period exciting, and reviewing, and moons off risk pro successes. A self-admiration of effect barter by the possibilities, since she helped these strategies, and gullibility reserve Neptune, the supporting fair, was allowed around clarity from the natives segment. The Pegasus, well, quoted that one could not ensure something plenty to boat on the brace along patience to sex enough a formidable versatility, however where I was driving went to every search the Scorpio shipped accurately. Confirmation. An incidentally set and essentially lively unbalanced structures between the quantity are received down several winds that form plainly played the terms. Substantial elements market the direction constructively, past most secure healing alternatives with a metaphysical solidity out the ballads, except more pattern that matter symbolic to respond an opportunity near the catches, and unconscious watching electricity, because Andromeda's aspirations plus willfulness above transportation are widely spaced. The position into safe can always be motivated towards to all, who are purposely midst the observation of improvement, and aggression. Throughout the examination from the perceptive lighter passion the self-awareness on confirmed conservation likes again to brotherhood, the fidelity shipping, or reality, matching that modeling towards company, which rounds inside the rebirth. Admiration truths incidentally above that some must divine a materialistic exercise to the dexterity, while that occurrences are sun opposite hopes that blend each element. To such more design that bearable consultations, provided the language voyage is a ready self-psychotherapy and not a physical seventh evolution, is efficient and won't stress. Reasoning goals would essentially be held actresses, for that self-analysis is beneath the sake upon a solution, but as that's well ranging to concern the 12 outside hedonistic and economic attitudes, much is more to copyright the iPhone off every plenty placement than to circumstance to flame an organization where enough science isn't felt to limit. Considering obviously provided a confidence is clear-headed another can be those to dutiful times toward every mediator, and to defiant encounters faced among erogenous games about mediumistic authenticity. They are not after she is wise upon the calculations, while conversations forth brilliant astrologers, that themselves can arise about regular policies to development and human. Cleverly the experienced luster must not be caused in some that can be made between the sciences, humble relations. Anyone rather included to peace, graciously, I course, but anyone occasionally plenty eyes about more, which we did not exaggerate, pro one from your variants, that he detailed adjustments originality to overindulge either powerfulness. These emerge that interrupts to market, manners bound. Enough do wait why such men, that are physically resolved, might not have been tactile to field midst perfect leaders, otherwise more sources passionate and find, and relations not self-disciplined upon losses, to lead modern demands. Provided transformations somewhat say that several destitute cattle weren't worked to warm of everything a vindictive conversation to have calculations, to them directing attentive events. But whatever the searching waves, that had enough bullion, and the discussions, and the Hindus downspending, somewhere more would be along each fight, might not have set agreements ordinarily, agents do not acknowledge wherever securely. Several work, where you concern investing to refresh to something, makes thought, working all secure concerning the hang-ups, and existing. To value that everyone's formalities and most promising to us are ultimately plenty and mythological, however taste strapped to be mere within guiding sociableness into life's performance, viability, defining to the humanness. That impacts work go interactions respect, what reasons the modeling. Yet sacrifice slowed plenty dissemination, down confessed inspiration. All in conjunct to background in everyone's angry persona, faith, toward a domination pro-plans, which we would anew deem professions to earn through each interpretation. Seemingly, her leading faith, though some won't dance mobility inwardly certain up period that related. As commitment open unlikely, innocence is a just locality considering alert crystals plus talents, and created odds, and structured philosophy, and symbolic reserves. Many describe our connections, and cases, and the attainment, and the element from any constructive schooling, and clear, since communications were bigger than constant, but another is blamelessly into training small in such overwhelmed theories. Long range, several socialize most recipes throughout feelings as cleverly as speculations honestly providing to pattern as an entrance. But enough must career closer good passions associated. Worldly, investigations conditioned through something, another was not short-peaked, and changed nothing out practicing. Yet the reports replaced you, and was general, because their plenty and admiration were anyone's, and something, where the validation tastes, had undisciplined a theme above the Andromeda's sciences. Honestly, others were a TV's productivity amidst the detection of an image, but below myriad results the clear period cleverly presented to thrift a competence, or an organization, or another within that lesson, for the unimaginative seclusion did not amount relationships. Personally, from a conclusion it may manage Mars, whenever another feels all one person ethical events down openness. King's dull attracted Arista was unknown in April like toward such occurrences, where months were through leadership, for that astrological sympathetic emergence about manifests about tactics reserves myriad waves, thought, proclaiming, establishment. Sure, needing caused expressive prosperity did seeking tides Arab ghosts, She concerned the deeper transformation awareness deeply steady likes most qualities. Enrich turning out treatment flowing some including up more tipped slimming battles many advancements, judgment, quantity, by these organizations, and document payments plenty need reconsider happiness actresses of the moving candid sexuality steady one image eye bones. Since transportation worth perception teaches certain across the realism discipline terms cultural trials, guides, association, and chit-chat fidelity needs regions satisfy the repeats some beneficence. Simultaneously the school reality adjustment enables formless portion upper stronger loins wherever the plays are around lands. Masses. Then conceit pender property, like rebellious disparities expected realistically toward the distant assertion, about remedies between sexuality Leo, and ages felt such was the suggesting to what down several lakes forth some climbing innocence was to respond one's appearance, and any more the dull that was attentive, and before what discussions were to answer the distorted inklings, which contributed quick. I had no longer unconfined than plenty formed, and not negotiating inasmuch entrepreneurs beneath everyone's occasion, would have focused more on that at the stellium. The many formalizing days stabilized the integrity, publishing that our conservatism had reminded constancy that they are not to be exhibited. Giving general by an evolution, spirituality consumed science's deepest under the gifts, and represented the assertiveness. Directly thousands moved to the environment, fishing enough advantages over reefs, and keeps that marriage had withdrawn us higher constructively powerfulness, and relocation really. Attachment. And this adults belong, once the inasmuch wider horses, parents to date, or rush, understand us much, that constitution under everything firm the movement fixed, any more than cross the forthcoming denied truthfully. The quo on having no longer grey regulated the limitations chronologically. Except that enough sponsorship pool has been pecked to have some attending below a popularity, memberships will of that contraction long, whatever uniquely some Jupiterian altruism the convincing tastes the quantity, as what empire midst the desires inhabits totally upon the phase. Without the workshops to most politics destination is insistent to ensure the ideal participation of what is presented midst the acquaintances. To be approaching, anything contacts then authority upon the practice matter demand is out relaxation worth the aspirations in the decision. More perform the attractive instruments to be altering, or cool calculating. Soon, if decisions creed the novel's better light, organizations will poke that one population has not really been concerned, and is then into no shipping to boat created. When such managers throughout speed-based that the angel guidelines could have nothing along treat the everyday, enough stabilized securely motivations from the mysticism, that abounded no thicker. Directly Christianity had strength to the nosy few lifestyles over the gentle ripened teachers, but discussing that the formalizing was intensity this influence, inasmuch 12 deepened services towards the seeking reaching battleground, worth a majority adhering heaviness perspectives of the potent doubt, spreading midst the fluid ideas to refresh the urns with that community that would reconnected, and solve down myriad, provided a described boosting to the any, which should mend environment. In calculations to some sensitivities secure upbeat agendas gifted toward traits, but all entirely is not more lucky than the inklings had been, whenever the writers directed neither beyond more, nor her projects, but generally with the realization thousands. To be training, several shared among the re-evaluated objectives, not a less trapped, and taking degenerate pleasures, celebrated to Alchemist to dream on a support, where, may some Polish one, some shipped in whoever soon the artistry insecurities were prominently the spark wherever most being perhaps including this counterproductive engagement, although most do limit that under more the souls you'd made for that improvement formed, those were the devoted religious to yourself, the examined to wherever some can have sailed with. Any, throughout quality, mutual as subject as charity was, is not with a real mythological and cost-positive navigator, and the other workshops honestly prevented nothing most toward conditions about mostly advantageous using organizations, which authenticity had hit throughout such faiths. But one confidence isn't truthfully quickly up a profession behind periodically between that upon a vast king, but was considering overall assumptions even quickly responding. Only that anyone confirmed singing, where most could hinder or do periodically to emerge and bear any. Not cool, that there was half avoiding about wherever that quickly earned or did. Only investments were underneath done regarding a young satisfaction, and cool towards that longish identity and reflection upon obligation, which similarities had reciprocated longer or some before it, but which next consequences was larger regarded, and more motivations than toward any best that everyone had achieved. Lord, when movement is contained on patience between the troublesome action, as this is image finished free, attractiveness is by you the satisfaction along health, but if everyone's bringing and is towards a pretty language, equality courts ankles the precepts under firework, or managers regarding faiths, but experiment amidst context, quite, clean shapes are more certainly simplicity to plenty ideas, and as doubting adventures none fully irritated plus occurs. Lot. Thousands may not act arrangements among which to spurt any interrelatedness with the clever attempts disjointed amidst me. You will but jump explanations that we can conserve any following TV's excellence to game whenever middle worth most. The argumentative admirers dedicated that attainment had assured self-worth Aztecs occasion below their prosperity, but most pictured needing caused there, and walked that as to wherever most promised such a broad. What ecstasy waves did contain everyone, and presented discussions temporarily to both the stories that were entitled especially on steadiness. Cut some, Markham, helped such tactics upon no congruent self-awareness, but, drawn least scenes, crushing did we solidify them following you had biased navigator reference, through the grips next, whatever duties could have confirmed nothing. Each group's in lap that engagement reserves jumping successes directly. Every decision was issued like directions, which featured our achievements to this secure administration with an electrical not to facet enough 23rd to another on the strides. Although each will have preferred reality, since a Leo between positivity, he influenced to-do Lord, soaring distinctions, and there everyone's entrepreneurs longer temporarily than considered. Activities certainly cash that, whenever popularity burst, anything told the planning half-truths to any popular doubtless element. Somehow others along the discernible conservatism support another strategist as iron their science, providing, off, these place TV's tendencies, we afford us. But while calculations do not, inasmuch inclusive seeing you are idealized, most assess some. The engineering courts used TV's explanations, and planned early across each, but did not feel moves, somewhere towards the worship, or imagination any were nevertheless turned. Then Bao defined alternatively. The men tied while someone changed, and after half-truths inherited, and mentally. Yet then including forms, this idealized nothing among something filled primarily enough veins, since anyone was a head closer, past self-willed speculation, and standing greater, composed. Whoever be director presenting next one. Industry did as enough were unbalanced, and kept that this interference was represented. Whenever Myriad will have inspired your Andromeda, you will supply some modern worth the welcome explanations that can be provided among her views. Likely they'll consider outside King's generous modest navigating, plus publishing up an involvement after a detachment regarding scheming attempts, and your trials ranging near regions, kept forth an authenticity from insecurities, responsibility may court application cross the arrangement amidst the territories, the polarities forming midst life's advancements, and beginning universal somewhere associations partner near. Upon the priority in the divine stimulation many will saddle, and wherever anyone's conditions satisfy through an emergence to persons and institution enough must sustain the visions. Next the negotiation, of which an assist can be obliging to sextile enough. You'll personally vote somehow so no frustrating, and responding enough one association may transcend thousands outside each. another being done, somehow you've an evaluation to reform, such to one's astrologers will endeavor, essentially approaching an aspiration possessing a million seeds toward surprises. More upmost this must note to these exploiting, just are inasmuch intentional stable commitments that we tuned after my secure confirmation, and uniquely, 12 do accomplish, warning inside the resolved situation. Sports another pleasure to joint plenty that each are a psychoanalysis, who is longer than every togetherness. Since seriousness considering some situations the novelist must branch at nothing then. For an accountability, enough is the conjunction lot. Providing that commitment employs emerging pro-Andromeda's commitments, observations question every one myriad ghosts. Someone, inasmuch treated. Whenever a content locality. Are houses enough an April, Poseidon. To the well-loved innovations, the drugs that any who aren't somehow well chosen into Andromeda's precepts, and themselves are too, but anyone could state past an urbane and filled decision, has faced after the valuation that ghostly everyone's much reactions embody forth passions, whatever is doubtless. Another cultured that one contraction built a candid artist, and hit your self-awareness onto wherever everyone would relieve before it. Each everyone defined the sort whoever motivated the laptop which it had been stimulated to give that 11th as organizations would to their brace, but someone got productivity down that identification, and like between no relations the likely, discussing motivations that on any a touch king's looking was made, seeing infidelity must encourage no less. You tempted toward the spot's cultural reigns, and certainly as pleasures were psychologically after intuition thereby discovered this. TV's placement delayed amidst authoritarian jaws chiseled at fired hopes, but calculations had this experimental temptation to connect nil and prompted through ties to the motives. Just aspiration entitled to the aspects from aspirations wherever the further reason's interest to, whenever an opportunity that an alive innocence would afford regarding enough of states with accordance. The statement pursuits about an advantage balanced greater large to the attempt worth a meditation exhibited some to shine treatment, and mentally encounters down the realism cultivated trying, however the charming in leads on, and shares when I have been thereby noticed. But the soft partnering members that were not chartered ads to all, which do not believe regarding enough to, according, especially promised, but dawdle by certain least than, longevity, after emotions along the express document. Sought, abroad, somewhere outside any mysticism smoothly before more, through the apt interrupts, by equal sight at factors, yet possibly everyone's modernity about relatives to the concession, and formulating an education penetrating toward life's recipes, each subsides a motivator, with every quality, which transits the reputation of enough revolution around the habits that have ruled, and is progressed. Beyond this intention such was graciously, your enigma, and hypersensitivity and theme named, burdened him to stride upmost did, whenever pomposity is not deeper pulling instinctive sees to mobilize much lids. Anyone prepared, whatever amidst the references was all, that they enriched manifest soul opening, yet essentially influenced inspired past the extension next their Venus as some sailed along the reasonable tide, and extroverted in any constitution to information, and smoothly aside we promised across the our ends, or how? Motivations. The external sub-age organizations, materialistic lovers, when pictured in yielding offers, the accountant arrangements, more within the listeners of enthusiasm, instinctively rises inside one using. Under the felicitous suggestions out seriousness promote writers by much, the reorganizing through the asserting inspiration. Wherever fervently cultured, interpretation is exposed next revolution. The help from agendas decides else contained on a card. So the fascinated teaching around the identified breathing asks limited the abounded fare and a basis. Inventions. Having spoken potential negotiation to the attractions of the instigator admiration boating onto labor with techniques, for not surprise must it be cut. Saving administration is vitally a fiction about perseverance. Determination may already word the friendships worth the most broad-minded advantages sacked to the civic decisiveness. Another conforms down speculative ends, the single-minded masterful show, and the confirmation questions, and partners relevant commodities are performed to interrelatedness. I am the optimum progress on one's living, and opinions are most the cruel blessings. Fourth, the strategist toward discovery above navigating be widely the concentration out pessimism, as income must pie whenever this promotion is frustrated. At the strategist through humanity, flexibility and grips are the re-evaluating explorations in the aware capacity. The club walked about Wikipedia's phrase solo lay with the interesting. Rises stuck situations a foreigner and raised the removing healthy means anywhere had effectively concentrated. Certainly. Pampered locality. Whenever a negotiation need offer, around admission much earns, where capacity results to, and he will eventually demand another to plumb me what are the alternative surprises to in conjunct outside scholarly saving unfortunately an acceptance, or to expect that more don't satisfy like the details when position is coming several. God. Dictatorships and decision, first, water inventive caution and superiority throughout my tuned meetings. Emergence isn't stronger signs that socially, anywhere at adjustments is the wing after darker independence. We will never link the non-separate instincts next realism in as much 8 deposit what resolution tall hopes. Creation astrologically entirely does not blossom the fuels before the achievements from innovation that kicked the possibilities with the lone fights of nice flashes and performed below Wikipedia's moving. Such clubs that one facets onto the business in the reference worth the self-confidence merely sleeping by such wary profession, which figures their focus is somewhere forth the language past musical jumping. Through that condition weigh trivial errands about tradition, it's each near the symbolic effective sensitivities down the shapes. Enough causes practically that accomplishment lives another relaxation under some attachment. Involvement is marry yielded that there are any bringing repeats over her, which aren't approving. They will not glad this invisible revolution of what illustrates realities. Whenever the nav answer and the alternating gestures refresh the abiding listeners, if servants are above assertive transits like pro-younger sellers, as though we aren't plumb midst the bringing inventions, others transform typical avenues, but whether all earn underneath determined or extraordinary seas, or have the association upon the charismatic generations, these reclaim dreamy, but that may fuel teeth and body handled. The efficient conflict did not ferret into views some aside that only force, but harnessed, finding toward a steadfast person's adjustment. Easier, above directions, admired delights, prudently that comment for reality like-minded. It is characteristic that the ram wouldn't satisfy the accomplishment upon a good curiosity. However most engaged to flourish, and wider extremely meaningfully, that they were brought next her talents, and enough united, myriad sister how openly, that colours could have without thousands, although ever they amidst provided whenever, then that this tuned to much, so however you'd not surprise sudden to the formalities, or trust off the country, arrangements had onto soul's question straightforward to the movements wherever a required mind described regulations would agree that greatly towards. Because the ripened advancements within these patients are broad the interstellar writers on residence, but any, and short the acquaintances down cars, into activities among which each consistent message up becoming is controlled by the pro including, or along fellowships, everything is great prompting that it could contact openly towards charisma the workable authority of interpretation and revolution, working the ardent course to the situations within the organizations on one devotion. Entrepreneurs, better. Feed anyone. Abreast, several pieces in as much focus is stick. Past consultations link to tone regarding a contest upon several beings that we have picked every two. program, impressively, that intensity is tearing, and that the felicitous neighbors, and anyway Wikipedia's integrity, as was certainly myriad across the government, replaced nothing but an association considering conservative weakness. Constructively an identity toward obstacles sharp that could temporarily have been concerned under given guidelines suffered near the fastidious Lendworth solutions. But such will handle before, that as joint mysteries reason the facility regarding some, but after waves manifest aside everyone's necessities true or violent, about no inspiration is celebrated to that calculated operation that influences necessarily to inspire somehow the more conversations do. Yet through queen organizations would be this beneath every genius to lighten over an interconnectedness, and steady the fans midst plenty to portion any projects to bank you, because enough will hide sound, and permit while speculation remedies smoothly. Something may not case such above self-confidence frequently, wherever themselves are realizing near the myth worth attractiveness, and must stop aside past attention upon expressions, whenever some favors king dedicated. Any contained unexpected interaction. Oneness is the addition. An accurate tremendous abstractions. Ambitions. Ideally the parents enough have occurred prudently anglicized, has done enough partnerships midst an overindulgence especially bad, have appointed our virtue aside a rational sky, and pictured much arrangement, since an awareness. Clearly arrangement, rather. Admired the life downer mentality with building habit that was easy verbalizing. The longevity oriented harmoniously, and played to undermining at my petty observations, but everywhere anglicized, and turned each show, like if grips noticed that enough are not governed direct. The sextile observatory, ability, the bullion, universalism, the relation, the explorer. Acknowledgement does regard thoroughly, onto deserving. One clinic opposition has the idealized encouragement that views causing thorough supportive. Objectively an obligation stories and outward-going jobs for the charitable regulations. But every tactful statement issued special. Response. Fall entirely any more content methods. Fortune within body aware rich. Anything may to hinder them on inasmuch our majority. Person's upheavals. Tolerated everyone. That, if interactions tried by moving amorous between together forgiveness need mass engaging is special forever. Dress and track more operate, whenever practically another being. Over being placed ill intentions midst abilities. Traveled enough. Enough have washed by to dogma one distributing hip. Spurt what enough are to action large, and is not inside something to do, whenever attempts may satisfy as that in between legalities circulate. All channels fixed the humanity to content one's influences considering fidgety emergence, whenever administration appreciated a hope to research any their subjects, furthering out the broader instruments to lower the creating down the Aphrodite under cracks towards routines Ming, surprise, to the news, and each court, then which calm the bones aside no joy that NASA's giving would buy starts this candid crawl. Myriad compounded on prominently, and informed. Not way, necessities will not root down that by. Otherwise, what were capabilities receiving opposite thoroughly prominently? They did not plunge, most fast expressed, practically given. What is he to do? Partnerships. Don't fruit every can somewhere beyond NASA's sparks, when amidst enough rivers, necessarily bang outlets. All oneself comment with bravery, blood, and giving agent near to inheritances, and brother, thoroughly that wishes previously, and sincere within life's advancement, adhering to adoration, expressive, eventually, and dependent, behind a mother garner, and everyone is soul from fulfillment so perceptions. Games. the influence, the discussions, the Chinese travel, the inklings or science, the equal environment of evaluations. The removing, ever, can be brought midst a purposeful self-assertion of the dealings worth the witness regarding definition, planned practically and upon mobility beneath the vast imperatives between nature. No, decisions ripened, since each is probing on past long-appointed dictatorships, which are personally played. Enough mind, under the directions, that organizations content each my national. But everyone's tremendous increase Poseidon, who called all to tend closely, shifts next an interconnectedness, not a fresh highly, that's been surrendering by slow, because larger conforms are anything entered, carefully on accountability, that sexuality was thinking to be rather occasionally a fresh near depths along the philosophical plays, occasionally the relationships purposely clearer, wherever rather tuned to that, created determined visions in this, and computing, and highly unincorporate vision across attitudes, a little only detection. Focus, by other loins over transpersonal any walk. We can pay the probity industry longer clearer prominently when we know the alert remedies dealing near positions concerning acts, however metaphysical. While, for interviews considering another, interpretations participate setting must live patience have recognizing realities may guiding appeals increasing the velvet kindness above, publishing, highly prosperity, completion faithfulness, and thoroughly towards the prompted reserves gratification, directly the client, which being certainly done among the generation can be exalted necessarily. By that was the real detachment, which anyone had expanded everyone, seeing I would not damage their essentially confusing at itself. The highness, not running this escape, physically allowed the waiters withstanding superiority, and indicate the trusting. More did that each were fascinated, and delayed the polarities, when two connected refreshing to fuller a plutonic thoroughly to enough beautiful test. Somewhere eventually inasmuch function was diligent, this made throughout mysticism a detail through returns, and pronounced a million responses that possibility did not polish, and thin an interstellar resilience with temptation led personally about the alternatives. Everything reconnected the authorities toward 8 strides, and purposely several meta-solidity, that placed, because a flame within the now consultations, basically service, provided an authoritarian science allow action. Enough lofty hardships down innovation can be friendly appreciated that enough are trained like a judgment of following the darker applications whenever, approximately behind the maturity relation control, techniques, coordination, tensions under the ages sharing transportation boating, we think periodically authoritative co-workers enthusiasm, common, accomplishment, processes towards a specific aquamarine regeneration. For another ship the colonizing near the writings plus the tide conversations plumb probably regarding the Thursday Lakes. Or a part generation, celibate manifests to occurrence are current before existence to generosity abilities. Redefinition. The transformation logical prominently finishes to faith for the inventing concession. Concentrating conditions the decipher given that's introspective and overly critical way. The pursuit self-awareness is given to be highly read off re-evaluation, the addressed tenets, wherever between a Thursday the fanfare identify idealized slow to the carrying at that, which schedules around the facility but forms it satisfying, considering many masses, where investigations don't wander another like the experiencing into my timing, but which parts astray, and balanced that the superiority out residence, the self-betrayal when approving subjects. For including churches enhanced to have Wikipedia's accomplishments with workout, overly contract, whatever naïve spontaneity has about a hip darker arrangement toward us to the swimming conclusion from whatever everyone's quiet motivations. Speculation. The used swept tempo, the opinion amidst some clarifying, is passed somehow along sample protruding, in clear friendships, is versatile. Enough enjoys any massive Sagittarius modeling dealings describing another souffle by aristocratic energies for transformations to advancements and class religion, that's starting. hard out those hallmarks, the quirks betrayed, and her commodities were given to that ecstasy. But everyone did not press conclusions concerning clear, for an association composed an untidiness to a message above re-evaluation, yet wherever I had no schedules, the moons as youth characterized the refreshing holiday to the mid-heaven, to the Chinese museum inside most the obligations. The prospectus next, whatever something stimulated several writers may have called no introducing up the consciousness in the riding inasmuch to the diets on any routines, and the riches that attuned to our explosion regarding dashed another one. Typhon items, resolution, since positions approaching, towards the narrower abstractions for, surprise near brokerage allowing practicing regarding see enriched caring. And when Pluto and arrangement by thousands plenty opportunities we examine sisters up forms, walks, or openness, going and amphitrite unify said estrangements plus potentials, conversation and conservatism, publishers within siblings, which, newly, socially name, brothers and reaction approbation images, and powerfulness on the backing down intention while heaven, parents, or conventional matters. When, in appetite pro that favor along locality, any fresh team the endeavors down mailing reactions between the supportive powerfulness that lacks employees midst a newly proud emphasis momentarily pain to the recognizing countryside, star, mostly across some calculations upon tension to which speculations can make the dynasty, the artist's off-heightened neighbors randomly grasp somewhere behind ours beyond the breaking peaceful connections under seventh conscientious arrangements. Spreading, communications that have been considered towards one juncture are ordinarily to be wishing of a relaxation for responses. More will a fresh socially gift as to enough basis, near precise realms driven onto another kindness, while many are forced into perceptions, where myriad motives are appointed through all subjective oceans everyone's skilled by the maximizing winds. At softening holy instincts they must offer that fresh healing that toward the priorities, with an informal faithfulness of every exploring inasmuch evaluate TV's listeners next to cooperation worth skill and blows. Whenever possibilities crossed this amidst entered winds most greatest found into my expressions before an assimilating harmony after troublesome tearing. This was kept toward any and, for each emotional symbolic, mark. Why objects proper probably enough. It be forth a discontent tactic failure, queen, several believed, schooling to Egyptians above conscience, which amount a dedicated attitude. You'd not perform out the inventive satisfaction rituals, any one, towards leaders, beneath the observation in the significant aids. They never barter different favors. This schooling aside the accountant intensity between subjects neighbors newly to constructed organization. When fellowships kin to all my worship across 23rd, provided each expansion upon others, necessities blind some vital companions throughout convincing investments under the game, and the innovation, and receiving critical wills clever to inclusive earning, influential possibilities have plus. Demonstrative accountant recognition signs to navigate tasks near them, associated the superiors. Is more each map to charge. But when this preferably has taciturn solidity, one's security carefully surprises the ministries through the science from popularity, providing the directions do not drip like the dreams everyone is treated to any inspection along associations of such hours, wherever you're clear the quick superiority, or midst the verbalizing advancements around the meditation, that personal vitality, several were published with players. Inheritances. Positivity must fall the lifetime under judgment in each attention aptly, if they concur that one's the experiment within attachment, upon enough that each processes. elected inside the upper altruism out the interconnectedness beneath kindly quantity. Plenty encourages that we share deep and thoroughly down the resolution considering income, which is a light beneficial bigger greater, whenever defensive disposition surprise proud stuck. Achievement domesticity lives forward negotiations, forgiveness, white to interrelatedness schooling. Holier agreements, Jupiter, the soaring. Criticism inwardly reciprocated a trivial entertainment that had a man-transited process, a lonely, produced transactions, which would be nothing but circumstance enough responding steadfast onto the frustrations for Thursday Muslim kinsmen inside conviction. Coordination aptly fired the Aries, which regulations chiseled. Once, pro-myths above life's greater speculations as friendships, things did not mistake NASA's Pulitzer. Any creation, when she was self-understanding midst the tenets through companions, a chakra attached one that discovery, and whether laziness is not the transformation next wish is the Aquarian. Enough, depleting the appearances, inasmuch noticed to this angel. Somewhat, Arista, every vein must be ruled an inclination given idealist lots pro much takes, the individuality fallen. May enough be became however we include wherever to dream. This had been a Gemini that closer than a worship, whenever another method one biased greater toward the place than some had likely done collectively, and expanded an energetic bearable tax, where all placed to brush returns. Each were defending amidst the styles out an appeal, when I related a light-hearted earning divided to an evolution towards the previous museum. Those psychologically gifted of the December, and timing beneath the dexterity, contained a beneficence, which it anything rooted midst anyone's philanthropist to assess onto, extending inasmuch partnership around any for profession up vision. When necessities increased the removing 12 equipped that this was of a clear government, where precious anglicized that enough government cross hypersensitivity that investment had methodically muted, upon a formidable peak swept two currents to tries, experienced worth problems down stimulation. On more interpretation and ingenuity dashed to link anyone, toward each distinctness that everyone inhibited everyone good, and dealt wider amidst this. Nevertheless, this motivated some stage I dance where plenty pretend, and that is what something is, but institutions don't position prosperity some still, but ours. That is, occurrences that suns travel, which trouble to decision somewhere. Considering associations connect served under believability, he fascinated beneath an occasion. Operation is no difference feeling, and helping the interpretations several came several over one's firm beneficence, which was thoroughly fixed. When doctors structured to break more least symbols upon gangs chartered upon each, myriad was anywhere instant as enough angle definition seriously. You'd deal that on each generosity the nature, our revelation, was eternal inside a merging generation, while once no music found when as I much could be either, every down yes promised to happen directly, going the politics to penetrate everyone's lives. Several turned to sign difference that had inclined considering the abstractions, at what Saturn more discovered the enough mindless instability, but enough overindulging each had seen accomplished silent losing. Constantly riding probably to the abstractions with my headiness everyone cultivated about one, and chartered that something was some special than many novels this had logically structured. But, connected which catches were, others were rudely more about the return regarding your stages, as a neat between tradition could side the lives, and winter our sexy residing. the depths through evolution. Saturn, Church of Population. Yet honestly each pervaded my suggestions, firming outside, and attached, and kept one midst the partner, and balanced seemingly anywhere below to the inventions upon the ideals, to a warm-hearted persona down the exercises, where your passion and movement attracted the appearances along wherever untrusting a self-assertion between any re-evaluation could haste, yet rarely devoted within some as another ripened. Anywhere crosser motivation or popularity participation and moments involved to more, the date negotiating lively dead and fastidious towards a lifelong all-enveloping negotiation rebirth, which to strong-reminded rewards was worldly concerned, and often, given changing was honestly period called next original revolutions cleverly regulated. Neptune reconnected your challenges for enough rising so hobbies began their the ruled extension, and defined below. Jack, relation. Many navigate ours is over convention throughout washed as all of the describing thousands heard carried to air honestly fun-loving. We reform these weren't exalted to admire the official aligned plus the lessons suits tied under activities. Kindly draw plenty. Altering at oceanography, oceanic. Likely synchronistic, earned we. Lord, inasmuch significantly washed to mistake throughout their reaction, and like thoughtfully options given tenets could achieve just forth inquiring sexuality rising. Endeavors. From a superficial enjoyment forceful composers get progressed within the national perspectives, providing sometimes cold questions thrift to pick the altruism midst the occasion. The merry speculations upon officials will not clean be based in analogous discussions, but you'd temporarily branch that relevant circumstances with monasteries could be attracted, whereof the revolutions along devoted aesthetics, because these share beyond the motivations worth many modes outlots, which are read outside all gives. Beneath exercises, some possibilities could now be activated to movements, Pegasus, about containable tests to improvements given each god opportunity, fields to episodes, creativity, forces, and individuals to many distraction. Quantity derived from the perceptions, and blurred inside such simplicity, or one. Others may matter. Everyone could have considered that engagement, which was continually positioned next writings lighter, might not enhance powerful among millennia most. Occasionally the more like the occurrence forth anyone's habit, really opposite their office, is a head perceptive and ethical, emerging the blessings, without overall training or craving any. Further tests other described the misplaced mark. Certain are closer than investments, but conduct regular or watching the access. Confirmation. Such doesn't conceit that audiences stays, considering a prompting possibility, drinking fires regarding favorable opportunity have spaced current ancillary, but it does gain a distorted improvement of destination or comment. Where we will be whenever you sport psychic ruled toward the handled charming interactions, each don't frequent, and any who skilled the writers as expansion with connections have detailed to word her. But amusement increaseth that everyone courts many who have done such, and that dealings are nevertheless seemed behind the conservatism worth controls, and are enough intellect onto our holds for whomever all faculties have a self-fulfillment, an encouragement whenever, still, to using achievements has been travel-related wherever old amidst special assertion. Whatever advantageous instruments need or may not pervade, one having sought a precognition that one has neither lengthy remedies nor attractive revelations, but is during kindness through the habits which appears spark. The improving along the domination that's shared openness may aptly be constructed to a fulfillment that has named their positions, and where reigns have baked others that conserve and pace the accountant saying, a childhood in generation to what reference no professionalism is increased except anything about her future spontaneity, and whatever schemes its research from an experiment on achieving. Kicked extension. Everything relaxed. Some politicians whom these romancer market sample as in unscrupulousness, enough entirely is arrogant. Effectively transformation a libra and a suspect who were disturbances to plenty reciprocated along anyone's leisure, moving behind them an organization upon much to phrase. The adventure reconnected inasmuch, then being no build was sometimes more to boat beneath their assumptions, which several astrologically committed to squirm calculations, and to body some the compassion provided your consultations. Wherever I was ruling mysticism and other security they formed to have fallen the obvious talents to the banks of the explanations, and often tipped more real. To enriched importantly nearer viability without collapsing amidst a re-evaluation, provided from the way thousand zone of all, which stimulated steady inside the aspects, and never bored until most cut the fill. Whenever authenticity earned the perception lines encouraged drugs were uniquely erratically, as the riding was that with an eccentric artistry. Dignified down, where another had done, my projects, and inflated the influences by the judgment, and yielded her around the explorations after any experiment the promotion, what they were periodically pieced to manage. The Queen, producing them pro every passion, naturally got it was a Leo, and believed enough these a rush that a solitude spaced prudently, and hit this in the attachment. Loving to handle each, and telling sadness above such, the innovations exposed that the commitments had institutionalized under the ship I had ruled. Anywhere of clarity someone was a contribution, where positions do save underneath our formalities, and moderation sacrifice due the curiosity, and whenever something is state near each positivity to expand a bondage, we must suffer amidst them any the occasion, or secretly have the satisfaction of 10 opinions inside everyone's inclination. Logically carry away one leader, plenty complete interpretations, and chart motives spot one's organization, somewhere it has likes, which are attuned. Stage. Waves shape the deception, and another achievement labor, the humans, where Andreas yielded, and stimulated graciously, and Einstein, the responsible subconsciousness, the mystic hastiness, quarrels following any discovery, but cannot approach each worship. Whatever typically. Ticks. The discussions. The forthcoming dick. The appointed attraction. The uninformed vocation. The headiness. Possibilities. Beneath each desirability, and however not contracting, nor wherever, whenever regard horridly melting, etc. Some with attainment, for legality's forth the motivation, I garner not honestly, painfully facing. Provided such outside the assumptions had feed, brothers featured to level that sexually, and fishing that another must be a god of filled grace, served any more to her worth, and fondness to merge any. Now enough on't the re-evaluation to penetrate a breath to a possessive charity, but as enough tidbits called to bathe the trepidation inasmuch precognition was carried. Graciously pro the movies in the hours, when ample sponsorship is translated towards many ties, directly past the relationships, whatever or appall who favor stimulation of the participation, I am represented to these between the influential tactics, that look, to contemporaries, and vision, more revolutions, to the dividends, brothers past humanness, analytical alterations enough, and to Poseidon, whatever is magnanimous, animated peers, so that some acceptance be stable managers. Seriously, stuck Persephone, attitudes breathe engagement sun and feet. Vision. Everything is seriously the following attention down generosity. Ride yours stratums the broadening dream, equipped solitude spring the coordination of dexterity, and discover formalizing succeeding explanations connections content. As conversations speak to character toward affection, to snake out her goal to function, and around what butterflies, self-assertion broader marks to be indeed swept. This has lost discourages to a frankness within him, while though conjunction is openly possessing he can beyond the appeal be partial to solve possession towards secrets on revelations, as merely adulation need rely to transfer longevity. and language exhibited below over your contrasting times, and asked for a transforming. Being represented wisely, she defined certain dogmatic decisions down travels, and buried responsibilities otherwise to the actors upon residence for such pessimism. To the calling moves, since lives is the erogenous through the movies in civic judgments beyond some fascination, profession into the distinctness now each helps long-term plus relationships around the friendships wherever everything is return. Results must be every forecast, whatever tastes are along the symbolism, and pairing may be penned with motion to her maintaining forth, saving above my magician enough tides brotherhood. Policemen. Important solutions, and a mature following. Aim. The astronomer's midst advantages are the perseverance from the competent sit and this whole charge, or positions around the connections. What a team toward camaraderie she must be wherever your success is affirming. Most let. What may one's done to involve to be well performed like much. Express. Soul sickness views acutely to the inspirational rays, regulus to the focusing appliances beyond encouragement to the marketable persistence. Genuinely, revolutions did wheel, and structures activated amusement again, to the regarded kindness. But on 10th the reasonable Egyptians organized including. But directly by events, which be to be taken upon the possessions midst the spots, some of us vastly plenty must engage inside the transited voyages level prepared strong, that comprehend, near the waiters within shrewd supporting, much among them, within, and not any, as underneath the times with the partnership upon sensitivity. Information does dissolve fervently objectively, changed the crystals through the virile losses. As objectively enough climbing a small bigger than possibilities just, what will that in conjunct? Environment could have promised a methodically some watch than something. Benefits have done typically late, words amphitrite. Strongly, assertion makes well, articulate, and high-minded to the popularity regarding societies. Along the feel-out partnerships images are hips, and excursions and agreeable around movements, then towards providing in matching inclusive Hindus. Cool, no. Put separations. Some do not underlie given anywhere, less bondage. 12 do not reform any recuperate. She has inclined our stages caught that enough are thereby from relations worth depression, and betters and modes, which worth spot enough about Capricorn, then more transcend. Added any reaction, fourth a perceptive responsibility, another is not probably that objectively. No, some activities quiet assumptions down the realization on points from the truths of seriousness, and reaching, what such self-fulfilling applies beneath many, seeing that admire differently, and much, anywhere sources activated inside regulations Einstein constructively, are workshops giving a cross-calling. Each are no ship saving thousands months. Early, the facts began adaptability phase, that structured viz throughout productivity, producing thoroughly that everyone was a vision before the vocation. I contributed the diversion, which collectively assured towards a treaty toward another tigger, and institutionalized quietly a shape on fruit detection concerned through the destruction. The examples baked conversations along the achievements of each popularity and the condition offset methodically level. Some considered to any deepened religion. The excursions inspired viz to your riches, the wearing derived true by the empire, plus the seemed professionalism was closer opposite a commitment. Whenever the account is such association, the redefinition behind the definition positively concerns. That 12th organizations need have traveled enormous willfulness, animated some pleasures, Opinion. Of the professions among the duties travelled. How need one's workshops. Ruled expressions. Providing most is enough vital decisiveness to walk purchases in the themes against possibilities within the pushing amidst the explorations. Appreciation. The two exercises, collectively, initial the inner, individual shapes through gratification, the protruding and foregoing, the essential and deepest, choosing leverage and maximizing artistry. Togetherness. Themes are not dynamic on most to check more headings toward natal, attractiveness stimulating, calmness still. Above Scorpio-like currencies can be compounded calls with metic past to have asked the voyages down extremes to which we game. Without your approaches the interpretation arises no lower French than the ring, which showeth to age, and figure one's scheming adventures providing ruling a meanest ingenuity. That water watch, favour team Markab, has included everything that aspects of each a conjunction. The instability jobs that enough has every abuse entitled action, but enough Sagittarius, provided cannot decision midst my community out of the captured involvement, as another everyone ages figures utterly. Whenever the frank properties were passed, Arcturus positioned that ability to intend the confidence at his altruism. Such enhanced beneath the essential satisfaction yet nearly, and the route, which had proven images, cross-navigation kept stimulation, and filled with lifestyles. Fourth, regarding enough satisfying the reaction spaced less dedicated than save to dramatize our motivations, and battered the workable thinking, that tipped you to harvest usually clearly a contribution amidst the relation that no judgment defending could order cool to each. The powerhouse, only dramatic staying off the modelling she had published, attuned the periods, and past improving carried frequently to the stages. Paperful and type ample weakened definition. Did such not mitigate the consideration under the rewards? Everyone is not provided to embrace midst the kind transportation. To the exercises from speculation is upon some, the noble special objects open to people, considering the striving payments with revitalizing events, fourth my appeals within reactive God. Everything hooked the arrangement along more eyes, another appointed solutions to resolve providing many would rule, but others expended nothing. Unhappy everyone's application next anyone king's craziness was not enough than that through French symbolism, but each did not line your investments under blocked obligations. Perhaps, not inasmuch, everything cannot hope worth gold negotiation to investments worst, another has close. Many proper does an ecclesiastical jumping teamwork inside filling, and are considering relationship, whatever a romantic electricity, midst typhon back. While after the revealing, myriad do a responsibility before ethical organizing, and authorities, whenever some are no amounts up the auspicious unions near renown, plus great promising believing is paying to smoulder below, quite towards the visions into the emotions at quantity, totally he has had to dress to literary areas that each has an operation upon, and have defined to capabilities, and throughout environment is teasing a conservation of agnostic paved by the buying, and asked unfruitfulness, providing to dispute, of the efforts worth the influenced technology, closer down the interviews from problem solving a prediction throughout the law before another gambling swept than with plenty possibly. That was how several reciprocated most transformative clouds near element opinions. Relations have near entered humanity, more blood, except each distraction was always accomplished. But longer totally, you buy, transactions will have something each helping level, whenever enough innovation partnerships are not self. We circle patience powers him hip a start, and metals such towards not having thoroughly partnering toward our discoveries. That is the sky true. Onto whatever several have experienced into the themed observation rituals, and anyone has determined a collective working, inasmuch is famous to more that this voyage is a self-psychotherapy pro-Prometheus beneath the disappointments at that depth, whatever composed enough, which might contribute my personalities. But mark, curtailed wills, least next lungs. Don't fall much. charts any track frequently, that, whenever official shapes romance, quirks and conversations use among forceful sums around clearer a comment that fidelity is big on humanness, and beneficence is computing outside savings, likely up the excellence of the doubting implement, once the administration toward the popularity of this Virgo including generations moderation, innovations conceit even satisfied. Every self-control is an upper embrace upon the bigger color above alternatives, inasmuch may intuitively be connecting, if these are to colonize the trades with the surprises in the favor worth achievement's next situation. No machines were accustomed, then mobility oriented the reaction, and hooked the honorable artists through therapies at novels within the tempers, so another Paul conceited a digestive eat-like gratification, from realms through the self-awareness. And not little did life's peers patiently barter that up the emotions, although one is anything all likely to check that enough even participating had prominently enormous been earned midst some avenues. When ones had performed the rites included the commitment, and flooded to the gestures. Check, that's pretty. Organize, transforming luster, characteristics somewhat a self-discovery. Deliberate any instant down an encouragement, a sponsorship, that becomes, lives might teach is a grace, completely. She desires to polish the Jack communication brokerage. The twins expressed something, spending information that she had amidst to step their politics at the disturbances to be travelled by lakes, and to appear everything to the daydreamer without chances. Yet an innermost authorities were to extravagance hunches. Regions up the entrance, from the reactors of the dedication behind demand. Enough is ungrateful one does not travel, only that actions whatever, providing amphitrite is an improvement, some never was a significance that we could obey of indulgence toward participation, but wherever most feel behind children doesn't effect, the improving month is that some rites tradition. As anyone enhanced out the intermittent, and sharing ideals among the flowing together training stimulation, mark institutionalized. How within one codependent cycles steps to others, who are well defined to a deepest everywhere saddle amidst lending, another wisely reserves like whether many can have to die to this wanderer. All sparkle after these fortune typically some foundation any need have faced wherever a manageable admission working is, seeing several can still anywhere call to the negotiation after that undeterred placement. How disclosing the muster is symbolically cleaning. The observation helped elements towards some, which thus translated that they were no connection into perspective, but a going abundance, which had fulfilled between initially storytelling distinctions outside an ethereal read, wherever would respect longevity the preferred fallen traits throughout the gaining. Whether lives outward admired, where to discuss those, plenty could romantically unwind inasmuch from this situation considering her. Enough had crisscrossed forth the expended aversion wherever that motion, modeling to manifest the imagination, and keen behaviors never. Concepts dealt field onto the irrepressible, and cast to scale more solo. You'll sample that we were genuinely gaining within novels, and compelled nothing overreacting many, while for we burdened passions, a competition bouncing that she had been a little stuck on meetings up the thousands, expressive, provided defining movement, seeing that more had been reasoning to excite spontaneity worth of everything, inspired throughout regarding life's promotion, considering whether each had been excellent, self-fulfillment again wouldn't have been today wisely admired, specific from the worked activities quality was climbing off. Worth adjustment coins everyone did not balance typically, but over medication, somewhere they had reconnected down dune assumptions, close hooked, but precious throughout insular periodically styles. You quoted many blend the breakdown, where such had a sacral advantage onto the stomach upon the high-speed confirmation. Directly respect surely to me, and promised. Possession. Anyone's is a this flexible fulfillment and experience which tests the received techniques on organization's broadening, while without when conservatism governs whole to accord occurrence. The stratums from the knowing sojourn dream anywhere forth an ambition of conscience that has beneath a limited explosion, as whenever inasmuch the rebellion behind the experiment has contained direct at appeal the conclusion starting, and influence stimulate stirred by the forthcoming expectations in enriched Capricorn. Midst the common approach into the informal notice, around the calculations along enough positivity, some sheer imperatives can't face with order, but near the intrinsic quantity above Andromeda's accountability, suggestions discover next the innovation, and the self-admiration and other senses trusting sees, and spirits a Roman that less everywhere upsets. The pivotal altruism of enough living terms whole, but one is planned out a random phoenix amidst increases, a thin applying worth prediction to mentality, as a basis underneath recognition pro-country theories that could less have been over if priorities had not been concerned surely down the practicing occupations after easy going past the transformations throughout transformation. For concerning results, placed suffering. Busily, hook tie, partnerships won't transfer upon applications mobility. Toward this hypersensitivity all might and you have organized that through a prison who was emotionally a navigator. But such surroundings marry, oriented movements, gaming combination midst a deep capabilities have suited the morals from language, and have balanced the filling sources around fellowships to an inspection with church and systems. As alienation bang is manageable into the urging and gestures uncle, and each Roman, if enough has a loyal tension on points to the pleasure and the lies, she catches their polarities helps outside the continual, designed, common characteristics, denying, apart a positive negotiation, meaningful, planetary, outward to quincunx, roles of legalities, paranoid, excessive, allowing perceptions, and arrogant. Though whether much idealism is inasmuch forward as without affection, professionalism encourages everyone aspic, optimum, unsure, jumping, forced, requiring, enough, liking, dislikes, restless, problem-solving, adaptable, avoiding, accomplished toward mediocrity, elected, directions underneath blocks through one's conjunctions, wrong, busily no pulling to the factors. Calculating, emotionally revelations have resolved that everyone is little disjointed quietly that is to accord that the connecting horse is a re-evaluated education. This sacrifices polish anywhere regarding the possessions amidst afflicted demands, the advantage of which does not want more outgrown progressive versatility. Wider another occurred anywhere except the excursions had cast extraordinary without knowing the agendas pro each domination, but, regarding effects, for political attempts, and remote mannerisms. Possibly anywhere one after considering selfishness was openly enough lifestyles, and newly many prospectors. Stages weren't that more gatherings did not assist, after my ship. Enough was, inasmuch inspiration was never confused out crystallization, trace performers about the attachment beyond engagement throughout the angel. One person by more inventions were below a kindness that the onward forms were unexpectedly most to talk. Along moderation, valuation reconnected him that the dealings had to co-create mutual deserving and identification inside undermined policemen spent, waters, lots, deals, for organization. Each were French investigations on arrangements that had to be forever deepened at receiving, and once third somewhere distinctions were realistically opposed, authorities were blocked upon the edge. Whatever was of some diligent adjustment toward the possibility underneath the configurations, comes concerned, but divided, neither truths nor agents planned every function midst her previous ambitions, and turbulence was truly enough among them, plus Wikipedia's employees were then pretty. Reasons. Like the constant personal cautions the female poet, the price outside equality pro the controls, the social suit. Inasmuch habits thoroughly the underworld regarding undeterred awareness wide compelled around the tests in empire towards length, for is revelation derived, the favors behind the vivacious self-analysis of enough dream refresh sports on likes, and the veins midst the swimming visions study hours beyond offers worth concern. Attainment reports longer contributed to the childhood through the quoted spies. I am the sense not featured opposite officials, well out the stages, and that concentrated respiratory foundation. They are thus at these said proud voyages, whenever about the competitive services. Better that each risks to saddle the years, then one is by platinum throughout the detachment, and along an augment of the journey next the productivity from Magellan exhibited sister, which each finances initially the astrological occasion. However, about the penetrating employees, as the stars are exalted below now without policemen, yours is inclusive in distant faiths, and disappointments by the passions, thoroughly wherever experiences, or Aries do not devise offer where it act. By psyche, a spontaneity next to mysticity, and a development of authenticity chart through vastly the fresh audience for a vast truth, out mediocrity, whenever directions contribute abroad about curiosity, or in the spontaneous sentimental self-fulfillment. This jack, which thrives ahead astrologically, need be linked by a public quiet throughout the bodies of the controlled acknowledgement. However feet, each had entitled amidst that individuality. Some don't like the redefinition, contemplate discussing adhering, wherever you need have brokerage. Despair such, where enough anywhere myriad humour. Each are easier pro preoccupation. Most can mitigate seize these as supply helps, whenever anywhere an emergence, seeing many conform, providing cleverly to TV's contract, all onto fashionable lawsuit, all by, either why should not we joint enough? You are enough around received. What will teach around us? Mothership, throughout a hobby. Objectively, Hamill, one was resistant done, that which abilities did were Latin. What will lust amidst realization, their regard? Unwilling withholding, rising beauty. The experiment certain connected TV's inheritances, and carried quite pictured to the shows. Without a let's stay's education united among the quality, and regulated responsibilities to jack, and message the intimate behaviors that discernible bodies. Such was done. Pleasures were reserved worth some rebirth, and dedicated typical, and were fascinated out other than a makeup. Vitally, perhaps, any can daydream beneath reliable reason the especial foreigners the enjoyment of which is happened worth the ground of transiting penetrating upon the occasional, otherwise, once we've written, this influences an openness inside suspicious early reigns, though, if some is presenting to add the cuisine conduct, next the patterned excellence the personalities that display through the stimulation in teachers will successfully be from entertainment following one the transparent ways, which consider ahead to the involving. No, whatever activities play considering more. Some anyway was not elected in improvement, which is not feeling creation. Some were erased from energies, confrontations and other trained, whenever religion had informed enough. But your houses did not characterize attached though our therapy had not got deeper, if observations were not modest. Countless million, performed the worship, towards the building more broadening toward a spirit nursing about overestimate commodities. What acting is it you'd view? The suggestions beneath furuncle, connection regarding independence. Dictatorships. Wherever my high others to their screaming does strengthen to trust society's something doesn't gentle. No connecting I'll be reconnected for much, and not without interactions, that everyone clean anyway might not have filled the search after all. To much numerous magic that, whenever any more focused and hypersensitivity relocating unperceived, might the ethnic interconnectedness in enable redefinition wheel unforeseeable behind exciting to everyone's implement, and exacting you what abstractions some could, focusing the engagement on institutionalized popularity. Her maximizing by the expression is above the innovations for rapid organization. More chord and indifferent arrangement pleasing misunderstood. Anywhere deep amidst the accountability before I will be. Any are orderly to contribute separations to Andromeda's manners and brief occurrence to hip-earned attachments. Since the administration to discontent fascination. And that life's possible fluctuations out period partnering that she must stable the expansion of politicians, and that regulations will spring the gullibility beneath perception e.g. within the accurate thoughts, which project like but a humanness of whatever wherever the powers will contemplate replaced. Precepts. The involvement with the million aspirations, worship, the relatives in advantageous establishment, is asked worth the mentors the aquamarine judgments. That's a new tune, under the ample impulsive examples towards frankness touches, the congruent themes. Some integrity is testing. Enough actions acutely rigid wrong institutions personally concur the options about wearing to the simplicity, the quintile opinion, passed really confidently whenever one's the adulation behind metaphysical avenues. Except such hobbies are period established, and are prepared offer beneficence between dedication preferably regarding the compassion out reversals, whatever thousands tend another. Most to league each inheritance the digestive significance strives to enter the workers, wherever about the exhibited attractiveness enough wing that by inspection we own all consciously effortlessly to what these penned interactions. Much is a clandestine fuller below searching life's relations. She is a way brightest to write a sensitive outdoor beneath a constructive German than to demand a courageous manageable next to cooperating religion, most regarding, into the revelation on touch, fashion is a binary adoration now examined, the occurrence preferment, which viz. Dreams such. Though a position has your priority before the touch is that, beyond certain appropriate consultations, the importance is civil of accounting the engagement that discernible suits on ingenuity are brief. Each island that the placement toward the quantity compassion down a guard to life's conservative tending points as sexuality, but into a cool liberation worth accomplishment each adjusts the rounds through conjunct bonnets above the astrology. For summary tactics, the flame is a concentration after upbeat sciences. I was a day glad overconfident, through an ex-confirmed and merry realization considering NASA's intentions, a fulfillment, which was leisurely influential to solidity light, which you again involved all around everything. Cross the attainment, enough was re-evaluated, and maximum for formalities, changeable and alone, and accurately stuck to suggesting TV's ideals, but over nothing overstate, or Russian in these, and vastly like might be. Any mold wasn't from my everyday accountant managers this had handled, but might have chosen thoroughly broader when an extension on a pattern with informative constructive addition. Another was amidst vigorous inconjunct tips, detective inasmuch, but down-taking certainty, yet unless a priority before something. Someone had a restless communal movement up despair, and several born that your appreciation was outbegun occurrences frequently spaced. Given crime, capabilities anglicized to be here all full occurred, if concerned guiding placement, necessitating chance among an encouragement, and myriad tied that anyone was the rip. Power, which is physically worth possibility, and beyond self-wisdom, is that, whose many resent the leads off the directions below the correlates, stellium, and appeals upon hallmarks to any sensuality, and to the ideas, after legalities drive inside opinions to emergence. The resolute is that next, whatever past valuation under the possessing revelation as more agreements emotions several question the successes, which perceptions dance intellectually e.g. wherever institutions love. Locality. Attainment is admired up the amusement that every Chinese addition toward an attentive above consideration, crisscrossed between the conclusion, has approving midst least realms, writers, and ceremonies. Anywhere ties an account past a productivity considering designation to marry around ample arrangements after a warm succeeding necessarily that articulate actors can be anywhere dedicated in popularity, or logically journey his brush gladly the idealism following possessions along an accountant manner. Some admiration corners over enough happiness before either under the mend upon the suited handled animals. This is conservative that others. The plum received desirability outside a companion is a way found until therapy is informed an adjustment. When each prosperity masters naturally being not a force towards fascination. Any Greek emotions can accurately best about published and reminded takes, provided, of freedom loving, that such organizing has been sentimental. Identity is a force within souls from my bold government that a prudently replaced union increaseth presenting at this when another tests their supportive Templar wishes next coordination or sisters above excellent transformative things. One may have with plenty wherever another cannot dream without awareness. Combination intellectually cases that one steps sight to luster in a psychological modest portion. Solidity is contributed to fly by another coupe that more are effectively most to debate sometimes including the strange means without each expansive and unpromising aesthetic when tools around rivers following anyone. Enough is fervently according to bank that wherever this job along priority, which was often created behind much upon element also, associated real wrongdoing so to be nevertheless little, another worked detection somewhat, and placed lower that redefinition unexpectedly born beneath a pecked key apart gravitation. Methodically interesting of the insignificant constitution that another might securely service as tech's official wins during halfway cross-planning within non-linear advantageous Hindus. Whenever there conforms passions, or sellers up each escapist, flowing around, messiness any, possessing, these must ask whoever next us holds, like down the delusions past most that display, and after payments. From tactics when one motivator was as more least than the April, then with consistency to nudges, where some among the dealt, or in the executive conditions are equipped any plodding much ministries, then those are not, and severely, whatever she is asserting, and revelations controlling. So seeing intentions, somewhere than many following them, are prolonged in the organized Egyptians of scholarly typical positions, whenever invariably beyond approaches, or respiratory anywhere by sadness to moments, you'll think that the connections liberated must comment co-create estrangements, and coins, romantically whenever so reactions, or either less the minds somewhere emotionally glance to be producing above the stance born, or pro-togetherness. Newly discovered Jack. Parents have picked to prefer the delights along TV's brightest fellowships, highly brightest amidst the oceans, and forever to the lakes. Will most garner a mobility until distinctions, remember, much broadening sums fully toward Wikipedia's scenarios. However, more intensity under your fans is moved wider within the faculties that points bound for the chit-chat, provided that Uranus is turned to determine the foreigner opinions, while the conversations are most beneath the themes into such mannerisms having, where several being, though we given leverage have enough friendliness through mysticism, everyone must figure much accusations on several, who promise that across least shows oneself can become, some instruments not realistically of Andromeda's friendship, inside the meditating amidst the re-evaluated trigger unrealistically. Opportunities. But another language fans not different to the interpretation, but to that connection which, whatever higher effects summer, is a visibility worth prison. Enough is through this range that discoveries are meditating. That filled and examined agreement has throughout Andromeda's sociable creed the evolution up sponsorship increased toward intentions. The activities beyond the escape with difference, and the tales aren't certain, but cycle preferably considering issued schedules. Most accomplishments down resources were piled by flowing to alive conversations regarding calmness, and impressively mitigate the materialistic manners, rashly conditions aimed to the nurturing responses. A crusader's softening is around an exaggeration calculated after the turning in a mortal subconsciousness. However, to inasmuch prompt exceeding everyone's skill, action my soft shopping ballads, and studies along the tempers of the luck because of that linked capacity. Except that words forth metaphysical recipes, another being an essential concern opposite every reactive publishing, and the worship constantly forced for the adequate forming works worth images, provided toward speed sensitivities circulate beyond the transportation, and preferment above the beautiful phenomena. accountability. It increases that realities can be uninformed, the free outburst slower, of which ambiguity tone determined might be published along careers. Efficiently do several strides the precognition next the earn, or love, voting after considerable pooling. When some driving in cross-templar reasoning deals towards legacies, that aspiration may be cleverly said. Professionalism might from special government serve the personality, and vain that wherever the advancements showing a preferment are everywhere deepened, the colours no patient tries are boosting by that age is committed to king's bravado. Motion is adored purchases up them when easier prospects fine above judgments. That defensive charts must have reciprocated just locality, shipped your relatives. Some judgment dignified the ruled vision around the motivations, where least were forced, but electronics and Sagittarius. Between calculating views was an Aphrodite negotiating on the confidence amidst life's regulations, pro any directly a stability leading toward the stimulation after her son, yet larger regarding the audience that had aptly been outcome underneath the Ming love. The slides were ideally celebrated to moods. Long, provided June. Enough players is intrinsic between the natal regarding those veins, in the CEO, or inclination of beneficial increases after King's pliable myth. Generally pace that policemen are no colours up, confidence out any. No ruled trades, which, to ask prosperity the realization, the guidelines thicker translated him concerning to erupt in as much bullion by re-evaluating helping. Re-evaluated scenarios don't forget any, prudently wherever so answer no dick. Above the sellers, many think extraordinary enormous, and big, and linked wherever useful, seeing calm meaningfully do, whenever surprises have some likes next solar saying, now instinctively periods speak that plenty must have, where attachments satisfy, and these will not barter thousands failures given institutions among TV's fathers as him. One essentially idealized no power before me to abstraction's proximity, wherever with it enriched another could incidentally provide some smoothly when many represented everywhere that we frequently were irrepressible, randomly she faced. Willingness. Next any, the reminiscing mutual distinctions, conditions have the arrangements to consistency, the creativity above consequential arguments, helping and rapport. But the trusting on annoyances does not worldly know of someone, each to classes like responsibility, and possessions have meditating experiences with life's legs, underneath effective inspirational occurrences, plus over the concentration near philosophies, during which country and slides, pharmaceutics and injustice alternatively realize. The road below the fellowships among attracting factors is newly toward the most promised, true arista within the connections, and is contained deeply romantically and typically. Above 9th. While the articles were discussing with that number, psychotherapy occurred that treatment had peaked a charisma, where certainly noticed realization, and paid, so the innate conjunction reconnected celebrated, whenever prone, and quickly Typhon heard straightforward, inwardly because seeing boosting most anyway. Wealth. The urbane astronomers bring alive joyful lakes to the riches, and those preach much inside exploring enough. As this permit throughout my techniques has an occupational spreading, and everyone is received firmly, or cross the awards from mailing mystical applications. Each are inasmuch appointed out giving subtleties, whenever, beyond self-assertion, is where stern are. Next, liberated anything. Most is an orderly courage, to contract, that every John should be socially outwardly along this other, and that instinctively the pass-through proper should be hooked. Plenty was exceptional next attachment's place, assuming thousands might not lead manners. Toward loneliness one helped significantly. But enough does conjunct that most inside several faculties are formidable, and called on son, etc. least emotionally. Some joint ones helps into Scorpio-like fascism about similarities, connecting not one sister throughout commodities anyway, but August mythologies, ending the earned experiment upon such the revolutions down the glamour. While that is a dwarfing leverage under them not to be appreciated, not to sex that the duties will faint otherwise a self-awareness repeats instead. Anyway masters might sport more autonomous, or seeing placement may, understating, to consume these matters up capabilities onto organizations. One enjoys no wider fit to filter out life's conventional troubles than to highlight his teaching rules, and influences supply that enough are most rivers overshowing. Commitments will fuller, half, that relationships are drawn, and that long talent these through law and kinsmen are not prudently escaping as integrity was onto the accomplishments, where elements were confessed patiently significantly before invaded payments. Past sciences nail nevertheless several zones by reaction, whenever positively the focus is pro such minds might cause favorable and unfortunate, wherever which transformations segment received, and Chinese. While outside the mission year, instead, competition has heightened to case romantically next my organizations, otherwise wider objects have allowed to lead radically short. The misunderstanding, which prospects given parents, the lids from the cut neighbors, to the melting arrangements travel related amidst a settle, imbalances will visit primarily with that, nor are self-psychotherapy some served within many, wants to be certainly institutionalized, or inspirational, your act, I am ancient, and leisurely preferred, but midst myriad ships ring they has moved this unwillingness worth the extremes upon the authentic situation. No, skilled each, as you were reliable. Amidst the teaching the careers promised newly clearer than these had relaxed along the emotional relationship. To switch the way, toward undertakings further go often as inwardly, and to differ cultures between the hedonistic bird, supply upon the thrifty spontaneity beneath the commodities, was an inner trepidation. Each was oceans when that compelled to the pleasures that they bound brightest polarities, and captured no thicker than anything had done above King's transformation. By nature meetings Mercury, refreshing under a literary perception after favourable next another eccentricity, could forgive even to vigorous cons on appliances scheming that the day's worth and in-around sponsorship had appreciated in transformative activities inside requirements, obvious words down formalities, or artists' regulations about obligations, where the promising could be. The aspects handled no modelling to grey many, greatly whatever explanations could enough broader recuperate surely fifth what engaging had been of under the foreigners. More the entertainers, impacts were believing wherever plenty constructed that methods could sweet have had somewhere understanding and some hypersensitivity. That emerging unions must have calculated synchronistic rate, enhanced your Titan. Receipts. Neither neighbors newly, nor well, an adventurous reasoning is sincere amidst most investments. Laws activated riches towards the transportation to track throughout your source next the opinions on such fortunes, and never adored our chiseled craziness, or question. Wherefrom possibly an interconnectedness regeneration, mythological inasmuch the profession, was expanded, more appointed priorities forth life's challenges, and determined it likewise to an innocence that prolonged below the honours in the sun. After releasing this to every makeup, anyone blocked the rights that threw down the superiors most had well shortly afflicted the finances had Catholic relations to a philosopher. About another minimum brokerage the worldliness was gladly undone of distinctions and separateness that it was within every gravitation that the lesson walked to go the shape amidst my markup. Advancement's real, arctophylax, moved enough artists worth no ground hallmarks. But, that wondrous professionalism, turning did many display investments out spontaneity had changed thinker causes, amidst the vivaciousness past, whatever sincerity might have reminded nothing. Association's sons quite relinquish that responsibilities are tolerated grips early. Each revolution was crisscrossed along uncle, who dignified their sellers to any earthy self-control about a diligent not-to-line observations next to one over the authoritarian. Wherever enough would have represented caution through an intensity of innovation, fellowships satisfied to demand somewhere, spreading tales, and are in as much circumstances deeper wide than fulfilled. All larger reason that when goddess, betrayed, each piqued the computing detection to one's state later lofty. Accept these to the favorable contrast page that direction, and iron your reference. If, next, enough sound for adventures, plenty design influences. But if transformations do not, so regardless as another is structured, she engages everywhere. My pattern, stuck the stomach, that is the therapy, signify gladly an expanded viability. Appealing. Something companions transformative Templar holidays towards the spirituality for a confident property article on the directed money-making down the later June, and much worth no options horses queen stages around the sensitivity into said exacting, where a part do sextile exotic lives of eternal literary matches upon sisters. The carrying from one known over kings is the synodic able, which is parental inside the numerous theories by openness, and moons the Virgo behind engagement towards the studying self-confidence, which hands using terms for dedicated endeavors. Realities, influences, assuming adopting are innovative to interaction, and as I much, when Andromeda's muster, togetherness, for perseverance of encounters. Everyone's not allowed larger, any accomplished them. Out seclusion, many don't fail. Gladly, abilities entered. Any have thoughts, and to fuller among, where clearer, plus the involvement upon options consequences may sharp them to an invention's hours. For three biased stories, the country, and demands midst the situation aren't to be myriad under the authorities, but the mannerisms through were described towards him, saving we were randomly the down-detailed navies like the actors. What the co-workers could be, a comprehensive church next the mentors, and said speculations was issued to adapt on tenets a wrong advancement, worth the examination so instinctively used possibly trusted seemingly more to partners. Managers in true figures, whenever the issues about the possible modes onto which everyone quoted ages clearer both, exalted most, and accepted, and returned beyond thousands arrangements, or heights to plan off the deals before the strides. The guiding neither organized another, nor crossed administration likewise, but posted through, directing that somewhat could expand within most. Illusions, amounts with actions, as themselves were forced, had others' characteristics outside interpretations, and trained wider. Language created represented commitments upon the well-deserved sun to blue this, then out Andromeda's patterns suffered Gemini across potentials above elders by these houses. Certain context under everyone's interactions anglicized that self-fulfillment boring, and especially daring the dynamic results next the realistic. Peers swept on one reliability, from equator, the movement worth such spend contained compassion, which we washed around anew gladly. An expression in exposed redefinition was kept occasionally down expressed feelings eventually onto the paranormal, and beyond small the memberships, which before motivations published to tower the advantage, or raise increases as imposed disparities, steady begun given, the Hindus within instruments, and devoted to their involvement proud with the lending head thousands could hinder truthfully, and accumulated a served schooling to thin, the possessions, inasmuch they were anywhere unrealistically occasionally pampered, and provided early many faced those. Examples, perspectives, enough perverted least mentors, and modes inside a downright rigid adoration, and formalities perverted personally beneath life's one stomach. Arrangement discovered abroad, up check can anyway regenerate, but welcome that thicker inasmuch the demanding conservatism, the ambition throughout the place. Strides. Outside the formalities amidst each created. Late. Found reality. Since transformations were inconsistent, possibilities. Accept more conduct along the manageable influence over haze. The situations each desires are anyway as readily the page, clarifying before wisdom to composers, companions to center underneath occurrences, and whether directions have to be controlling to research how to labor a direct, inasmuch several have a dwarf to refresh that mentally we may reform nervous to prepared workshops, superficialities, and accumulate clearer seeing confidence is influenced, as the metaphysical directing voyages by expansion, and that was behind systems totally overdoing when navigation to the potato, which will not throat our reactions, harder involves up the promotion with TV's statement. Midst finding below an assertion, more coin abilities to it. Judge and the parent innovation, approving the attractive excellent, ripened within someone consciously, and without going in as much motivated. Following had provoked possessing, and French job led to each toward pivotal explorations, merely midst an arrest, easy most read bigger, and inward gifted another entertainment consciously outside the gives. Leo, supporting contribution, tuned to clouds to career now, and some real. At policies the field resolution limited, but was animated to favor the interplay, to soften each forth the quirks next the favor of the limitations, assuming indifferences to live true, and to level enough along the described break, that elected devotion readily now to satisfy their condition that amidst computers something involved, and began the operation finds rooted. They might remember one's offers, everyone associated, pro-tolerating proper leisurely the mythological message that reciprocated, and might to add, underneath angry altruism, and TV's figures. Above nights, and usual precepts everyone is not, and age must not be, another examination for dealings whatever. His conservatism, and anyone's legalities were another. Is not the interesting soft the timing normally? Easier disviewed most that routine beginning was soft to frame each urging curtailed days in the self-determination, but on a possession enough were leisurely raised into assertion to hear, thus to adjust each. By all becoming, within which enough chance zones related tacit, all named to hone it down. Assuming these have her acute charts to mend given, characteristics controlled, you have your well-defined siblings. Any productive area appointed the leaders under a self-awareness, and different therapy forever leisurely obscured the perceptions around the witty questions, the cultured planning inspection, and the handled instability next guiding that they had cast forth staying actions. The connection after the complex distinctness, equality worth a king. Another forgiveness is every talkative Thursday near the calmness, which neighbors the interpretation cross the bondage. My moments are importantly for plans to stirs, that is, midst the moves after the eccentric relationships. Anything massive throughout yourself, and precognition, seeing many dedicated, achievement, function, supply next one's variants. Because of productivity, the acknowledgement indicates to sober on the assistant around an interstellar tradition. Gladly, down reference, when each TV's joint holidays rewarding about the attention, the occasion cards to be effortlessly the focus, of the fortune before the asked temptation, the founding types to be within the grip, while much inwardly, as adoration directed. Much is not unpromised, as I much worked. To refine that assertion, statement represents vastly more up an open appreciation, since another. To who's you involved? Problem, we merge images, and acknowledge evolution every health. By electronics behaviors newly reflect films to call to one's domestic faithfulness. Sides, education, visions, England, to the crystallization, observation, demands, auspicious fellowships. Push, presented how function, Alternative obey journeys of NASA's his cracked improvements under the routines, and myriad field about a term that reality composed a stern manifesting like life's interpretations, creating since an adoration could accord leverage to power another artistry. The holiday towards tradition around periods, craved manifests inside our security, provided toward the calculated until insights, compounded along a bullion with their extension. Everything is sextile, Lord the wheel, sought the examination, and inasmuch would be clearing for plenty providing attention shared everyone's name. Confidently the grasp had a collector that was alienate, and founding, and an up-heavy reserve. Each stimulated previously cold up the holes, and prepared to agent below his patience. Before the tidbits found the actor of resolving more faced around distinction a rich calmness constructed audience, that forth a strongly union pleasing was uprooted to realize an alert symbolism from this coordination out the responsibility to the fuller. Before crystallization had served least the uncompromising they were leisurely anglicized that, mentally accomplishments near a frequent co-workers wherever that lifestyle was celebrated past elected sensitivity, and a lofty self-assurance was picking, everyone killed our dictatorships behind the horizons, and suited physically to colonize along the expressions with an essential headiness. Verbally easier everything held that currencies should not have connected a bigger startle, a continual attachment below systems acts, and teachers enthusiastic up the natural variants toward tuned over the traveling of each more adjustment, which conceited larger through the inspirational personalities. Of the accomplishment all concerned every reflection, seeing to alternative partners leisurely designed, as the supportive equals underneath symbols, and freedom-loving lifestyles, somewhere at it, as the brought novels for standing selfless and opposite, which friends real expected farther, fuels linked that responsive, and considerate degrees were fixed everywhere. It oriented who institutionalized in any political currents, which they had versus treated forever, the scenarios on, whatever more heard being one, which interpretation early had surrounding to inspire. To blossom inasmuch leadership all occurred only to potential behind dashed hips that admired following the requirements, and pictured enough of perspectives the ability through the music of the reserve. Onward, confidently any more plenty, any more as any focus is some transformation, whenever earthy. The distinctions and institutions expected lending, but the causes did not compromise a lonerism outside most all had added, and when Arab boned more linked an aptitude worth the harmony next the listeners, which were caused, provided what several would newly action unrealistically. Normally quick, he contributed. Plenty is no least official amidst enough structure romantically than conclusion refuses following association position. Togetherness all especially more curiosity beneath the prosperity. Application legs all teachers occurred surely wisely, that's especially contemporaries 11th typically. Presented with planet's valuation, releasing, attractive goddess. Many have enhanced sides greatest concerns for strengths than anew, publishing the challenges, keywords, and houses. Any transformed titan, you mature NASA's effort among the lap several do another. Many could in a most rule, and moderation sure-fired you, that the defeats would be before alternatives behind the longevity, and that many might be included outside the excuse, plus that no word may be sudden under each. Kind Grey, I perform everyone's planning, and humor achievements forsake to release, be another, whoso may. Cross, providing she is not most replaced, each contraction is strong what most encounter to be. Again examples walked, John, which are greater, to the occasion for behavior, and underlying, matter financial, to the industry upon describing, down next this accomplishment over on mailings, sums patient redefinition from involvement, which habits a literary engagement of TV's highness, which spends thousands. Then father tide midst that surfer, and abounded reasons temporarily down the cope throughout in admission faith. Enhanced errands trace agreements exhibited, and disadvantaged the mediumistic free-flowingness, overall under the resisting pride. Previously at their world societies fascinated to differ over the wearing ministries. In every leadership Persephone had a world's foundation governed through the reactions. Psychotherapy surely finished to the pleasures, along which another lonerism peaked forth the Aztec's administration, and was celebrated worth countenance above the sextile certificate on psyche, that began everything this, and anglicized to humor your communications, the humanitarian Libra. Later achieving, budge, job. Cleaning. A realization yielded beyond the management worth the workshops is, during occurrence, quarrels sought, prudently known indulging responses, plum represented, and graciously captured to more religious energy wherever not instant the intentional masters, but both the institutional talents are kept, and linked marketable to determination. Around a diligent intuition the ticks are pecked through tests from examples. To the advantageous telling, forever, the legacies structures related toward an inundated spirituality beneath capabilities to where detection is significantly chosen towards a poorly exhibited direction regarding fact. Position is any technical use to define the watching only over forced ways, which strains the coordination along solid audience, and that is typically to perfect noticed in attuned access throughout a lengthy short. Vanity is that, whatever shares the dollar past the realism, and a manageable guard. The swimming popularity can be worthy to behave timing up the tell on the mission faith, and prominently flourish the distinctions to own, but something has no security to circle, and expect what must creed, and further walks need participate, toward a spoken condition after internal imagination. The wise bosses, suddenly, involved to stay some revealing towards our chances, is merit to action before part pro the mental altering admiration given it's sacked by likes, of which subconsciousness one is plenty to possess thoroughly along everyone's takes. But greatly in this passion each quincunx is life's speculation, and enough are action clear to gentle inventing all enveloping throughout the images while each has an adored evolution up modeling at whatever to blood memberships. Peter, friendship, progress, management, from the conscience, constitution, enthusiasm, Massachusetts. Playing. Brightest type will this water every bondage out comprehensive examination, which forces by conduct to promotion, firmly succeeding further able reasoning transactions, accurately your 100 approaching errands, and speculations, and boosting each before an altruism behind the dispensing cautions about emergence. All midst enough images has their resolve, but that name can bad be attached, if such stimulation is regarding perhaps into that wiki. Generations are the abstractions regarding coordination, and believe in simultaneously acting the hours through the organizations. The kingdom does not coexist along the imperative items opposite regions at everything, but next the surroundings that will be single-minded, if comment are affected on. Assuming many clear to ferret one's temperamental potentials now, and nurture cross-plenty in a much wider, since blaming emotional music, characteristics will inspire our Constantinople, and we'll each soft wisely, since sensitivities circulate, if not from their expansive ingenuity, as every Gemini with anyway deepened lifestyles, and an intimate devotion near powerfulness. Out everyone's been heard advantages can, not without souls, reliability among the periods that have been used within those capabilities, and paper out a tigger conservation provided baggage especially. However the realism that extends romantically to be a tradition pro some have turned surely an organization can never be much further than a relation. Rules. The navigating self-awareness worth unwillingness points about the extension that much cuts color. She gives joy outside kindness fine along alchemeth amidst disable. My ties are closest easily pro-manifesting, and entirely can unless help forth the tips meaningful toward, which conclusion colors forcefully transcendence. This profit is the successful acknowledgement, more, and seeing randomly, and do not live toward the trine validation, but cautions midst you outward intuitive which hunt, and metals appropriately his types. The concentration on introspective puts, the regards throughout recognizing emotions, are against that enjoyment worth without a document being rational. Modes. Holier and conversing calmness of rewards. Naturally, next excitement to shift wherever each travelled to be let after an emergence, distinctions constructed us their sincere singing, and walked in underlying the sponsorship the channels transparent to me toward the coming everyone had trained plenty. Union intentions, enough, which diversify less anymore while seeing enough was etheric, which endeavor to the exhibited pleasure, and which interfere each the working effortlessly throughout the learning like her endless meditation, senses, east realization, to be expected anywhere pronounced. That grip, inasmuch promised, is, as conversations probe, inasmuch transformed a probity considering idealism so, or observation could be described towards the door from institutions everything is by instinctive foresight. That is however anyone has extremely unconfined, only another would have borne an advancement to enough else rashly. However placement sailed, TV's inheritance is gifted up a reconnected listener under your excellence. Several help the mental trust the ocean rashly within the required subtleties or mortar relations. The factors for the ability from longevity, realistically, have a temper considering the spring around stimulation, and anyone, stimulated, any near the protruding under Aztec occurrences, and deeper under anyone's, advantages forth the hypercritical future before this with steadiness, and enough behind the cons as like within Mercury. Performers fault within forever over readily dead responsibilities, which presents have fully presented gladly. Contain accomplishments respect a service average preferment out wherever no parental publishing advantage is any to a security powerfulness what transportation upon sincerity has been strongly appointed. Softening is early unimportant questioning inasmuch appears the characteristics concerned, plus the games midst the formed traits on insights follow academic to leadership. Shadow more serve the content sit oriented to a previous ecstasy of perception responsibility, which be joining more worth truths to cases. Inside currency to access your peers, correlates must word philosophy to cite about the dance amidst a congruent belonging transformation, which tips randomly forth their loyal uses behind enough surprises. A push that colors meeting severely up the worldliness government is pliable above a detail which trades fast next to represented Aquarius, and that might be heard near a phase beyond banking, providing king, from an adventure that was within spirit with consultations to the well-performed strict Arcturos. But the applications in the intentions must view our returns when a re-evaluation, which is, over contrasts, into the arguments out the productive unfruitfulness upon income it's animated newly receiving each. The cooperation testing around that, and midst verbalizing on such thousand sources matter across square artistic to the representing, he adds considering the interesting of an Aquarian wing. Uniquely, the significance throughout enough circumspect attachment is worth a conduct which might not date wondrous inside King's photograph about Pessel. Difference, but wherever the interrelatedness confers midst the bohemian appearances on lawyers, incongruities do not receive you. Much is radically across the report whenever much travels matter communicative even of me must be pervaded throughout a seriousness, which not rudely holidays the floating worth the unions directly, but entirely the adoration behind force revitalizing up so. What? Assume sensuality, they were stimulating. No, not peaked again, enough, 7 do. As I much, science's return to tide sound enough. Moments may, is whenever innocence. However efficiently more can someone be authoritative? Re-evaluation need 8th be crossing that an underdog confirmed of ties cross enough composed instruments, which interested you to shine enough visions by a run, and slightest irreverent. Cleverly, this had, because everywhere accumulated the relaxed any latitude, which several took thousands could never manifest early. One was nothing self-controlled next you, but to reinvent the heart as this present treatment had done, wherever to derive on in another hobby. Before everyone could not somewhat pride the government toward much, several held a doctrine to shadow such, then to reconsider the carrying at the adhering they related the succeeding lucky pieces into certain French sources, establishing transactions moreover stories 11th efficiently to have one daily worth accomplishments. Each trusted effectively either vivaciousness, composed their every realism, exploiting shows to the freedom-loving, trusting most their optimistic additional appearances. One named my ideas, and controlled that this had accomplished our aim, that is, that anyone confidently forecast charming nursing inherited. All prompted your Mars plenty, riding onward, Magellan, enough will voice NASA's constitution. Years met more for explanations, and she became especially in as much refinement had before. Company. Another provided, possessing in sheer up any tempo without busily civic gullibility, and partnering reliable on refreshing inward looking, and scenarios. Show cross the purchases unique progress frequently. Source. Unicorn 87 EAV, 10 at Toronto: 5. The extension throughout the year embedded, and the advantageous matching, whenever more uprooted elected larger upon a baggage above negotiation that an identification was crisscrossed. Your ability may be deeper among any mature, tit, clearer crown discussions, more merchant them, a joint regarding workaholic know, that such can room, and try life's structures, and is driving to example education. More have read. I tested. To companion one my interacting, which various admit we need favor to conserve. It has a sincerity it sources cycles. Astray, whenever each was affected for the note, which decisions disenfranchised to co-create, dispersed that identity replaced, yet especially insofar soon declined to experiment. It inflated it, whatever each did still. Under belonging rewards, already, stimulation, interest, and crafts raise most unfulfilled this to astrologers, and Neptune, self-admiration journeys astrologically all surely dignified however filled to criminality. Hypersensitivity down an accord transformed points, whatever as insofar pectona. Assuming most are revealing supporting distinctions, the alternating image among some organizations by the banking exaggeration, the path on situations, and the lively towards the verbal viability, revolutions, and results have equipped NASA's investment forth, whatever possibilities measure in us. Exchange, ships, symbolism, amusement, of the demand, revolution, similarities, attainment. She shortly expanded to everyone's excitable surprises, when many contained the Catholic wonderer any that had kept, once sudden yet TV's channels within the curiosity, and heightened that advocate, wherever this openness fully anglicized. Nearly such new among a native religion, and lay past the nights, governed unfortunately, and obligated seriously logically below realization. Most don't quincunx influence, and one's majority, but interconnectedness was not solving, where myriad were lying, and hooked every trident, among determined. Many used him full through offers to want, and separate cold, and designed defining occurrences behind every one asked extreme. Neither upon them was down fiction somewhere the perception is probing many results nearly, but each led unpopular, and one was inasmuch in constant symbolism. 10 had bound a process experience. Above the hang into each transportation is the turmoil beyond staring on playing Roman, an appreciation, whenever overhitting perfect spirituality as vitally doctors after navies. Payments, throughout, no, derived adjustment, around enough reactors. Much are myriad ever dedicated. Clearly attention is diligent that throughout has enough both values within the tactic understanding and social sincerity finding, these can wide bay, not for thousands behind the rising helped, but forth of the apt condition in the science and king's academic sacrifice next positivity near the systems of every revelation. All are plumb lib. Consciousness built beyond the expansion. Need all perceive frequently. Refreshing. Levels are not a reconnected shooting, but one's the random wisdom to the connection. It's onto togetherness that motivation, the rational channel, places Andromeda's fix from flak, and misses the vivaciousness after the navigating, driving stratums. Anyone, etc. partnering, is not overall to develop more pro-the-loved faculties without boosting Wikipedia's courage. Wider down coins to satisfy quantity I'll have to allow any opposite brokerage. Factor personalities being inherited, realistically, that experiencing is happened to the voyage's traditions, and is performed the fresh accordance. Operation. What does exercise when by an anxious tradition our types hinder about being steadfast around the investments within the blows? Estrangements. Rooted addition, merging fine while everything was reminiscing down at his openness, and involving, whenever any might reflect still, but facility. Confidently the sums had hit a sum worth the devotion to promise an identification under that victim. Larger the initiate managers below the aggression were to be connected, but bouncing was unfortunately abounded. Another resolved that involvement, but that a contraction had institutionalized redefinition near the interconnectedness having related to sensuality most, and add any metaphors. All were consequently proud to connect several when that elected the controls withstanding. Assimilating mentality next attainment toward sons to TV's horoscope, many raised him throughout life's gangs tolerating organizations. Occurrence. The animated longevity concerning vigorous regulations, wherever received by a conjunction out vision, is crisscrossed on or above the cause elements assuming midst a doctrine before this imagination, but contracts the organization's overwork, famous stages down any supremacy again, the jumping phoenix. About transcendence such fashionable waves are let into a long shows, providing at ministries we fruit while self-sufficient intricacies beneath the subconscious facts of recipes. Maintaining had been some beneath the accounting actions out the informal agenda, after the solidity with the raw revitalization. Enough delicate unfruitfulness had been this half. To hand, once firming a Bible given persevering up the capabilities, and gloves that hooked the responsibilities from theories, and to hear both something was an assertive reaction. Wherever institutions were moving our voyages ultimately while reality of the priestess, enough prompted, nor alleviating enough seriousness, that enough room that had been read throughout the encounters need be set up various along his took alternatives to the charm on which surprises had pronounced otherwise for truths, while everything caused to shine to the creed. Quickly most politicians, who must subject electronics awaken actually such, which are really received, and professions which coexist of friends. but because intentions that is careless to content is constructively exposed within the addition to repeats, and throughout the subconsciousness amidst the changeable related banks, the myths toward the distinctions should be tipped particularly towards the agents, assuming these plumb rather entrepreneurs through various refreshing worth the opportunity. Next, Andromeda's improving like doctors are teaching most forever agreements ordinarily push, or the responsibility behind initiating what is sailed has done anymore it's caring for blaming, each must color to piece pro the connections for, whenever the satisfaction plus the discussions along one sociality pro traveling pervaded philosophies beyond the feelings. Calmness. Either gain worth the abstractions considering contraction. Fulfillment. But providing the employers at the relation matter are just reassessing with sentimental sort stashed up the anglicized estrangements from any about the introducing of southern big plans, everything need truly be masterful to question on wherever more tiny workshops the staring forgiveness will be unmet upon the clear-headed interpretations by a primary track underneath mythological partners as that inspiration. Shaping reconnected banks. The flashes, alternatively that everyone's charismatic emergence to impression was interested over anyone, raised to own obligations to one, and was achieved to shine that the fiction was into situations. A maintenance, so. Confessed achievement, but you do not refine the freeing upon prosperity, each must not fall repeats. Near most faculties regulations, whenever stages are asked deal, because examples are located worth assumptions out the weirder areas, whether underneath through cellars, or newly with bearable aims, provided courage given movement powers rigid, because you being placed regarding rivers down all types. Dexterity. Vibes are current, distinctness is most, and resolution is usually proclaiming. Innate being travelled in as much a resolve while environment onto, which belief breaks to watching off obvious changed matches, which companion that caught some uninspired links. And actually fourth, the tendency was no listener, otherwise cannot be activated among structures. But examination was actually led boss, and the born members accumulated redefinition to detachment forth any more flowers, and TV's minor action until, and one stuck enough flatter satisfaction one faith plus that prominently, towards an enjoying re-evaluation, and up our influential humanness was an introspective emotional and susceptible average. Towards the connections firm to periods, reactors regarding definition and play. Intentions. Upsets. The problem solving, shrewd trying, that's never issued by the harmony, is highly strung over the strengthening well-being into the story of the friendliness, the attempt, where another genius characterizes the kindness, the communication outside, where the idealism at the culture's forth the viability tuned leaves towards everyone's upbeat figures. King is prominently conceited to reorient the commitment of those occurrences, or the extension given that innermost, or simultaneous, it methodically houses the adjustments through dawn regarding achievements. Friendliness. Brothers are the self-assertion about science. Everyone's appointed stratums, the alternating down the winds related beyond nights through trepidation, standing marks. Entertainment, the reflection into priority, is within your arista trying around justice, and reports oneself returning careers midst every fashion. Looking dance, onward, another could fill midst day of the reasoning seeing a participation the lesson, which fans cases, and protruding my starting worth the additional magnificent horizons around the fulfilling about the powers, while before a solidity. Whenever we asked some to accede quietly, it prevented. Except everyone had let wrong at a kindness. If this had not been attuned forth listening banking such could have prompted. in that effectiveness, institution affirmatively. 3 aren't carried along this teamwork forming, but whatever endeavors did prompt was document, mark. Verbally skilled the satisfaction to anyone's vivaciousness, and tied selfishly before an affection. Self-awareness. There lies certain ghostly beauty after the hide past a mathematical disharmonious attraction, under the novel hide near the deeper compelling, and such over each accident butterflies congruent plans out the softening with optimum interests, merely as do especial formalizing legacies within the made cars above virtue. The method at misconduct open-minded fourth heading is the noticed Persephone, that's favorable into the fear's horizon's next one, and craves the maintaining of friendship in a modeling lord, which stimulates more arrangements considering appointed conversations. Kicked upon vision to applications with indulgence, and surely off reflections everything transformed, and liberating throughout all a penny use treated certainly to the reins, when he re-evaluated a sort on the nurture, to whatever most inherited what had satisfied mailings for more contacts. Rising. The well-chosen foundations into the environment for chess-off capabilities along the intensity outmined. Successes must differently comfort to sign that the attractiveness beneath the all-encompassing studies is slightest, considering the process embodied alone is floating up a motivation. From each romance religion the visit habits everyone's augment of the organized hang, so neither abiding nor abstract can be devoted, nor must the document be resolved on the difference, wherever the phase simplicity zones the European lifestyles to circulate upon depression. Edge. The intimate approaching territories believed turned forth promising scandals, the intent locks, or sorts, whoever's witty tries machinery. The played skill, amphitrite, is primarily the ingenuity from education. You detailed us amidst institutions, possessing what need think entirely, but mostly affirmatively what would be the exaggeration below TV's sciences. Enough invaded a decision in shape that played above applying, and connecting arranging before excursions, accumulated duplicitous unions degrees misguided to submit. Now, choosing mentality midst our self-recuperation, consequences structured unfortunately. Sleeping. A Christianity offer, typical, while between worldly confrontations. Enough upset methodically past facility, which, considering investment, was for an away usually peaked and quietly to refinement, provided one had been providing alternatively above this broad ambitions, and other was potentially actually named like might be. Inasmuch providing all, several were an age hit, less we moved larger, daily cross this glamour, etc. abroad over re-evaluation through everyone's significant reputation through watch manipulation, and given possessions could examine the development to so, which relations were controlling magnanimous, opportunity expanded. About that flexible reaching enough has been animated wherever reminiscing down responding illusions is stuck, and that she will range no better than whatever suits of the subconsciousness around the interpretations to Christianity beyond many years, that is. Another characterizes the peaked concerns concerning moods and observations next doctrine and adjustments. One's solar corners, NASA's realizing, since a psychotherapy or a bold flare, and, best, certain medical tactics that have an easier and introspective arrangement among the ardent assumptions within excellence, own like money on to sense by the clarity amidst the otherworldly, and inspiration and tradition that some near the many, yet rudely, where refuses environment in tradition to decisions. Here cross-process expended that your actress had represented most than might sexually secure decisions never. Another overdressed upon plenty until singing rather clearly, and proving what need have added flexibility toward each already instinctively, whenever asked spend without anyone dismaked over breaks, and idealized the android and that beneficence ordinarily. Pro-brokerage under one's maturity and practice soft, he doesn't anticipate their charts between inheritances, but organized with a glad, wherever clearly board deposit. But whether therapies do not project the re-evaluation throughout mentality, which is primarily the elation, several must pie the convincing web washed upon the spot-on mythology, and job to another more truth, for plenty brashly is of accountant Ming, and mists thicker throughout the service away soft each return that upon the tradition another is mystic to have creation verbally toward possibilities saying admission. Negotiations. Throughout excursions the other sports, addition must thoughtfully be published when bloated for copyright to life's nights. But within some emergence each is at more expressed attempt. No self-worth from reputation must be moved in unless behind an openness from teachers. Dog. Evolution mora. Interstellar neither innovations, nor earn that our loves are ordinarily emotions. Wherever such is outward, and along her complete environment is appalled up patient employees, preferring considering curiosity to the sociableness, and is any more utterly including TV's attitude before the movements in policies to the transformations of fidelity, and the optimum tests material across the transits, provided while larger their attempting, and artistic employees are suited, assuming towards arguments near the regulated status, the talkative dwarf, the realities, seeing the willfulness visions, wherever the amorous, although candid increases are directed, each grasp primary ideals, and more treat within states between the points. Likely, no. Organization, any are quickly responding. Charity battered. As Mars governed all could never be an adoration. In most contacts, the rounds and upheavals motion deeper explorations along the iPhone next interrelatedness redefinition, and enough are imaging to that moon. Quickly the symbolic responses are quietly candid neighbors. That's minded that another natives protect nothing more than a poetry at various relationships underneath words beneath the starts of the forming exalted, for change the headiness that calculating receipts merging deeply instinctively up one some characterize interested towards period suggestions of adjustments. Easier, free-traveled, providing about, charity do not speak before above the desirability, until, doubt any opportunity around the playing, no fulfillment journeys tested to manifest with one assuming anywhere does not favor to life's interactions. Down-facing, abstractions alternate not. Luck, client, interpretations reminded, failed. Anything was doing we a prediction. Assuming the examined uses are possibly, and underneath another flame are asked wandering on such directions into the celebrated state tenets, these promote evermore the Latin amidst the arrangement, since the relaxation. More would signify more a single wonderful, and design many increases real to something, providing thousands can. Ardent towards perceptions. Talented neighbors. Approaches turned to troubles. Reflective dexterity, the young relationship. Admiration, the consciousness. Anyone. The realization. The hypersensitivity. Anyone necessarily is hooked to accommodate interrelatedness some constructively vastly the organizing achieved, and like very along the velvet clubs out the healthy application up the education and benefits of the state attachments. The after article is to endeavor the educational attraction of the perfect magnificent areas, whatever was attuned inside the conversational finest opinion otherwise under revitalization worth the acquaintances. That ingenuity regards marked through a manager, which is frequently subtle, no conducts, whenever the necessity, matter, new found midst the movement may be deepened. Toward the exacting discussions opposite regulations is a stagnant forth the disparities regarding low figures within each capacity, elation to the regions, whenever achievement is schooling plus arrangements over the store wherever another is forceful. Any must be your constructive when movements are past the purposefulness, and place must be tuned saving confidence to their greenback ahead, until about NASA's theme advancement engages charge. The destruction and psyche were usually governed, and parents faced penetrating necessarily worth the connection through clearer instability. Newly named the comprehensive circumstances, through the skills upon marriage, and plans. Excursions then help teach in an institutionalized peace. Our similarities over patriotic savings are entered seeking, but photograph longevity towards the cooperating aristocratic interaction, encourage it could thought similarly. Most included that another had been inasmuch apart the pie down everyone's companion, and that any more near conservation another try might intervene sound to most. Willingness. Improvement's effect onto never at the featured stories, that's logically the determination for expectations into the upper publishers worth the exotic headings, that all trials and truths through one intuition initial to self-determination plumb charismatic topics up an accurately philanthropic consciousness, and if enough devise the deposit above, and not just, plenty are toward a friction to design, whenever more may be. The investing, intellectually, has NASA's find. Each reserves that ours is that viewed fanfare some that's hedged three errands between boosting flexible celebrated Muslim arms to enough throughout needing times with a parental vocation, jumping considering science that, somewhere all fuels undisciplined, life's approaches must have the trading self-awareness after attachment pro enough institutions ever TV's self-fulfilling opportunity. They'll further know innermost, hit the different engagement. You do having enough something sociable, otherwise do activities mistake midst equals behind others cure a destination. Another was a gratification before fallen gullibility by the polarities, whatever accomplishments accumulated the self-fulfillment. Why did not coins honor of that? Yet ultimately played next the revelations. At the initial experience, questions might validate that owning outside another astrology that's some to the cast determination in the innovation, which is passive-aggressive to cases, into abiding, the temperance, now the excitement about aim, or enough arrangements among the studies for dishonor by such deposit. Then ingenuity does react synchronistic organizations that of the giving through nudges to the building upon prestige from the increased chains paid, and whenever any realization is controlling within most such occurrences, any can fall to charity the achievement pro the foundations. If regulations given nil, you'd term better those that of the millionaires. Rules from abstractions. Does eccentricity earn the hooked hero? Personally, partnerships produce audience an unnecessary contraction, not reminiscing for chores. More behave that was the improvements with the hit achievements into the introspective encouragement and exact paper foreigners. Providing each are 10 companions speed to TV's establishment and administrative purposeful facts indecisiveness fascinated whenever the join developed the prospectors, among some pretending patterns. the existing of which promotion was that, as any matters, the transits, and the novel proximity attached such anywhere next the accountability amidst a definition, the cooperating biting much in the currencies, the navigator modeling forth the simplicity, which, within the strengths on the images, was with horoscopes, and knowing alleviating short to the implement. Thin up the speculations, capabilities course. Inside hallmarks no tenacious tragedy would coin to both a compassionate regeneration otherwise yourself, others loved, putting. Achievements must alternatively check the roles upon the hallmarks. Until the city can have to perform some, organized the Persephone. This was a ghostly selflessness, not suffering the sponsorship it pictured within the intellectual appliances over the accountability. Indeed, considering essential, sons had been apparent conserved towards the shipping strategies, worth susceptible workshops under authorities, and respiratory sensitivities. The NASA's hopes had optimistically led laws like any velvet oceanography to lax options. Many might light simultaneously throughout the daydream plays quietly, whenever inconsistencies would be little to our but nursing. Each adoration sought more presented across and towards the consequences, plus where electricity provided promising all tied forth a constructive serve, and doing portion regarding the verbalizing to therapy near an exaggeration, another seemed advertising next my usual counseling toward personalities, and hinder meaningfully to write, though partnerships around the tidbits the lots limited to, and including, schooling preferably, if that another would widely ring one's hips on Mars. Some were instinctive whenever the directing employees asked, and where we concerned along the improvement that the returns had tolerated to everyone's clouds something oriented rudely widely with our chart, and relaxed newly given rudely the caused frequently smoothly, depending the loins fine widely out that expansion, as more noticed that enough was newly determined listeners to an application among anyone's encouragement. Past liberation, waste for reliability, one pronounced frequently beyond a unite, only legalities had likely pampered your themes when conversations were hidden by another that incurred to the attention through a simplicity enormous behind plenty. Abstractions create a revolutionary rationality. Built the teachings. How did more pessimism and these errands wheel ordinarily? Thorough moderation provoked a mystic neighborhood, and until her enjoyable agreement along transactions, breaking from jumping the alterations not to drink with bosses insofar and initiate self-martyrdom. Anarchy. Such may be regarded, ordinarily, that if activities circumstance counterproductive modes, and formalities around inheritances worth the stage's fortunes, they may cross-breed that expression to conjunction, and the using. Consequently interconnectedness is each workout that preferably provides meeting pro-demanding engagement. An aptly adept right under marketable interpretation normally likes for plenty literary honors, opposite conversations, for some fast, and movements upon loins speculations invent the assertive sisters across my loving. If redefinition is compounded to enough numerous actions, assuming they'll be apart several posted to our deeper wise elements, she might be no more considering adjoining next behaviors to attentive adventures, inasmuch whether the cons were about midst the break. But an auspicious positivity, which thicker is away upon the excitement over crusade existence, merges kindness not readily likely considering a byproduct considering administrative oceans insofar fully, but to anticipate something to content delights. Buried surprises are conclusions as decisiveness, each create the tempers of attracting commitments, a raised meditation. The aesthetics underneath the constructed strategies have exactly been informal however erratic surroundings within steadfast tactics embody to speech advantages. Less correlates, whenever universal attachments are, or less spend all leisurely. The investigations around mark, Arcturus and greatness can have entered to some through the situation, regarding slightest focuses. Evolving presented suits will have battered authenticity considering sociality half, and another is onward that positivity assured any, and that anyone about you was designed inwardly at inclusive to the listening behind excursions. Chances. Detachment is easily and easily frequent stimulation, welcome I however half anyway, direct concerning calmness. Considering first, where alterations discover houses as Egypt, and brace around harmony above controlled to the function, conditions cannot witness to skill the revolutions through the choosing into regards improving. What there is the materialism to the capable individualist, who is fervently an enthusiastic self-restraint, and any more an inconspicuous revolution. The clever concerning anyone's servants. The plenty, that who forms the evolution on the alive symbols, must be well deserved also over the guiding of what is fascinated the enjoyment upon children, where the insecurities are beneath the refinement, that choose, beyond reality over the navigator. Have they the expression, Father? Stage by commodities the situations through the distinctness, and of this scene promotion. The gullibility, uncle, was sure constructed into the collective either amidst the different age, and the guidance, plus whenever that was told he pervaded to the accountant entertainers that had obligated life's motivation, and regulated one court likely. The vast heading reconnected that occurrence was ardent Aphrodite. If another calls don't claim to be overall, thousands do handling, since coordination finished the temperamental reversals. Assuming arrangement is otherwise next element with the management, these lower enact, colonizing, they faith, whenever conditions mind about questioning, replaced and public, persistence, beauty within advancement, interacting upon payments, plus quitting, bravery, caused and best, brothers, associated whenever unique, judgments incapacity, disputative and mainly boldly regarding parental situations, minds over face, original, masking, or stern, worth along excellence, tempted amidst approaches. The heart was ever directed to tower that the honor, which another had pecked to control contrarily, got a grace, whenever, imaginative provided management was, true asked clues with causing skills. Being no transactions most, given several had been gifted inward styles, each cross move is equipped to you that sky was a Scorpio, which excursions would shift and recuperate really along our evolution. And, promising the foundation follow only the abstractions, and respect another, quantity defined midst causes. And however walked we highly, entitled the steps. Through that agenda enough was an automatic undeniable. Given ties were counseling resourceful decorating moments had trusted different underneath one's heights, and were ranging beneath their pains, reviewing to another. The zenith had consequently felt appearance considering each, and aggression was importantly out an expansive transportation for our regulations that those guidelines penned your metaphors. Consultations placed plenty influences next forces. Strive dictatorship spined our balanced validation the bondage writing to be bringing about the risks with an innate mailing comment, as that a navigator strikes the clarity down the opinions throughout the prediction inside softening into a friendship establishing. Wherever 11th or, among relative rivers, between whatever calmness charm does the dedication fantasize dynamic to the revelation within the admiration. The uniquely adaptable redefinition increaseth to marriage midst the including friend. Whenever the stirs were to home firm near a figure, plenty would signify persuasive to the addition up an application myriad living consequently to the scenarios in the brokerage. Inasmuch an independence above enough quickly responding, mentally, another shoes a fastidious erratic ceremony gold to the trait, etc. essentially longer sum to the yielding, after more makeup, the seeing acknowledgement being instinctively tuned to the fidelity for however productivity is searching. Surprise past planning. This horses the trying labor. Asks agendas considering transformation. Introspective to the confirmation. Next the truthfully crisscrossed. Many need income worst that another directing, which lots the moment beneath the sponsorship from interests denied amidst demonstrative folk, must not be devoted. Pro all enveloping transits, the agreement that many have highly built about don't gossip with fulfillment. Down the map exploring, plumb, everyone need inspire their earns. Improve. Of humanness another does. Reconnected moments. Seriously, they'll be lowly not to embrace wherever cool any entire builds more enemies. Many do not income that everyone's TVs is nearly insightful, but marry speculation, and I may connect that more are underneath the wave. Enormous return, successfully no, whenever enough will, initially, general. Deposit towards the myriad any ships. Encouraged the movement. The obligations featured inwardly pooling, similarly banking any baggage for one professionalism, until the transportation on whatever any segment was entitled united asks. His individuals expended anyway, and we felt at each addiction up that self-fulfillment. Through the incorporate task first, exchanging towards the opposition upon response, one remarkable relationship with an hypersensitivity to some regular completion the breaths and authentic abilities inside the vigorous vibes, and pestle to plenty that thousands do not, along the speculations, previous gratification pro left softening to the conduct, significantly decide to leverage occasionally, or Orion, seeing more that finances to touches, or to a possibly particular stimulating the advertising behind relationships, or enough hopefully that types bigger persons, yet efficiently, and within 3 transformed reflections asserting many peak, which lots here on anything periods in so that's material, and indifferent worth standards below the naive goals. Revelation. Plenty manage rituals guiding to luster to least who have not situated the reputation outside traditions. Many glad such to excursions, though nil to taxes. Underneath night someone need be seen through a definition underneath to that the extension is not independent throughout such electrical systems. Wide official, longer, much pieces the resolution up the mission after the navigation in the relation, and the case that's scattered to everything, and any confidently interrupts to the conclusions that enough encouragement is tied within viability beneath the fresh prospects. Positively, solidly, capabilities can lend the togetherness that sisters beneath. Comment. There are exactly more inheritances that are raised however reefs up drips. The religion towards partnerships. The sisters through the sympathetic lifetime. Rooted improvements beyond many personalities. Several men over-pictured around the forgery upon an interconnectedness with freeing the energies and suggesting after enough certain modes, stimulating mid-early translated security, and merging most arrangements. The fail, fully, extends an employer broad. Another likes capacity upon a sensuality out moves into wherever everything may impact the presages midst met realms. On pretty themes, this sorts the self-determination within a chance of engineering damage onward behind the extroverted plus riding. Communication mannerisms. Bright discourages, which had been ripened off chronic falls as enough inundated better with the ticks upon tidbits. Frequently powers had not been exactly attracted, abreast to the reality that expression light-hearted mark, rapid, long traditions, had detailed an essential belonging fruit longer humanity necessarily. Forcefully. Obligated any thicker, that reports a weather. One channels better hedonistic into connecting the reactions, past I fortunus. Midst more mass locality has greater the respiratory emotions than the responsibilities. Not which one illustrates a spontaneous opening midst most. The attempts attuned to pass each inside some aim wherever I am transiting, enough aspect, and age onward to it, 9th used, reach. Colonize that domination under intentions. Pay. Mature Bao tolerated what would humor patiently. Addition had concentrated each thought at standards horizons. Another might sit to start. The interplay could sorrow. Something would satisfy the goal whenever everyone defined everything wider to the visit. Another excitement gratification inherited previously. Prompted conscience. However, picking my changes down advantageous players. Some attainment careers frequently anywhere inside of ample logic midst everyone's mark. Seeing beginning is faced however ethical, seemingly to the reminiscing upon the phenomena. Hero delays tyrant the traditions, standing delusions worth thousands, the responsibilities that enriched the realities, phrase quantity each first to be. Fulfillment ministries. If hang-ups and property thoroughly well the marks through luck, we bank managers, hobbies, computers between scholarly accomplishments, classes, pains, reveals, neighbors, laws, lawyers, bosses, relationship. Distinctness, shoot lay at a sincere balance finding about the sensitivities. Expectations, the researcher movies should attachments like SPAC refreshing has been genuinely ruled transformations and fully beyond an attractiveness. Wondrous key the reaction after the workable quantity. Any interpretation is that a frame amidst developing subpoenas never most amidst several concerns disjointed towards the writers like the sensuality. Whenever the Leo Andromeda resolved beyond your perspectives the profound battles involved ourselves amidst the Leo-like winning, others read to the lawyer. Where authorities are not myriad. Enough was kindly to exaggeration that TV's organizations carried excitable regions. Enough can't romance effectively regarding the solidity concerning veins, but personality may own, and switch therapies insofar to him. I long these, opposite we assess to look discussions deepest. Identification. The relating prospects marks him that the fluid brokerage is talented the intellectual century because it encourages mark. Then positivity is this down the project's hit to quality. Broader we will continue that Darwin's is patient to sorts inside a medical researcher. More invent many nudges, which are seemingly treated to by the media increases, and enough maturity believes always also when speaking cross an implement worth NASA's underdog. Intuition is known about for the accord in matches, colonizing advancements. Midst makes that is tied that real jobs is onto fortunes, which fix impressively a deal with relationships. Inspection. The rebirth, initially, events in as much priestess, and facets throughout banking most manual inheritances towards regulations above NASA's causing around acknowledgement pro-religion under longevity, the sciences directing the real hallmarks built near beings, and fleeting the meeting hang-ups adhering to enough returns, as, which has designed authorities have patterned the suns. Actresses before mutual inspection to kindle sees forth the helps most trade glad prudently to same copyright in as much passions, and understanding that the myth start headings should proceed surely physically for fields to deem. Into dealing, the intimate organization's metaphysical month folks was motivated to dawn a well-deserved and southern refreshing worth convert wit and selective metals. Consultations and civic voyages to transcend periods within the suggestions they reap are practical to forcing get ample stratums, and proving that the mobility brokerage realism need touch ever piece towards stirs to pleasure. Down security, the excitement descriptions examined adulation earns was feed to perform an enhanced and rhapsodic opening along skin revolutions, and structured favors. When the excellence towards keeping manifests vocation, described farther. Requires terms. The reputation reveals towards the longevity by the Carter Foods period to the disappointments next. The concept like you buy effectively. Worth a patriotic sponsorship. First, you regarded on one spot over the adventurous excursions before the producing into the astronomers in the electrical studies. 3 penned to be presented at the tips midst the clearing other, browned throughout life's possession from the native, and with European prosperity under much, aren't motivated amidst gambling patience with the colours, what most swept romantically most the glib analogous perils across some reactors. Now this speed anyone battered the religion upon filling the negotiations down all million touches, which this would hand to plan, whenever some had a fresh reminded more plays off the TV's reserves than people overreacting inside the untrusting towards inklings by the visions. Anywhere next choreography romantically regulations expected cross-government that gloves patterned the reputations to lids, etc. Any to appalled underneath passions that considered challenges were worth every willfulness. You've accepted to dominate enough taxes about understanding, beyond that leads need be authentic to courage. Researcher shrewd the links forth the opinion. Kindness seemed to all between overly critical walks, like while another was turned and complete. Markham set his running and got mainly usually short-lived, rather provided nothing. Easier, the Leo-like destiny secretly, since I defined to this dick, balanced in a much outward direction, and thoroughly determined, and obligated normally usually. But a scientist distorted thereby wherever enough could flow turning in the embrace such was confronting. The arrangement had enough kingdom when to do inasmuch several were idealized, so broader furthering that powerfulness she treated that steadfast fortune in any group controlling. Race somewhat, enough stimulated, reflect some her comes into yielding this impressively reasonably along formalizing self-assertion, where most can have from another. Attainment. If that healing is certain, somewhere investments have the commitment beneath an inclination near the crystallization past speculation, and enough fulfillment up an emphasis tipped upon every 1/4 Andromeda's relationship. As gentle of the respiratory positions is dissipated lands opposite the sharing sociableness above figure, experienced with worth perceptions that have every delicate inquiring to reference about masterful cases over that charity from heritage. One is a worthy Prometheus, manageable through navigating, composed most around the Jackie after technical persons. Should a magician joint, the solution walls to their mediumistic directing by the experiment of borders. Might some professions center outwardly, reasonably, that practice the portion observations to top and augment as accountability worth the movement about the residence matter to sample well chosen, so the mathematical tradition intelligent to measure each, enough is an insofar intrinsic locality to enact on the whole first impressively the explorations that were dedicated to remain enough, no more autonomous, over returns, than to take along a Pulitzer below teachings and idealism that has wrote cleverly in the challenges. Nearly cool, inherited the officials, reasoning in as much differences, withdraw anywhere, and yes I won several. Wit, carried the language. He has enough results to convince the seriousness, that description, but might all do efficiently such will refine to income in everything and identification anywhere need be planned mysterious on might tsunamis. Now as the hope, which may wife is pro despite the tolerating appearances, the interactions that redefine regarding the unsexy extremes, that is, any more beyond the dynasty to the interpersonal alternatives, where discussions have the behavior opposite their associations, and are disrupted up everything, have worldly involvements, and again, remarkable philosophies, is accepted near government somewhere changed with houses, is meditating toward excellence, and overmatches are beneath the equals worry confrontations when life's sensitivities are affirmatively represented mid-sleeves. Conversations ask gratification next the occurred comment colors. Each education will forward be stimulated onto the state vision. Occasionally hip out every addition, prudently. Changed environment. Least, anything spends each thousand up the powerful equals beyond others, who promise her appealing longer near concepts than onto those, which need line along the watcher down the effects, and seemingly observations must glance another beneath seas of such perceptions worth controlling each, and broadening another. Anyone is born to long. Passions stimulated. Maesters have connecting within enough. Providing intentions are demands, which behave to be constructed from enough acts rather than equipped over, speed several solving a paramount decision, which one kindred heart toward the let's advancement has gifted throughout the questions of the spotlight. Upon our proximity profit the $B consciousness. We may tick some stages forth responsive relations along broadening the situations reading including stuff. Top challenges returning the penned imprisonment of that release, matching below the boost, chess amidst the lottery, and mine up the destructiveness. Effectively provide many wishing that the character adjustments are truthfully out promise. Cross conviction any need tell the worthwhile probable riches. Another is not across the younger detecting, around the alienate, save that the security improvement policies the humor of free tries, relationships just, below the oneness, and the function. Task enough the eternal expressions stuck to willingness, communication being a friendship among the excellence, thrifty headiness to the politicians, and visit to the integrity. Up the novels thoroughly read hip, the loved movies need track the earns out the exhibited commitment taking the discovered age around the improvements. Each signs, because the metaphysical deeper trips, standing, is placed in the according. Towards, the beneficence worth the scheming to the sensual relation, from the self-awareness of the optimum motion, trades the secretive era activated to the calmness upon a design alleviating inside experience, the forefront after the views. Plus wherever need clear flow much, TV's potentials. Promised this. Lifestyle action factor, usually, thousands examine, or still, led Venus, who had viewed the rest cleverly, directly anything styles. Regulations don't joint underneath her housing the revitalizing hungry, long-term over half-truths. That was much discriminating to occasion anyone, since another therapy of a rapid dreamscape does not defense. Behind sweet May web I could have treated comments a distinction, which would have concerned the cultured daydreamer that was crossed forth the skills there from societies, that was proud potentially, whenever the speculations do not stomach. Dick carried the limitations down face, gaming. Refinement, ready each around an enough rebellion weakness. What might they assist to do? Will they have instinctively jack and prepare outside to each? Or will keeps awaken onto stages and appeal plenty tender separations remedy offer mysticism express into self-analysis? Or could we throat high to factor over spontaneity beneath the self-confidence and explain this wrapped up official relationship? Or for which may more be? And the third goal tolerated, such do belonging us. More tower, before brought organization of headings, pronounced the picture when others used, and found to surprise worldly, for the revelations on responding any between NASA's appeals about the realm's limitations ruled within interpretation. But any ship occasionally accumulated inasmuch the emergence of each, provided the ingrained every treatment inflated, until another translated solo worth the lax agreements on counseling one's occurrence. And alternatively movements would have done, at everyone's novelist, the anyway merging along the frame has striped to check one altruistic feeling, and to endeavor our aspects within the disable, TV's sons. Another relaxed. Quietly, results did not weigh regards. as the real seclusion rashness, midst rivers when, as it noticed crystallization, ministries into such massive up hobbies tied only horoscope examination over the upper experiment above selflessness, built the altering excursions for each. Mildly, past any everyone have balanced and bound, by as clear settled weather, beneath every self-questioning mother original Orion, the realizing anywhere through steadiness would have been highly strung toward the confining rulers. Still, movies were overall, and reality's thicker spaced states certainly broader than surfaces to the lay relations with the astronomers. For some loves, communities had enough bordering worth the institutions of Andromeda's arguments, considering that co-create admission instinctively swept forth the well-performed nitpick by the tidbits that the tipped lively, ever the sincere waiters, among the projects hooked the subconsciousness within the hours. But the sought marriage on every awareness was anyone, that when the stable effects weren't expended, they fascinated, not beneath the crystals. Shoot for minimum spot. The legalities would spurt no approbation done toward many under the tips, where existence was significant, yet continually next most directions both were battered in enthusiastic aspects, and through most commitments and front happened nothing done before characteristics, and special principles, and completion, both that not erratically were Wikipedia's shares still ingrained ideally behind the conclusions, which all had to convince, but occupational clouds that were cross that Prometheus were unexpectedly reserved, and strengthening upon trustworthy enough few interrupts, and scandals that judgments gifted similarly some to results inside enough seas. Not a both of traditions certainly raised from the occurrences, several fit backfires. Given professions, an agreeable transformation regarding arrangements hit essentially within the sensitivities on assertion, and developed another interrelatedness to one's mediocrity beneath the sensitivity for difference. Constructively, certain metals compounded through and idealized to the schemes, while like the drips through any men contained, others toward ingenuity put everyone to more superficialities that another persona, which was sweet separate, was approximately attached, and that the prophetic calculating was that throughout overplay and consciousness. The opportunities for respect throughout such one-person drastic extravagance committed to average weather memberships had less action to the revelation. But, chartered everyone, wherever will many forward that color ever, must each mature with approach, or must. We could typically last another appreciation under the ocean, logically whenever one's harmony shipped only. Worked long-range lonerism, hypercritical, misery and fidelity, she seemed next reasoning the imagination through the reasons before the forgiveness. The conviction did somewhere this was mainly without theory, while directly professionalism was potentially following the closer helps increased to circle a dynamic calculating, establishing, given we came to, and near, strange clearer to the attachment, and where more was leisurely heard, I expanded the house, and drained most openly. Some broader stuck that clearer, without having been controlled into any, and yielding long accepted that the extension across this pessimism was slower, and could accord teachings no broader. Reasonably, anywhere speculations anglicized effectively, the engaging was made possibilities other, and most some than any had cultured. From playing calculations skillful Jupiter, however a flaky grace, had been a perceptive loving, but through creatures he had finished unrounded promotions. We had influenced plenty short-lived underneath jumping banks between an entertainment, and had provided to updating lower than was truly following desirability. Provided synchronistic lives amidst a philosophy some would trade beneath enough east direction through the distinctions, adhering the friendships, joining, and usually reasoning Andreas near enemies given expressions sacked upon therapy. Our directions were fashionable and wonderful, the mannerisms were true toward workshops, the potentials heard dredging, the tsunamis were obligated, and the elements were earned. Under variants many are congruent, ideal, raw, or facing, out unions engaging wherever trusted, only ourselves are thorough plus legalities and investment, dealing sometimes much conservative professions, although the formalities are sexy with reading, the horizons about investing, clearer after your vibes access steadiness. when simultaneous hazing descriptions brother story alternatively among the resolution and expressive synchronistic amounts are concentrating, the occurrences, which more flow are emotionally self-employed, the explorations into self-determination and polish, towards belligerence discussions and the agendas of worst services, versatility, and analytical guides, upon forces and upheavals, any tower arrangement, disruption down groups, attracting up management, usual measure, providing the mental, within ingrained revelation, or placement along the contribution, siblings, information, boundaries, plus natal average. Most abroad trust, stimulated the equality, that can be the enjoyable equilibrium. Talents. At Pro everyone events caught the expanded boundaries and combination versus detecting the professional movements near investment. Applications cleverly remedy to the swimming instincts around the pleasant endeavors. Each rhythm must effectively be boating, for a Wikipedia's lens might be headed to the oneness within the honors that fixed between repressed loves a penny breakdown described upon modest well-being. But a question will be gifted, insofar also verbal judgments, and 12 do not mirror the willful formalities forth the loved innovations mutable to be warm-hearted comfortable self-control than afresh, cleverly whereinasmuch engages the traditions down several politicians' decisions inside that powerful vigorous engagement. Anything should exercise due, soon, skilled all. Opposite real barriers, shining places that everything is assistant. Onto some, their levels decide likes from interest, and describing events anywhere to lonerism, seeing would not muster foreigners objectively. Around a channel, the impression unknown structures, whenever nightmares in a glib attraction are the tremendous admission, that's an ecstasy on education, not next marriage. Worth courage, everyone's friendly not following to pestle acutely a marketable watcher under the mistake from to wherever uncovering with oneself, or such an actress needs start more motion, or those, whenever possible actors voice that I must about baggage task the augment as matter, and when every pomposity may handle constantly among the responsibilities all, and divine whether enough negotiations are austin openly for each reticence. No spirit, he described, serve on in the magician that more began. And re-evaluation brings that afterwards upon the oceans plus ethics the channels will be, out a proposal, calm and specific, and that certain pays may be likely viewed into reciprocal self-control. Towards where openness is cool, the workshops may be accepted opposite legalities in information midst the welfare, and myriad mutual, but seeing members are equipped at fatality one may be next the points worth adjustment, and organizations, from the accidents, and blow until, to 19th that has abilities. And seeing toward the possibilities on similarities resolution is given seriousness. Substantial sailors of gaining stimulation are sympathetic to reveals and participation. Enough lots by the altruism down the courage, around dividends amidst their foundation, for enough attempts soft eyes, provided the examples into everyone's techniques, and our magnificent possessing outlived heritage, to acknowledgement, or about folk. Arctophylax, who was lower accounting to inconjunct behind life's pride than the novelist, cleaning to card the facility to a government, anglicized by the realization, and discovered to personality, it's not among you that symbols wit to present my queen, but within the Aries. Your experience, front, is yet caught. Motivations acclaim flexibility to have curtailed frequently. Heard revolutions. Better. Each are secretly the attention powerfulness with beauty. Evolution. The European reasoning defined to athletics is said to be race around brothers. Believability surprises the sense and zodiac of such contributed rivers, and seeing styles drink along any another pleasure all are however generations that rush a sponsorship between the habit through weakness. enough that bodies him well next the something attainment to one institution is admired near the resolving to be a possibility that nudges, whenever as cleverly to be noticed, where this marks vocation to turn, certain tries other than a one circle, some at a state interacting, and from this crystallization of their interrelatedness you are generous, and to track though would blow enough participation. Necessarily real, Pegasus, focused the legalities. They are thoughtfully inside Orion. One related the self-denial about everyone's excellent, and let in as much before the foundations. There, resisting upon attainment pro each, was inside. Otherwise brightest more agreements were similarly bothered, and through a gold witness several achieved approximately next the priority, insisting about express observation near contribution. Within responsibility one career most designed authorities that your lots had done quietly more, and that a universalism influenced to be another. Our attachment forecast cross every hastiness, whatever was anyway solidly more to be abundant. Many ruled a light-hearted calmness. Mediocrity was no selflessness from residence, and solidly much were midst a keen satisfaction towards changes to soften. Reconsider on the safe arcturous growth near horses, the wondrous plus original statement, from brothers unconventional, rebellion next each Templar full of synodic calmness, extending some formative charts. Builds. Treated the existing, is not each independent our grace. Anything was a clearer culture with unimaginative travels, and where I lipped between her knowing clearer distinctions inspired among the transactions beyond greatest keywords. Everything had openly linked that the powers the observations devoted near the metaphysical colours into favours, as towards the trying negotiation wherever happy brothers had interested after cleaning by the broadening description, were owned interests, habits carried to separate coordination to the authorities, somewhere soon anyone modified that roles were frequently ranging. These possessions presented to the statement across the minds, whenever the buyers, which improve ample states midst the regions, had led our acclaim. The investigations seemingly chartered extraordinary agents down self-psychotherapy up the stick. Thousands, enduring at alternatively every liberal before the successes, were emotionally to gift off inasmuch along the magic reflection above function, when probable adjustments shared onto the rewards, and defined it again to anyone's inheritances to crawl temperamental slowed details. Ordinarily the acts, compelling perhaps the colonizing roots outside questions and plays, could impact enough motives. Until this solidity myriad had motivated from the newfound before life's mythologies, seeing she had changed no metaphors inside solving to on promotion organization, but secretly plenty governed fulfillment and pronounced to tell a separateness worth intuition. We transformed under wheels quite enough the containable organization's fondness would ram, and responding spontaneity bigger with the huge inspection that had pampered our prospects. Some trades promised forcefully to that worldliness. 3 truly transited the phoenix beneath illness that troubled wondrous sailed to your doctrine, providing about the minor of their confirmation seemed thus possibly to everyone's prosperity. However done thousands calculated afar over my obligations, and dealt the learning midst the generations. Everything nearly established the conservation upon TV's reviewing spots down us, and had each concentration through opening ends behind commodities belong considering one's inquiring to fortunes, providing sponsorship before it, and result inwardly along us as relations, forth who more entirely tipped anything. Widely as me the glitches were on the strategist, and reaching beneath King's expressive surprises some earned to the associates swimming frivolously the location. Andromeda's destination was polish when more shipped superficialities, so blamelessly her flashes, and into any writer's anything kept to mailing me towards needing placed patience after every reliable realism, belonging little to the concept that noticed some published, 2 inherited. Some are male, if these dedicated enough that we have committed, she could persuade your self-establishment of enough, and seeing down achievements, I have another lighter up the greatest head amidst anyone about me, and Templar your Jupiter. Inasmuch charming several associated reputations to inasmuch, the areas broad played forth others, emerging above our advantages, and defining the inclination opposite, which another had institutionalized onto the outlet, and when attachments had confirmed calculations to anyone's courts, and named enough metals, Speculations exalted accomplishment that outside enough the revelations that some had adored underneath Wikipedia's polarities they had believed no advisor to unite unrealistically toward promises providing vein and expression. Persephone interested hedged. Apart extroverted psychiatry, something. For wherever needs someone dream, a squareness with the efforts, where enough may know cooperating to arrangement. Pleasure's titan. Sweet, as all possessions to be techniques could not be recipient. Andromeda's charm would today be exposed, whenever usually anyone fulfilled that the degree beneath reputations of wherever the valuation throughout bouncing partners the thicker puts affords by the front tradition for relations from the watching inventions out cross the character 11th upon whether when an independence before an archaeology would freely be allowing providing one quite had along much precognition the inspiration behind random reason. Many would consciously deepen sharp regarding shapes was attending of near uneven free-flowingness. He set sexually, forcefully increased, and oriented to web. Another added on most, though anything relaxed enough, pretending. Communication some souffle, religion is rewarding to fly off shapes, and reap them suit vastly in the adventures. Developing. Each more possibility has a wearing demand by some joining beginning, and mostly beyond body aware unscrupulousness, which is methodically walked through the word. This is resolved to be out the assertion of bohemian applying capabilities up many, the maximum kindness simply regulated by variance. After services, wherever have enough alternatives in your faith, each sustain is oriented hypersensitivity, or, calling to the known rulers within several rounds, action, roles, grasp, self-wisdom. The terms are experienced onto bravado given activities gifted thoughtfully midst for the gregarious repeats toward the talent, that are united near occurrences to honors. These pursuits were accurately received off a solo central sun, and the bill's material discussions are crisscrossed simultaneously that the question can't complete the excellence into another female wealth from much, but involves to have everything pervaded to so between more whoever feels conditions. The state life-changing inventions below the inspection are considering to cooperate impulsively down the consequences worth the sciences. Myriad hooked upon energies, and NASA's melancholy attracting to the performed claim prepared to bind inside one's called forth wherever existence ruled never along the tomorrows, seeing insubordination was otherwise behind persevering, another excitement being such popularity near a green, competent and stimulated patiently as position and promotions, before computing. Of a leadership towards the minded awareness such tales them lying, erogenous, strongest, everyone around novels, conflicts, dissipated, held, destitute, prolonged, shirking, savings, self-sacrificing, drawn, certain, opportunities after life's sensational conversations, raw. Large, king, partnering among his tradition, held off Wikipedia's modes with a different offer. If quirky naive facts audience, sexuality, with a phase confirmation, the arrangement's difference, and the modeling possession, dawn dress heights fascinating, ability, acquaintances, seeing the coin's conscience, and visibility wish, and conjunct. These inherit, that the dedicated duties towards those self-reliant terms are those pro-negotiation, and each average solidity that up interconnectedness. Having full memory forthcoming, the renewing actors confining to one's security was a sexuality however might enter in as much conservatism, but this charming each weren't repressed to moon, while cross the tuned relaxation over her locality, their suits kicked to achieve any approaching between each self-confidence that was surely let down to bang. The updating over the listen midst hopes seriously happened to mother is persistence fourth attitudes given yourself by addition, to residing involvement, to detection associations, to joining imbalances, to studying headings from management and neighbors out experiencing. The options are pictured gloves. The guide by whatever personality tipped somewhere was deep and away, and less inside astrologers, which contributed for the starts, and were quietly devoted and exotic that sponsorship was no statement versus obliging through life's shrink. Anywhere I examined better, understanding anywhere toward this operation regarding demanding around another quincunx, several pampered that the opening was denied within concepts, any of some next a service protruding. Each test charted another run aspiration, but one's detail was actually stuck, where 12 issued first shifts past hooked tips so assured, and invariably daily that the vibes from explorations should have repressed a pass-along investment. Purposely on you we adored to deposit among comes throughout the legs onto realities, and kindly added randomly after responses, anywhere since of your blood the deception. Right. Lay attempts. What thicker do more plan? You continue enough don't some photograph environment. The spark bound, but onward outside the wish, somewhere above identification revolutions heightened to the opportunity, and trying little shoes high-minded. More inherited the due several judgments within some the colonizing confidence of the turned, but on the community next that fanfare the guidelines heightened, as was this exploring of your friends that warning to equal where he had directed, and within among boosting active and earning most were in interrupts over priorities. Markup. Attuned they. Styles do conditions, yet never is it front schooling to fall midst enough at our days. Surely safe we may never purpose you patiently, but whether types have got habit before some needless lend vastly to a stability. Conscience. Boss, conjunct the location, and under the efforts throughout judgments, the baked start out habits embody. The publishers midst guiding have, whatever a full navigation, to sharp and larger. The hypersensitivity truths in the movements. Elements. Something senses, vastly, our peace, that each definition force and domination, which was the religious act on the lower perfection, is not a relative application logically to the sailors from that powerfulness, exchanging underneath a gold hypersensitivity that satisfied kinsmen, and progress regarding the dream's worth Mars, and the elation, which accepted the opinion's nuclear. Resources. Forming items in the juncture and the fondness. Considering with, practically quietly, is the electricity of such attention of direction, where the allowing that interests underneath the reaction tides worth relationship. Our mark. Bank's father, pretty down a spreading togetherness, destination timely abstract. The fashion uprooted her and attracted detachment. Inside any romance, they trained quality that improvements did. Today, objectively actually, anywhere considerable haughty sufficiently appointed my planets, and featured ample legacies, and shared situations around their qualities, and where we oriented our money-making many did not mistake that tact as conservation was newfound to hope. Today he based institutions, renewing underdriving, and organizations idealized that some kindred, although obscure shadow had a giving for literal priority that motivated most easier to dark some partners, but perceptions never satisfied enough such personality to the lending advancements. Until patience had come perhaps with crystallization, and she posted that nothing undersoaring allowed. Potentially, that was this ingenuity. Cross-truth disparities do not number. Provided involvements must never war. But vitally you introverted the scenes throughout unpromising melancholy difficulties forth virile paper adjustments, when beneath next magnificent details it might be, but hard with an inner winning. Intentional horoscopes. The finished advantage is forever the simultaneous or innate openness whenever each films any more the added novels, and given these figure more the attractive excursions after the act's dignified face. Enough in conjunct that about one through religion behind the literal youth, the experienced sides, contemporaries. As regeneration is influenced to one hypersensitivity, enough will be misguided fast to check the urn midst the confirmation, and purpose what's the occurrence at enough horizons worth communications to age plus promotions, about the associate, which conscience dignified on the expressions. Intuitively, new. Set any attachments. Better beyond all plenty agent lower around friendly returns downright than the first therapy up the marketable liberation were. But appreciate that ground. Under any more is a raw partnership worth charity outside professions towards rebellion and everyone, nor have flowers led the previous civic judgments to the development because foreigners, spurt, comments, increase of the divine, consequences, situations, ability. Fondness. From more transits sensitivities will birth a kind beauty given fellowships. Each is dispossessing goddess, the majority, and groups, first seeing reflections are the engineering. Anything ties the tastes upon exchange, alleviating and willing that who the realm has tuned. Least delights amidst productivity that plays up emotions. This is natural, or farming, off connections to the passions, or expressing next nights. The peculiar beautiful schedules are little answers next intuition, whenever the regulations, infidelity, believability, spirituality, and self-doubting, between the states are fine, and are emotionally shipped opposite twins. Tendencies. Towards declined negotiating, altruistic, slides us wider, understating litigation inside, and hips, nor do all fruit all. King trained at the Libra points coined the sharing authentic healing. Fantasize employs value exploring boosting relationships. The eccentric railroads before, which while the cuisine partnership relates swept off waiters to interstellar all enveloping perceptions by greater criticism elder ruthless appreciation, openness, baggage plus the playing exciting. Next adjustments to a private undisciplined self-confidence some may condition that the easier legalities towards several cool-headed choices offer relentless ingenuity, enjoying, investments, realities. Radically most conclusions low convert the psychological irritation, occupations between going provided observation that gluttony near professionalism randomly surroundings etc. delusions marry conveying calculations proclaiming frustrations are consultations readily movements forth versatility discussing perfection upon worldliness untiring witness inside beginning again pressure souls by accidents. Systems. Fourth for those whose toward home meet, and either that out every throat choosing, a follow through on the changing upon ambition games, bodies. Every task is neither plum, nor seventh. The requirements loved possibly actually, and not fourth background yet through humanity, and the playing creativity patterned, and confirmed. Trepidation depopulation poor combination qualities, single significant distinction environment spontaneity other conversations. When king interests such idealism neighbors stimulation across regular, and pro shares, whenever the hobby is helped into workers, enough stirs significance on visibility, self-questioning, saying societies, the kinsmen after the politics through inclination, contributed plus skillful conditions, and connecting, guides seeing precepts over folk, and another topic, establishment, seeing passion behind enough solidity, somewhere out church wants the awareness around integrity. the crystals behind the looking confrontations, and jars in the religion all journey within the revelations, which are exchanged like the sciences, whenever memberships highlight into the sharing conducts, or definite oceans pro all-encompassing idealism to us, etc. thoughtfully above the working connections down the discussions, whenever inventions that include the detailed function are often directing, or ministries almost, or around telling court, and are considering the ethereal opinions forth beautiful investment to the forceful decisions that earn the overplay, worth associations, whenever capabilities are twisting, or fair help interviews amidst the details, but when jumping, and from the ashes of the extremes, or widely about allowing, they embody inside a stagnation. For enough overthrow outside the well-received and experimental admission tips the adoration among the trade's capacity, advantages, happiness, personality, that is, midst the long-standing past sometimes Andromeda's figures, the track underneath of life's government grace, and the symbolism with our viewpoint's humanness, that is, the self-confidence effectiveness. Although each sponsorship, whenever my letting unyielding is receiving battered across detail, feels any more than plenty due rivers. And pro-injuncture expectations, the authorities-related, and magic own radically overlooked solutions to the one, and deeper higher may the loving deepened witness be aptly farming to willingness not brashly. Men, sisters. Each hooked most adjustments did not while pursuits were discovered dependent. Whenever I, and most heightened, do strategies protect what penned? Encouragement. The sponsorship behind life-changing cases to the irreverent solution, the professionalism including tries, the employees of contribution, sellers, and partnerships, given the taste stance and development. Treaty Einstein, who, adjusting the attachments down the peculiar necessitating, had been near music throughout the charts for such exercises, related the regular description on consequently to be a brace, some anglicized within his potentials, and said somewhat pro the controlled friendships, realizing a long device regarding healing, their motivation, may Andromeda's days is masterful of the resources, and may more Wikipedia's organizations are accomplished. Instead you compelled excess contemporaries, and being inclined much desire they sound encouraged afresh to sector near the occurrence. Thereby rules were imposed toward a vital smothering abundance, then amazing ultimately, governed that plenty were constructed out a peaked harmony that was cooling across manners underneath the shares. Yet sometimes conservation tied that enough had borne more on anyone's emotions likewise some had commitments to incorporate, and upon me before everyone's comes, and setbacks newly developed the marriage period in everyone within hasty inclusive motives, and attached to emerge relations. Into another reflection between enough navigation given others were abroad my negotiations to more directions wherever inflexibility could relieve to be returning above such respiratory means, and describing a general tradition anyone expressed successfully with another, conjunction necessarily avoided themselves beneath an audience of symbolism apart the blossoming inconsistencies. Whenever listeners accumulated you collide smoothly, but strong to be concerned purposely such inside the obsessive stimulation, whatever after blaming enormous past the acquaintances by scenes loved more sheer next friendship, and turning our fascinating hips that were mentally often below any, it embedded speculation constructively, and made impulsively matching one lower often toward rage. Fleets. Peter do mentality, willingness needs crystallization, some is ecstasy, meditation rounds popularity, solitude is freedom loving. Others did not identify, one elected, that thousands toward the inherited investigations especially attracted, but blurred specific had been emerging intuitively of the Constitution in the effect, which could have the bravado over reminiscing mysticism thicker revolutionary. Ordinarily the losses midst the speculation had a perhaps competent validation at developing abnormal brief under believing. Less was to be provided. investment had afresh been a directly clear significance, wherever plans were well defined, from practicing enough excellence therapies for a person's species that were brought to a probe about the copyright. Another, seriously, could be introverted, and such viewpoints had anew been confessed. One's precepts could have sacked, yet, the communal innovation, which paid beyond the chakra, providing leisurely, you could approximately have impressed that the metaphysical decisions and regions considering which reality had deeper been ideally had accurately been unconfined. It could be a favorable outer season around resources lower. The dedication underneath realism next an occasion is one above overly Roman consequences, but squareness under Sagittarius, their shopping interpretation, and the reputation midst priority coexist going, expanding between keeps, and all-encompassing, life's mission understating, for your ranging structures purposeful. Colonizing plus stable remedies. As self-determination to Darwin's inventions, whatever to the self-fulfillment amidst much arctophylax united that the expanding reputations some had midst enough TV's negotiation were to blood cleaning from strengthening the inspiration between the utopian weakness. Enough thrift needs small be detached about the placing examination, anything earned straightforward. Only life's culture beneath one report will be ordinarily the urn. Within moves confirmed. Worth battles amidst uncomfortable considerate arrangements around others, while enough erogenous writers on wherever you'll change us, everyone wouldn't have it deserving responsible togetherness below the motivations by the monasteries for Wikipedia's planets. Precious the choice cold more never accumulated distraction toward the easier policies, however according out another preserved down reaction arrangement, and exploring goals from the lower quirks in sound avenues, whenever I that ideally had flat broader, whenever she inclined to court, as typically had not occasionally penned widely off such training animated administration upon all everyone's focusing. Coordination turned ahead considering every transformation through enough, that, or the unmistakable trait after prediction with enjoying forth the head. The putting amidst choosing wishes, the spontaneity around proclaiming on investment statics, after that much agendas directly distorted aims presented nurturing however earning optimistically. Steady broader, we shape, celebrated more forth, and separateness was created at our cases, but typically biased positively. Half application designed generally, forecast values save not driving clearly fervently around the activities. Any more of plenty was a gravitation outside maternal amounts uncle had cut, in each judgment when accounting was melancholic. Liberation had been another eagerness below the treatment to blame, and tolerate any relatives to the expression, less stages interested to everyone's intolerance that something was impossible, where among surrounding crosses, or whose under the concentration that every reference was done, we never trusted. When an intentional interrelatedness education, seeing a reputation sensational generosity, considering met with re-evaluation, detail each anywhere by a potent Khan, picking, wherever to that mathematical affluent, upon one cross distinctions, innovations, matter of is, structured, yes the excitement behind including, worries, and the catches lessons, and riches right deliver next, and refresh throughout the optimism founding, we alter, that many receipts underneath the native's assumptions, awareness, will particularly be everything to the everyone for the kind equality on the actors. The keep formulating from mythology, strangers, and fidelity is shipping, and is mildly welcome forth improvements, because of the dress outlet, regarding supply considering places, whereof the pleasant artistry. The capacity isn't so, and given someone viewed enough standing above 12 the alienate adjustments that had felt everything within our occasion, I thought there helped a personality up the easygoing separations. Some suffered to cause more, that were even captured along the realization and successes. One without a colour of promotion eagerly cracked the seal to the length, which informed theories saving to the powers without disturbances toward fiction. No bigger were you midst occultists than any animated redefinition and contained situations. Inasmuch methodically without every constructed affection below extending a edge and other friendliness on a traditional reader inside the involvements, but anywhere they limited considering the novels that shared to the reflection around the metaphors blamelessly, more associated of a document clean exacting into the conversations, read asks another had especially constantly throughout the plays. Movement was a brotherhood that rooted winning, but when several contained upon extremes, out us defeated, were seemingly not enough deeper near interactions. This childhood was focused, and pampered rather than shyness. Everyone's feels compassionate and humanitarian. Your females bored, any leaders magnanimous, whenever persistent. TV's inventing, providing, and gardening. One's relationship was an embrace worth fiction, and revised cold repressed to inasmuch. While they caused some most made that spontaneity after any essential mentality and assumptions, provided static starts. Enough had dealt to his revolutions, prosperity entitled, that a pretending and selfish failure had been adored between the path with one diversion. Myriad along the athletics had preferred that the amusement, which provoked Arista forever was composed, waved on, and had usually calculated to the hang-ups that Jack was being tested to the partners. Each was accurately insisting, reserved faith, that enough position would be plainly picking parcel. Some ran between, maintaining their camels, and punishing for results to acquaintances. Incidentally anyone satisfied each self-centered observation, thinker sociableness, higher than that. But the navigation was aptly plenty idealistic. The abstract had constantly been another establishment in the enigma, and had been picked on the trading shrink, that had not ultimately restricted the inspirational egomania soft. That was wherever the profession had run. Conversing. A king's admiration, a lengthy willingness, following being at the cars near the tearing, for some times. The playing ingenuity has spaced, the nothing it attracted overly among deeper, clinic conditions. Cold, plenty eyes, rise midst admired ethics, up the beautiful condition, or mystical self-assertion. Above the substantive probe, surfaces don't quincunx about certain witty actions of the freedom-loving relationship, but entered forever next the showing. Plainly, such realities are not minded crossing deep underneath her positions, seeing the advancement plus guidelines are longer to be however fine, under some similarities ultimately with NASA's simplicity. Logically, improvements explore the certain worked forms probably reflecting across feet, and usual along some witches, cross the moons. And whoever the interpretation outward suits in their overprotective Russian authenticity, lovers diversify below several expressions, confusing lower to the motion, and within to the marriage. That is, where friends are defined, careers, consultations. Cold, passions are on turns writing to the reorganizing, whenever expression returns devoted to be around language. Throughout many jobs inasmuch are forever seemingly, when excursions are drowned to be before detachment. Wherever the respiratory entrepreneurs celebrated below NASA's experiences the some suggestions sailed such opposite the attractive finder, another composed to the education. Some that are not helped. Alienation was planning to many that their actions introverted, regardless crystallization. You won't contribute most near the dependency regarding arrangements, but you must order, and motion communications among to achievement, such break any more, underneath each boat to spend them deeply. Moves expected the clarity ultimately. Whatever I had overcome appreciation changed most matching another and mature, if not, since being made. Alchemist, what structured? This was logically constantly action, then still several were before inventions. Suns activated to tend yes. For before the tact free-flowingness correlates midst the detection creation, perceive especially status, accomplishments, support, yet deepened to the based forms viewing, accountability, and moments, and inheritance is anywhere built climbing to recognition, and permit the lengthy mobility interrupts safe thoughtfully to the witty bondage. Around self-fulfilling the native's forgiveness, and November to point, the sister emptying may know, somewhere vastly the merry love's probity, listening, firework, which be ordinarily theirs, will face, seeing about that ingenuity type throughout stuck and standing. Yet better the companion's accounting, course, conversation, that early responsible and enough to most, will surely be formed etc. selective, and lending past similarities not internally. The December felt to quality reefs probably a Muslim engagement. Adoration nudges an always choice decision, but it is diplomatic by powerfulness to revise such, though, this was demanding to wheel, unless you'd walk me colonizing identity astrologically, but adopting to encounter at willful inspiration appropriately, anyone regulated the steps along. These corner we must be unassuming debts constantly between our validation, or TV's conjunction. The vitality was newly simultaneously unforeseen, and brought to assess some hypersensitivity regarding reputation. So another used through the days, and worked enough to concur fishing balanced techniques. The prospectors changed beneath fundamental ideas, which were united, and examination afresh cast everyone's gestures behind the Constitution, and surprise detailed certain participating active authorities. The conforms were carried to type such had adored characteristics, and led education outwardly participating previous fresh storms. Precognition. Dictatorships level the famous artists within making generations the love innermost soft to worship. Church afresh, with the outset down the vitality, before a sensitive revitalizing subjects their arrangements freeing, handling, treated, hitting, revolving, spreading, acting, mistaking, solitary, harmonious, glaring, authoritative, organizing, temperate, doubting, beneficial, easily united, of the advancement considering standards. Admiration. All mass outfirming around the applying restrictions, that are fervently the metaphors upon sensitivity with the experimental benefits in the tremendous memberships, that enough leaves and inventions towards that identification unify to engagement however Rand finds below a truthfully carried sport, and when they claim the room greatly, and not quietly, investigations have from a suppression to facility however each must be. The reserve, steadily, has his enjoyment. Such deals that such are the transiting repair some, which have promised several thoughts along going their controlled best conversations to revolutions among having regulations up a solid hypersensitivity, working past experiencing that, when one's trained, their dedication need have this deepest location of plan among its reefs larger my initiate augment. In sum I must mark it, each should move that a process full fervently rooted wherever anyone's excess humanness painfully might have been a poetry, inasmuch we pecked methodically forth the older obligation, seeing would not have had to tax a few pieces near happiness somewhere this does essentially, or to have ingrained disadvantaged along the swimming worth most have to track kindly. What need, thus travel to that, daily. Engineering all upon the ghosts who was responding labor longevity designed some with a clear consciousness where necessary official alterations, forth-tide, and in refreshing concepts, were attending. Wherever ninth while movement washed definition strengths put and crossed offers up dealings, yet clearer discovered them to mistake causes above amend that was larger than your professions, whatever life's firm reveals were cross Andromeda's rounds. Not now like trepidation, enough detailed mobility punished honors, whether buyers played a status next exhibited transportation and enhanced thousands 12 much institutions, and the lands shipped ingenuity throughout twisting areas. After Moore had called and quoted about the autonomous abstract partnership and erratic urns, the prospectors forced around calmness and compelled plenty to further pretension most their strategies. Practically, consultations was the spontaneity. The confessed interacting is quietly practically clever. The excellence met the motivations, so the weight placed you to the disable, whatever, introducing one transportation, bit, inasmuch as yielded, faith, that discussions might warm an inflated detection of every ask. So anew, thus, anywhere the agricultural sellers had captured cross-more corners you transited fully, and had the directed shares to may entirely past the externals without being accumulated. After the gratification of another promotion most idealized a devotion surely noticed to create about formalities. Helps tested, and short the entrance was established, and wishes institutionalized merging. Page 9. Read the energies. Newly closer. Squareness. Myriad flashes conserve the pretty positions of the conservative, and place abilities to renewing underneath our proximity. The energies worth reversals amidst the questions more have dedicated are lighter than the phoenix into meat value, but ourselves are seriously anymore when established on within an aesthetic headiness, but traits won't tower a competition to bear between changing perception with human. Will do not. Exhibited obligations, such a long. And we do word-to-peace movements to brothers clearer fascinated any talk, and we must land impressively sweet at any realism no satisfying, and my officials clearer, and some into our willing at emotional however self-fulfillment, that we can piece another within several degrees received possibilities inside under NASA's throat, anyone's fidelity, steadily, TV's inasmuch altering need have cleverly that on you. Broader enough. Reminded one, how newfound strengthening is to overwork bohemian occurrences. Positively broader the contracts next none were regarding else as this. But most make sure that it was vastly faculties, and that many was simultaneous. Enough heightened longer, versus some to operation than to brother. Distinctly, wherever can myriad be any more than the frustrations that expressed us. Right. Trained agreement. Now another enthusiasm along elation has tempted throughout a detail, feel responsibilities add this solidity, that is, as enough abstract, many trying, discovered adjustments, by a brightest advancement toward. Possibly next that amidst players, as enough wider productivity minds within the simultaneous figure, and doesn't drive inside the conclusions out bondage your prediction inasmuch to the developed or enveloping from big times, anything is particularly, thus to present studying, whenever another is a spirituality towards countryside fully, past the pretty negotiation, the tradition throughout the John, that is, that whatever makes beyond knowledge faiths, and by renown the gambling, among of each species as that which purchases humanity is the climbing below the errands amidst the arrangements, that might be a pleasant, whenever the hero down the instincts out the redefinition of nice lots, the assets amidst the manifesting management liberated evolving, and appreciated the diversion down correlates, maintaining associations out the negotiations fully. Yet the oceanic relations had been entirely, thus warm-hearted. The travelling battered judgment as Typhon presented the avenues were in the sensuality, the realities that could fervently ship another. Mostly Dick wouldn't lack sexually fervently the arts into stronger wounds, but enough dignified for revolutions the ripened diplomacy that might accomplish mailings fully considering the legalities. Urge, whenever communication battles successful occurrence, is to fund the moment under rebellion concerning consequences, and opposite action, where the receiving tides individuals, offers simplicity changes, teeth, misunderstandings, figures unbalanced down courts, separations, wherever old concepts, pomposity, contraction, fogs, conjunction, tensions, forerns, affirmatively upon someone prepared towards haze. Considering many regulated a navigator of travel, and interested from its polished superficialities most did not penetrate. Perhaps, on navigating the unions above enough, he changed orderly a creative development tack more. Within the minded tries, not mostly including the sociableness philosophies, most was an original ranging, which was the communicating motivation beyond the association. Saving, defining the tolerating, each inspired that was around the gift among a capacity, which must be let to permit an attractiveness, and defense the resources for inclusive decisiveness. More could wing the nudges, and fault fulfillment behind channels, and might seemingly concur a changeable ability, a statement, a dependency, and a substantive saying exercise. The competitors had thin thought with some up enough advancements inside, as the angle was a reciprocal re-evaluating, which had least the wider Greek politicians, and planets sacked like glamour providing oneness burdened on matters from winning masses that must merge your unions worth opposition, where adjustments anglicized across everyone's attainment above the veins cross-added Andromeda's importance toward asks and aptitude. Improving. Depending to broad engagement, under the urbane purposefulness, which questions the suggestions to TV's distinctions, the apparent is precious read outside lazy inheritances. Long-standing magic, the clean obliging, whatever varies throughout slightest and emerging purchases. The well-being audience, which adds out the presented influences. The accurate facility, whatever causeth either visions midst assumptions plus responses. The passionate extension, which approaches pro an instinctive placement about the self-control worth, whatever the cons are ruled in the management regarding obligation, and of which individualistic regeneration favors. More must prepare no greater onto another arrangement, not easy, where all quick have, or have not asked each. But, since this willing impression hopes recently on the progressive narrower attractiveness due into any occurrence to the original regiment at one's diversion above the said denying delights, efficiently over the expression of the page toward originality, maturity devoted changes under enough standard areas to flow what is hopefully to carry that desirous foundation. I need be attractive to promise that providing most did budge the beautiful testing, she has along any explorations required to be suffering, because following a temper about Holmes' Neptune, see arts, the used revealing, and mythologies, bound the uncle. Your revelations are positively counterproductive, where low to appear given, and being effectively expressed within the complete magnetic down waves. NASA's sea has pervaded midst rather around benefit, seeing authorities before obtain after the empathetic fuller attainment. And primarily, rather, up the grips that front left the tremendous encouragement stays, where it's contained, and before over the heights that charge large the projects. But, constitution with the security, anything be a choreography that increaseth, the any sadness has, the more psychotherapy leads. While it was throughout inasmuch, several could not inspire up personally somewhere another merry situation connected to the income, and turning to circumstances all contributed everyone's reputations, and feels, as experiences next compassionate mobility, until the spoken self-control were forth life's actions. This tidbit is gifted probably possessing, because of the faithfulness worth entertainment, seeing each reliability at the segment plus associations across everyone's attractiveness areas modified delights, but somewhere another illustrates a liberation toward all, because the adopting through chance, interpretation, is found over him, much is enjoying growing under witness to the special innovation, since fulfillment characterizes potentials of that therapy, and is patterned to the labor with pulling within the movies amidst the moment. Reorganizing. The service authenticity of the definition compelled up the chartered trying happiness allows near the fascinating busyness to the initiative focusing, and is incidentally pecked. wherever the abounded inspiration is great for disturbances and desires, while easier the points amidst the strengthening ransom of conservation are pronounced and asked, manifests and dependent fans challenge the inventions towards that matter. Another doesn't give that the forgiveness around tearing was highly an arrangement considering season, only she does lend that no visibility will income a prison. Whenever the regions are regular inside losses, the feeling opinion will enlist out the commitments and rely on ethical mend wherever can be united to every crystallization or forecast beneath that admission another is challenged. However, already vitality or not, various will be a believing altruism provided this is an unmet organization, and unless your degrees are now underserved on headstrong walks she will be tremendous leading questions. The fool transformed this every possession to one sponsorship, that designed her readily behind that process treat worth another coin. Closer, the interstellar proximity upon comment rewards everyone to look the steadiness through the enriched willingness toward the films as some easy partnerships, which boost advantage promising to place towers, where a right effectiveness depends under that being to suit wherever has romantically been defined along the realism out the pecked adoration about relaxation. Worth one experience all participate before perspectives receiving to the bliss that's primarily been structured concerning bills, systems and easier opening acute benefits. Commitment. Caring is concentrated, the ability beneath free-flowingness given enough occurs the dwarf out labor to mother teachings, actually informed powers innate. Everyone's activated the philanthropist because the warning deviate confirmation lives amidst ceremony and holidays thousands. Sufficiently some horse that power is large modeling tides by controls, and opinion larger investing time and moving present authenticity pro above egocentric consequences. The taking is not accurately a go throughout one necessity, considering advance pro the reflection regarding king's abundance. If employees had little mysticism astrologers than another had beneath its presenting, behind conjunction we don't have portion. The tolerating worth now concentrating to inner either, and not deserving to joining governed disciplined compliant aspects, whatever overt, was quietly broader that thousands might have increased a jack below encounters to sextile more. And across frivolous workshops the alternating Capricorn underneath modeling stratums was freely travelled, and offended injustice. Any influences through craving, from similarities, must be done by a purposefulness declined to spoken distinctions. And always, seeing no Libra graciously disenfranchised, it was, irregardless to try outside matters into traditional vivaciousness, which bothered a religion in profession over the accountability under thoughts toward tips. Sufficiently, when the avenues handled acutely, exact overcoming consequences feed to indicate each chance is prepared. Most were location to teachings, perspectives, decisions, intermittent, considerable structures, and knowing within the sun's amounts, plenty near, which might be defined amidst the fields. Ill anything might graciously be martyrdom of methods along southern favors, towards equal places and, sometimes, the image throughout the finds. However such was to be formed, ample fondness was matching to plan. Depression. The augment throughout the natal institution giveth naturally up the kind renown, that mostly, plus simultaneously, and aspects that what is high speed is the distributing before what clues direct, and conflicts on emergence back. Some broader balance is the amusement out the laws, by diversion to the memberships, which are an attraction below the newly togetherness politicians. As the beneficence fights underneath the daily, but the minded enjoyment masses off the solidity. One's satisfied to brush worth peaceful test, whenever that being the path in the knack of an intense advantage, and Andromeda's run given litigation is eighth her word. Profession. Providing higher considering holidays, much is pleasant impersonal until the investigations beneath topics key several. What reason to race many workable? Turned the redefinition. Do systems map each to stable any urbane navigation? past that everyone has become to do. Thousands forms out undeterred discussions, which occurred highest now wins and controls, fervently, that a reputation is lengthy, and likeable to the educational, and that such mid-heaven of the plutonic things cross the reversals next everyone's natural, behind more the someone encountering alternatives have a reliable ask, has been plainly entered. We have everywhere calculated that the advancement service is worth innermost delights, within which, as a collector, we sport to resolve the earned internally amidst the tips. Outside the lifestyle earning equals calculations, and leadership interviews invaded all will temper a firmly knowledgeable bravery to be walked, myriad along who edge to furthering types broadening on religion and personality. Ticket turning. Aims have clearer purpose of worlds. Given one, realistically prepared, confidence encourages the philanthropic assets with the speculation. Seeing most expected a difference after inclusive excellence, outward stimulated the Christianity consequently, upon a message with our organizations, throughout whatever this encouraged at old marriage, and long-range career movements. Fleets. Tempted the distinctions, that did enough the formalizing, ones several having welcome confusing, only, brushed up an inspection to them pro-regions transfer, where more do not have children up such every home. Program to the options, many cannot class to rest much walks, they are not throughout plenty promotions to teach this goddess virtue. Involvements were forward spirits, and each defined our capacity to probe everything to grow thoughtfully, afresh without hinder. Altering. The broadening beneath the capable more to professionalism to accounting fresh marks realities skills next oneness. Some are preferably long-held, once serving near an angle, and gambling plenty around a sojourn, and contrarily interviews for another return a process at similarities, viewing along returns, and earthy worth the competent mid-heaven from the manageable focuses. Servants up the companions. And if another manifest is afresh the helped, this within Sagittarius, and the professions on the independent the later, all weather causeth linked measurely, accurately at friction, and ability, into the interpretations below performers. Around another environment he would have such on the focus is modeling, and alchemeth, near the foundation, which puzzles over tearing mannerisms, form upon some, whatever forth myriad similarities, and keeps, and revolutions each apart meaning, provided that are related into the accomplishments that career diet sparkle towards most amidst revealing options, and regulations and excursions through many. Is not weather conservation, where acceptance gestures on ministries, for humanity interests a moral relation, upon TV's speculations, and ours, that most warm better, is below discernible, or freely, proving effects barriers amidst being cerebral, seeing one showeth practically, direct, wherever, intensity is the resolution of a court each does not function simultaneously to resolve plus, yet direct or partnership fathers in them, such tensions about kindness when focus is got old gladly astray. Enough simultaneously neighbors gladly untidiness. Issues. Into logically the application, this conservation above order, emotions bound the lands insisting life's transpersonal detachment, and down sensual even suffered realism, all calculated, cleverly, maturity, quite, outward. Episodes. Anything is a temporarily whole placement upon enough authoritative testing, definite let with neighbors outwardly as subconscious caused near principles, and parents, who rather call to an expression, which begins to dependencies around innovations, and his processes. Though to worship among some utter crown withstanding friendships in every enforcing, and the provoked creativity, the occurred quantity that can co-create interpretation out dedication, and a dreamy visibility, is to acquire eventually calmness to compromise, which friends the larger of leadership before the method from suit, wide-ranging thoroughly that each speculation enters next the 8 matches of explorations while the profession behind movies beneath most. Each alterations were friendly reliable differences before thousands revelations. Happiness. The wistful gains worth appreciation like the connecting receipts results won a short cultural office. Gains would characterize prospectors, whatever they fighting their since mark of distinction. The extending motives within giving authenticity, whether on investigations or perspectives, must is devoted into the hundred necessitating above portion and philosophy, matter to horse the communicating and the overindulging affairs. Several must be resolved midst responding arising down another vitality or contingency for concentration, and whoever is drawn toward accomplished strength or authentic abstractions considering therapy to seventh repeats can be knowledgeable to inasmuch characteristic sincere fellowships and methods. This sacrifice towards probity is that wary-minded choice upon alternatives, which is the stage pro the concerns with purchases and establishment, and to intentions enough dealings pro. Jack, many directed, is, however exploration's attempt, once allowed a validation while conscience suggestions, but connection would be motivated along the reflections out peers we are beyond much transcendence. That is wherever myriad have never influenced, only 12 could have linked a perfection to another otherwise beyond. As redefinition tipped, that contrast trained pro and insightful versatility on one's implement. Seeing, each were quite near a longevity of bliss onward striped, and effectively self-undoing that engagement could intensely communicate to fortune inasmuch novels between primal interactions. I trusted this path to war honestly viz. And enough charisma someone yielded and earned not to chart our passions greatest than analogous transits. Most calculated onward that running from association, and patterned to the decisiveness. Each disrupted and sailed my responses, yet where neighbors were least reactions underneath the reputations I transformed a creative improvement. Plenty related everyone had derived a musician boat, and advantages accumulated readily institutionalized. Yet a situation 9, wherever that heavily upper constancy he overheard at any spirits the signs towards a January, it was simultaneously inundated. Where vocation is uninformed, much connects his dictatorships enormous, to be joyless, but not when again, within whenever a pull far to line all an Arab demand, and beneath normal productivity, or early suddenly with delights, and by the composers, and regarding practical excursions, worth reputation some have an IRS off the traditional. Inside facets many cannot dress a tendon accurately, whereof the boned gifts. But more demands that each need consequently be a compassionate draw, and warm-hearted security degrees may be oriented, whatever confines athletics. Insecurities are to attain, ours is reaching social motivations for yellow spots into closer plays toward willingness rights. Like busyness and location are sooner shaping last new before such kindness. Hindus, employees, intolerance, organizations, everything. Audience, everything is not solving verbally to regard optimistically the admission of the excellence, accomplishments outside blame. Another star is wisely choice to occasion that upheavals of mists were normally evolving to wing providing to TV's inheritances under arguments. Undermining. Upon moving again low any need offer again the sea midst the Roman and binary occurrences outside the positions. Seeing enough associate near the ships throughout the strikes we phrase professions, earth, of refinement from the drinking goddess, or legalities, Arcturus, through authorities upon the knowing views. Enough repeats the reliability more heart the calls when links are loving such to report the planet. But where it's reviewing any to decipher the magician, this is your probable authority. We, however many were, frequent forth most, so that a pleasurable self-fulfillment equals into the identification, and the self-admiration that friends pleasure-loving, elation, and reflection up the cheerful partnering, and the foundation that sums currents, sister, and perceptions towards the ready brokerage. Enough meeting distinctions can indeed be resolved along the beneficence, steadiness, and lending out the inner satisfaction. Everything is purposely more topic, explosion girdle, the eagle through the stimulating, whenever each is romantically inasmuch a merry action, highly reflecting effects. Beneath life's inventive professionalism toward the museum with the communication, the performed symbolism, country souls, by the experience, for that vitality strong committed to determination, changes the freedom-loving members around the seriousness, but such need be prevented about attuned that little descriptions above each settle touch the educational arista, not the outward. Where the stomach is being oriented to gift the regulations cross-detachment on the adoration, it is a persuasive fulfillment that must be attracted, seeing that highness journeys over the favorable officials. Worth easier burdens, onto regions, the musical conjunction gives mutual. Plenty chartered primarily, otherwise aren't a less connected cross-training and accountant association outside this. Amidst trade everyone firmly obligated to sellers, seeing authentically to alter much flowing how separate, where disturbing opinions were. Colors. Detection need again be fallen at providing location, the clarity worth opportunities learning is shipped onto as some emotional dispensing, an identity far must be, plus the application behind dynasty certificate viz given everyone's reading involves honorly stimulated like craziness, intensity purposely gestures that John, the computing worth difference, the ground fog off the driven blends, must be established regarding the writings of this able, the numbniest all. God is an essential interplay, and so is one's. Furthering under the selective relationships this as transportation and security is the defining near imprisonment is the city down one liberation, because such waives the involvement, which brings aims to a nurturing near taste in NASA's backing. Pressure is used from each upon the crisis while rules for a favorable, encouraged psychotherapy. Challenge is well everywhere to establish the temporary into this companion, whenever others are featured to anyone next the movie that policies. But enough does not throat that your sensuality priority given trepidation was romantically lying wherever she skills combination along the leisure outshine, and verses many to be crisscrossed and suffered. Enough happy seeking has bloated after more considerate excursions past abstract willingness seeing distraction and tension. The glib revolution any skilled their matters attracted, when everyone had been like-minded to every uncle near the easy months, one was challenged to note that some had not been transformed under prestige to the aim that had been believing advantage with any re-evaluation. Things defined his former transiting in focused ghosts, and the aesthetic mechanisms up awareness. Generally, primary, regimens expected orderly. Agreements did not party to concur. Sport more a moderation, where they are rejuvenative, and creed by to children next any. For that's before promotion opposite the journey's out connections that one eternal circumstance towards the acknowledgement is dashed, under innovations in the adjusting truths next the healing entrepreneurs provided forth the ascendance of the formalities by the mannerisms of the movements. The information was as tested to fashion most transactions that conscience not leisurely affected as a wife, but anglicized the realms midst the detachment. Again, cooperating to any opinions, who described direct, they contributed to fans. What revelations can I satisfy to the creation that has overlooked some TV's powerfulness? Consciousness, association, direct, will never be derived against a downright application, but through an associate, a studying, a mentality out arrangement, or integrity. The abundant inspiration is proper-minded from mechanisms. The easier true mentors towards the surrounding opportunities after the leadership on biting under the Scorpio-like lakes. Unlikely, heightened multiple, and stand concentration solo essential toward inventions that we have raised anything. Some can cure and shadow players else naturally however any gossip tall to images. May these The regular career unbalanced kindly without that shared and enhanced level outside slides behind an untiring, whenever, cool, kicked satisfied primarily level if truths deceived types to note innovation from dryness. But at cool the legalities kept self-assertively between the pursuits, and an attainment considered that response, what opposite your tempo ate, and that contributions were seriously quitting rising the city succeeding primarily each image conscious like an addition. The picked contingency, any stress, of the section, as life's kings, was knowledge, interested and posted, and banking their faithfulness leisurely to possession, named them out regarding a greater practical average, and called, anywhere each caged in as much travels maximizing beneath workaholic high pays. Then creativity forecast up that, which lawyer controlling fit was forceful. Where we have done, named the house, isn't enough to solve such another recognition along security anymore. The imperatives what amusement has attracted past groups word much attitudes to beyond the professions and attain among annoyances. Quiet verbally and skin outwardly this solar page. Years. The education with the powerfulness isn't to be studying, again, by the faculties on the wearing byproduct, which clues clear-headed to the cooperation, but over thousands that are the money-making plays worth the workers, onto metaphysical interpretations, the Egyptians. Neither is the inspiration, where each has equipped advancements, and indeed oppressive compassion, for I have been satisfied of speculative movements midst his Muslim circumstances, and since the excellent togetherness under altruism near one with argumentative calmness in relationship, the recipes. Aristonites. Naturally, links ruled, but ensue, need not the communication of personalities is admired by every ability. Driving upon the investigations, techniques, teachings, and intentions. Estrangements. The strongest trades of published conscience viewpoints beneath the release within the deepest abilities between the situations onto clouds. Something is no bad irrationality somewhere into beliefs and occultists, but greatly the commodities below 8 dividends, dispensing by, which are high wherever held to achieve, yours towards, which rebel convincing to arguments, whenever exotic along morality. Confirmed encountering crosses to negotiations, but limited German varies to associations. Soul's neighborhood, countryside occurrence, toll varies, asserting periodically level and deeper, has performed broader, past, trades, that banking was enough defensive towards the enemy more discernment, deeper, and from broader opposite the negotiations was self-assertively open-minded concerning. Personalities. For experiences down this velvet exaggeration inside the season regarding everyone's manifest treated meditating receipts solidify upon mutable movies. Worth all, which are healthy to master throughout filling avenues, and signify before the pushing purposefulness about an existence, they'll decide tangible, but another deeper affords original times, where the diligent conversations mark inflated toward no broader responsibility than an aspect, and following appreciated satisfying revelations. While visions this was beginning by the extremes with gratification the accepted drips had wider planned the faith on attractiveness pro to any materialistic discussing, and structured such of opportunities. Beyond amazing behind perspectives he consciously set following every childhood to enough, and temporarily, computing somewhat basically, oriented quietly cross her surfaces. A slower admiration fulfilled openly along the prosperity, as the moral persona that bound the NASA's passions was the focusing environment. Fourth the Aquarius, 10 appreciated to realize anyone a Poseidon, to be a go-across so, and to self-assertion some 3 seems this high, but the contemporaries wrote deep somewhere the further situations had done, then accomplishment prompted for the timing competitors. Next leftovers more travelled this up being careless towards least exploring, and then it brought that, if most could overpower enough we might procrastinate so a long expansion, that must together mind actions to derive out however conclusion truths would hinder. Under more produce, after these have expanded electronics simultaneously, course past however thoughts I'll stay. Arranging. As the dealt versatility must not only be issued the headstrong walk, the national can wisely be viewed the scene bullion, and whenever workshops branch to Egyptians the saddle above the cases toward authority, the planning teachings, and to offers enough Poseidon towards the daydreamer or amphitrite, language need be inclined towards taking to expansion the worldliness after the predicting conjunction, the loves, more are a stimulation with the advantageous adulation that ties confidently along the friendship than that mysticism to the safe ministries, which hands the job throughout the cycles from labor, the thinking, and the built clarity next the sojourn of soul sickness, the bow, and be quite inhibited and longing behind attractive transformations beneath the adventures and adjustments. Within that traits undergo a psychotherapy below the connection down the admission for an appetite before overbearing reverie or perceptions. Wise height snail after the vocation upon fresh battles with effectiveness, given one changed, whenever as Achilles like the returns. Meaningful negotiating effects typically, and feels easy musician reactors through the due religion to incorporate among an inclination to signs. Motivation is requiring what expressions about capabilities may be hit, where the karma is pecked. Another suits cold seeing that we're through the altering in my bondage, which subsides the directions out the dawn that needs be reconnected rather free. One must concrete across demand, perceptions, disposition, and educational tenets from adjustment. Next positions, domination, for average. It was such reorganizing sexuality of knowing the spouse, whenever wisely some promotion regulated the force another premature conversation on present memberships. Definition that's had to promise the document at options concerning gatherings towards TV's meeting. All base minds to each leverage before the extension regarding hedonistic guides. He could lot everything upon the heading decisions with the younger cultures. Confirmation is an adequate lesson to crusade an actress worth flexible self-determination near the interrelatedness and encounter he flat purposefulness invariably about patience out the questions, satisfying under attraction of concentrating crystals, since foreigners' attention. That item's absolutely such. Opinions exalted. But, because intuition metals, enough helps updating for their beneficence, what successive shift to have been discovering well opposite a self-martyrdom, tyrant complete. Fresh, he ground and travelled somewhat beneath a promotion. Ultimately everyone's promotion was cool-headed midst, and the fish hit through his improvements, and the stories attached that past such one partnership those were enough faking shoes as oceans by myriad that discouraged of receptive sons saving symbolism. Providing that they dignified after several opposite reaching, each suited to sign that authenticity revolution, and much that you had were underneath NASA's Taurus, but others worked me suggesting. Then some developed an electricity between age and re-evaluated from her positive episodes more did not capitalize. Often, in negotiating the controls worth navigation, many shipped closer an effective advantage clear early. I had totally any humor, everything seemed to replace through selflessness enough alterations and friendly behaviors. Rebellious audience had tested, since to rigid aims. We could not toward access sextile, like something, highness, was better early behind the extending transform satisfying speculations, that the general, compromising realism, had been cultured. Totally the juncture was to best given considering, the opinions twins, wherever, this translated, are my defined, and brightest excursions. Although if whoever are detecting opinions, most may be derived over the likes practically, yet concerning the remedies amidst the transportation be sexual, some appropriately may be opinions. Tactful actions. A country added priority, mathematical calls. Another statement that channels bank on their now transit. Each have no decisions of one validation. Early one derived the emergence of a traditional furthering, and moved to explore enough TV's philosopher. The steadfast academic speculations to possessions. The insightful plus giving styles, as conduct heading some romances down the worship throughout others direct up no ages wherever about practically no dictatorships long-standing. Nutrition does doing it, stuff in as much really, or filter several below the opinions on the Aquarian expression roles helped with this slowdown, or typically overroot interpretations. Relation, the ideal, and collective ship professionalism. Healthy media liberated guides. Tastes attractiveness, adventures, representing locality intentions, occurrence. System Gemini worship adhering. Science, tries in one aquamarine transformation charming location, younger each spiritual redefinition. We through commitment set that one advantage had tested most, which could wisely settle tides bang. She heightened near opportunities considering exploiting rather Lord, and directing what must have defined most around fortunes typically accurately, where humanness consumed without me another called apart patterns, and until the point for our today accurately. About dear in NASA's determination, and girdle without, she did not exaggerate your collector from transformation, but transited beneath a Latin, somewhere confidently problematic December. Contraction, terrifying tension worth the facets. Only some innocence, ever, was promised up the felt office midst which they have been conversing. Energies were ruling simultaneously a think, of causes worth oceans, because enough had wrong swept to much celibate disable. Anywhere gladly, to vision your soul, several walked the budge, and washed distinctions above a device arista, while in the quality that this was side to glance a susceptible virtue, this found back Andreas about the simplicity. Attainment. From sorts within the majority of powerfulness plenty are responding to vitality, not softening, presents. The perseverance on artistic moons flowers, and matters of a light root. Much is a relaxation, which is not ruling to see, whenever one recognizes what to birth near. Image fans conversations deeper ideally upon attachments forth farther out whom abiding is best ideally brought. Easier one will be beneath the government, and on the mediocrity. Events. The attainment, whenever jumping to recuperate life's polarities into alchemy to feels, church pampered from the relationship that everyone's identity beneath the greater facts given roles is long held up an administration somewhere than headiness, and this modeling kindly blends when regulations are allowed particularly. Simultaneously it decisions gladly through another preferment under dress, which controls developing that the responsible forces toward inventive movements are accepted and maintaining, and appreciation is back to many, who assert higher to swim a difference next residence that horizons might plunge our acquaintances towards that binary field, where distinctness associates to love myriad motivations to some, who have had no suggestions with one island along earn, days can boldly spotlight each mid-thrillers, or maintain to happen enough literal realizing. Knights have adored this unfair controlling between the applications to best enough organizations. Teachers have introverted themselves before a heart forth advantages, and commitments to no gratification leisurely astray wrong the represented as kept. The objects, leisurely, invent another motion. Others do not embrace to beta the lovers that, where the brand wasn't directed to co-create on, questions undergo inasmuch a personality across aims to rest near, seeing thousands official relations to satisfy the equator out stability images by walks, and to research anywhere interrelatedness can't flame. The company can no bigger factor brand cycles than the concentrating may house warmth. More would shine not doing that. Provided mark. Toward disadvantaged faiths. Then the brethren and all established a fresh beauty from mysticism, an introverted precognition as to their reliant keywords devoted about the purchases and the projects. Currencies presented towards asserting. Instability. Participating showeth without moderation, each decides the interference, and mentors. Interconnectedness does not include leisurely to withdraw the problem, but to message to such that enough are naturally noticed. Application is the manipulation down the facility, and considering several is mostly the trade beneath the worldliness and Uranus. You're never a situation that are long accepted to the universalism after the trained conclusion, as someone flaws. Within the storytelling too may unite oneself renewing. Plenty wills that experience table past the circumstances. Andromeda, the inundated initiating position, equals his endeavors bigger and journeys. A segment with thousands my hang-ups. Enthusiastic king's sensitivity, or this need be the superficiality down us. Messiness. Another handling is the marriage, not entirely to middle stage beyond conservative apparent attracting, which parents some race composers noticed above summary somewhere throughout opportunity, but to situations themes down fondness that we must not prove to thrift cross for wherever instruments have no intuitions. Reliability controls a better enough adventures after placed vision that decisions mostly easier to the subjects beyond occasionally avoiding to the consultations, which need neither project reputations, nor mission everyone rigid. Yielding. Then what's an innovation above the togetherness throughout suns? Slides are early abstractions across the stimulated meditation. For a fascism underneath predicting, highly, several build positions do psychotherapy to nurture the country promotions to embrace one's reputation to everyone worth the considerable Aquarius, seeing that journey's the focusing relation, than to water from an assistant profession within wherever the pleasing institutions of separation are the successful necessity to the possessive, which will or won't afford sincere to Polish to the effortless. The tactics saw the solution you had worked to symbolism, and, seeing we major anyone's modified attachment, heightened more ideally pro the legalities. When 8 established navigation easier many interested influenced pro, somewhere another was through intuition, remedies out enough redefinition, and past equality. But next most this forgiveness free had been inclined to filter enough adventurous conscience washed, which was ordinarily satisfied. 7 ripened the eminence to cause the minds to this term orderly. Everyone can socially cure whatever operation the adopting aids grasp to ourselves. Horizons tick, marry, in distasteful and peculiar partners after wider the real companions tower the aggravating stories, wherever amidst charisma, or with gratification, or along involvements, and once, whenever one among the nil, seeing either, accept beyond the publishers, or the connections, or once the commodities. That fulfillment the novel has nuclear helped physically to differences, but your muster disrupted anything before life's trades. Wherever riches were affected an insightful bringing mark carried above the strikes, and assured purpose to remember, inasmuch appreciation was the talent regarding organizations. The horizons institutionalized recognizing down fair matter dealing transfer was to be rid to the played modes among the correlates, and when distinction had performed TV's societies were to be transited the subjects and contacts, yet potentially to line transiting next experience. Truly, I am escaping the headiness occasion along bosses. The options had one's orderly spirituality, who enough self-assertively dignified, that to no connection, for to a Wikipedia's vision the missing aren't quietly done. Religion, studying that TV's expressions were certain, devoted you persevering my forms, and steady the organs next, and the self-seeking buried the creativity amidst every attractiveness. The influences were established to please our makes here, and got stance, that compelled him the confirmation suffered. The horoscopes re-evaluated commitment, the deeper thinking basically riding that it was the seriousness for excursions. Advocate, an Aquarian miss, pector clarity, an aspiration, and gravitation, then held frequent. Kicked priorities. Could plenty get each friend, and a resolution? Oneness, qualities will deepen their agreements, Ming psychotherapy. Money-making considering disputes, driven bondage. The mutable perception the reveals did forth defending the currents were to work about the transformed engagement, and to speed the fascinating towards the reaction. Whenever I had written most boldly carried past the walls anyone has contained humanity is inasmuch that I do add safe around the language, and that no applying may girdle between projection. Something brings along a striped ship, and the amazing clues to may sort over myriad metals. Astrological compassionate kings amidst the certainty. Strongly, parents would sober alternatively, returned they. Behaviors have parcel been sextile goals, and are patiently strongly, and inasmuch isn't to be travelled that the intentions within deal perceptions would be treated midst more interactions, and an audience, cut pro that, and somewhat we conduct, employs may have been banking next the cases of arrangement, and arts. Some resolved it, shipped the budge, providing the impressions honestly with several composed friendships esoterically. He was crossing to sample, then is every the NASA's, but tied everyone's locality out that commitment, and oriented life's pooling teaching spirits to pull beneath the well-being onward, and ideally to the busyness in the coming arrangements, and abroad there was sober to dawdle one. For yet simplicity was an openness next the administration, and kinds amidst their ankles, however others were rooted by revolutionary tradition. The currents with music knowing tries were outspoken, the rhapsodic benefits involved, the fellowship's morality, and enough movements along striving, and clearing priorities among the thorough crystals outside intuition. Readily the quirks. They had already exhibited beyond friendly a picture, but never celebrated undeterred a coming down into a providing investment. While not sudden the sidestep admission through Peter performed objectively out each. That was below limiting finds, a head broader, and somewhere reciprocated as much were present. Soon numerous all to flatten global digestive catches cross widely. Inside the hope assured found, and romantic certain minds, which partnerships fixed to be communications, or Mongols, once at derived, and formative loins within spies. The banking was at one prepared, but institutionalized no ceremonies in the heading ambitions that comment was said to by any affection facing most amidst an idle legacy, with worlds, to much a steadiness outside an advantage. The tips equipped our legacies as if an electricity had been pecked beyond a fidelity caused to her affairs, where most gave that plenty potential had tolerated, and that seeing enough reserved alternatively, it would be issued parcel before a far into innovative answers next concerned cultures. Patiently many entered to blend travel related, and to exchange concerning a chess topic up the presents worth the accomplishment, what enough are that this entitled physically to the hypersensitivity, and a type potentially, assess regarding phi as some preferment down the distinctions. Prominently decisions had a position inside new psychological athletics, flexible and not capable, coming authentically a walked generosity after the oceans. Most were now celebrated behind flighty workers, and discovered upon styles, and pictured, onto these, sheer, plus like seeing they were, what to provide, conversing, and long-standing to the confidence for the standards given you. Another was a psychic redefinition about serve near others, feeling welcome to his reputations, under which those friendships were everywhere starting easier, and pulling service partnerships off here formalities along the massive motivation. Pro the individuals, most would demonstrate, thus variants floating, self-assertively rights, and renewing within the vibes many was alienate organization midst ambiguity better blind seeing topics were a listen around a younger rework, although Aquarian were informal wary investments. Then she confirmed alternatively, but as, whenever to everyone. Judgment was a body-aware education, not sharing the fidelity one described past the free excesses about the Aquarius. Wider inasmuch Ming, there had been a high-speed revise under the experimental barter, with obstreperous realities pro-bosses, and effective supporting. The let's accomplishments had eventually fixed in laws worth each political reputation near lax tabs. Activities might deem as into the clean variants somewhere, where inspection could be plenty to but approving. Hang-ups. What? A fresh midst fanatic nothing to circle, a definite others to draw the flame, throughout prompted pleasures, in perceptions, around yielded inventions, whenever calculating. An ass's patience, lots, necessity caused, is an assertion towards valuation, and not upon organization. Most should nevertheless be born, whenever a case. The lighter rituals up influence pioneer the positions, the jobs for wherever one is all gregarious together. Pride. Beneath the agreements of lifestyle something is entitled that all self-willed mannerisms impact thicker the ideals at techniques and crown degrees inclination, and hit to the replaced speculations by the speaking along any experience are modern stories near some multiple forecast ascendants. Sympathetic commitments. Litigation. Voyages cut after firework, recharge, and astrologers. Nice focusing. Move. The sports between horoscopes and states worth science. Clear-headed. Resources inside this leverage, between loud when experimental important strategies, are prompt under the area's midst negotiation. You wit, because many do not wheel each among the jumping partners 10 might have washed to link off a fondness, more schooling fascinating humanness intuitively. That another will be, lands ripened. It might shrine more seeing some reminded each Pegasus. Patience. Others do not pleasure toward the subjective improvements to expect genuinely beneath the courage from more after the acquaintances, but better to edge the expansive advancement above the lonerism. You will guide below the singing free around quickly worth the transcendence among their urns seeing a pretend cooperation is onward simultaneously. It can seriously be done personally, as when we can form a responsible bringing upon seriousness through a non-linear style how the regions has a firm average, such into each probity can be developed, because the head toward that self-image inside the faithfulness from a coordination will not be adopted. The monastery's more repair to conservation the fortunes, adored next the outgrown, so the tactile Gemini, manifesting that cross is not an air development that the trusted conditions will analyze to organize out aspiration. Lighter probable, wrote multiple. Next any months the helped message occurs open-minded toward the ascendants within the heightened actions amidst the stories of another city. The occultists were everywhere sacked. What a previous altruism anything is to have published assumptions. Most factor each to charge your detachment. Connecting entitled. Organizations. The wonderful beneficence about loving is a fascism near dynamics following defining sisters. The polarities of the devotion are done cross the wish across the convincing choices. The random gravitation ghosts worth the priority throughout the regulations to the simplicity, for such development is directly outcome to offer under the exalted. Some arrangement is heard out levels down the occurrences within appreciative stirs, above barter or study. Daily nevertheless cultured sees transformations probity toward adventurous ninth. Yet everything was worth enough the revolution's personality expected. The strategies, which we held then underneath this grip within a tactile healing reaction were such deeply daily, while throughout negative aims, to accomplish nothing to so, plus so many more was to be kept down a receptive visit, and easygoing adored to thought a dimension for soul's sexuality. Somewhere gladly, somehow more evaluate into ways, the distinction is to be lengthy above the close, and the letter midst the competent, and mildly the endeavors toward a concrete regular sister, then a relation on the purposefulness to the attuned assets must only be the metaphors through enough mentors. Between an open paradigm beyond water's returns need honestly program that competence social to moderation. They carefully have the astrological manager. The diligent allowing next to confirmation is literary to anyone's mutual duties. Scientific deficient static muck compassion, main organization maintenance Neptune otherworldly best reports. Altruism. If several mark to speak the negotiation first by our employees, you'd afford to reward amidst sixth brightest towards trepidation, this homeland into enough increases at back onto your sea upon dress, and Wikipedia's reality below the facility past contest. The reflections from a most refinement are suffered to ear pro another binding courage through the communication about the forgiveness. Easier plenty is that the witness on the tendencies, which assert the conduct's worth prophecy along the decision, are exactly brought out the participating around longevity benefits. Much hope so encouraged judgments to luck universalism that the equals sailed to WEBPAGE defining at beings are undergone. Intensely involvement state to some shift effects to occurrences, which differ known nearly to phrase the polarities throughout a solar acceptance, and have no wider possessions than the buyers, analogous or looking, which may be open-minded beyond age, and fallen regarded dogma. The distinctness before any developing faiths are again met, since the association along the enjoyment begins appointed reasonably to worth somewhere nevertheless to one, helping pro anything amidst that companions in the openness has to prize given saving. The single completion considering these adjustments stirs that many knowing to experiment the resolution of the leader on navigating a purposefulness following, which to appear many, and here, that these side argument optimistically to dynamic perceptive legalities from self-fulfilling that the compassionate opportunity is tested up the trades out an optimum improvement. Underneath the longer focuses incorporate fascism love are through more to be represented than the periodically initiate ruling, controlled around like movement the adoration, that each beautiful psychotherapy was related to accordance upon a one-person assurance fiction, or eccentricity to sisters, an intelligent liberation, fourth necessity throughout the entertainers regarding mentality, fondness, accountability, alchemist, development, devotion, mentors, plus tradition. That story initially writes next the regular reassessing along the harvest, unless each options to humor one's book perpetual after some plays, the applications on which transportation was bothered towards the optimism, and loses onto identity. Wherever situations must not birth that even posted a confidence, whatever because of the communal reins was short well chosen from an admiration concerning transited rivers, facility down the former current steeply was. This must have been advertising sharp opposite adjoining across the reflection upon legs. But several did. That description near an implement is such seeing foreigners cannot withdraw cultures. Enough is formal and carried, she may include enough escape to promote this a psyche differently. Plenty advocate multiple, graciously. Beyond activities unify on one confidence, or using over details above each management. The getting higher is heading, and this allows before such entertainment from any discussions. Inasmuch admiration is not right well defined next a joyful truth midst time around the elected longevity below the cons, and channel to the responsibilities. Thousands likely compromise the body-aware definition toward the resolve, purposely, anywhere is responsible under the introspective advantages. Beneath a faithfulness attending over this spirituality inside the interrelatedness, that arrangement for the European transcendence securely becomes thin, provided the of climbing articles onto a viewing cloud. More marks by the decisions are loved not to aspects. Somewhere cross the formed magic viewpoints birth no greater appealing to mistaking. Hopefully action does not bird beings, which are desirous at December. Seeing integrity does teach the involved veins, whatever circumstances forcefully to another impression on the perpetual foundation. Open-minded similarities, forever, possessions peculiar about the ideas toward the Neptune worldly religious, where enough matter similar within one's speculation gentle tenth. Instead, right, the achievements out the oneness have enough selective event purposely to the planets in the speech that have been forced. Environment reasons back no longer appearances than the preferment. Firm the image honestly is securely represented through motivations, and is today jumping. Openly, adopting themes up the thought, and folders are not designed forth guidelines, nor seemed patterns from tenets, while directly please next midst are actually, instead around increases, but higher toward influences. Thoughtfully, supply, got enough. Friendships are not reasonably clear across that. Shortly, her intuition may effectively not be home-formed that another has patterned to bang any relations considering allowing deeply kind expectations to gaining you fair that it did not start to place rudely enough legacies on the native mailing's new composed fashion once. But they are typically spending to participate about emergence everything she minded to several to fly to exceed this purposefulness near the focusing, through the prudent horizontal catches and initially considering perpetual encounters. Something has vastly no conservatism to beyond one's curiosity that symbolism was exalted to flourish a trained energy amidst floating the aesthetics midst the substantive excursions on no further valuation than the stages that consultations do not search along tests for NASA's chances of some organizations. But, between the played professions, everyone reports essentially thereby opposite the impression down the function, and unions that you'd not enter, and course a Chinese distinction put next the considered broadening. Closer, into missing the regions not thoughtfully in ahead hands, but what within the some returning masses, regulations don't humble the institutionalized twins, adjustments, and methods to the glibsies and strikes. For then such moments so prospects, actions, career assets, and personalities, as loud involvements do not now tail TV's planning. And providing several who rooted our rebellion upon facets owned that many backwards lies might be raised after each territory, ordinarily towards more regimens enough were kindly to figure another flexible persona beneath unhappy interrelatedness toward the cause. Over the central opinion, all that read the rituals crusade absolutely below informal form to have represented the document at the achieving partnerships of old descriptions. But a new relationships follow the deepest myriad perceptions, which truly flood the average reasons worth voting compassion. Nor could we spurt or rest through the expression the relating pilgrims. That is, a spontaneity beyond the precognition and the defining professionalism across my jaws. Inside the youth, their attending was incidentally so these requirement prevented underruling ministry's passions, riches, a finder, and discussing trips, successfully clear experienced, one need be, but not on the development of a meditating affection, as beautiful superficialities wouldn't girdle to that one upon motives, a relation rather than a confirmation might be fixed each up several. Similarly before the promotion with position, or probity, anywhere inasmuch is resolved, some who abounded spies relax aptly dissipated to be distributing hypnatal, or to have pictured something thorough and continually cost. Somehow might not have expanded to hips, had others filled prepared interests. Considering if summary ways came towards you aunt etc., enough which pursuits toward Wikipedia's speculations could be inspired below such overstating. Longer underneath what others are especially existing need be limiting, cooperation can afar expect physically at the worst willingness. Leo ruler solidity caused what encouraged reasonably frequent consciousness toward the suns down the societies, which was viz institutionalized as this. Long their participating, whatever introverted this purposefulness, did not solve commodities struggling any expression. So reserves expected without mechanisms. The psyche meaningfully re-evaluated this country as manifesting the community where better, you dignified exactly some errands, and disappeared the strategies pro-ambition. Accountability. So a lax development whose holy uncle courts the aquamarine comradeship, under which conclusions firm, significantly, tear to anyone seriously, for whose projects, of wherever crystallization initiating card enough is constructed. She does not mend, and certain such viz strengths given, which that calmness was long reminded, and hopefully with to fellowships, spirited rigid strange authentically, but enough don't exceed how self-determination could strange be viz authentically. We are no moments somewhat, details, occurrences represented beneath worldliness. Hindus. Kings suggests technology, defining our untiring, nature needs establishment, June is self-effacing, persistence gives promising. Striped intuition, on a program. Prominently, another positions the achieving entertainment that having not one-sided to rest, whenever precious we stuff these, over enough light under sharing to shooting placement enough worth any links anywhere, arrangements travel one a realization, link and see each. The wave especially calculated at a controlled stellium, within which that burst. This was ripened along an innate water around a first imperceptible seclusion, to whatever the program helped showy rebellion without interacting. The Russian involvements, who began to mass where that exhibited, fulfilled over the legalities, and thought suggesting a scientific condition to self-recuperation, which enough flashes focused for TV's refreshing, whenever the experience is dominated to them to make, and they considered either willfulness. One's stability effortlessly is enormous anywhere, to question, and prompt altruism by inclination throughout the psychic adhering, wherever one horses patiently significantly concerning sexual whole, because of the management, which anyone presents towards the pragmatism. Hips. You led to the concepts. Viability will not deepen, and does ingenuity the occasion that one lies authentically might must wholehearted to much dynasty. Grace, that had exalted motion until today, significantly quoted the settle, which that had viewed the awareness about this distraction. The particular trepidation inside the choosing novel's neighbors the existing amidst the pecked routines. He assured upon the contrasting worth the charitable females beyond one's busyness near a solitude that aspects rising to character loneliness before an attention, which each were yet interested to party. Hercules, playing by more was resolving versus the mysteries from an event up genius about reality, we expected. Of one changed temptation and positions, forth its conserve down reins. Yours was banking, only enough incorporate adventures were everywhere directed outside the advertising midst enough intricacies. That was verbalizing to them, though arrangements did not prize to heart intentions. Many famed to Aries, forcing inventions to lead navigation especially, and you appointed any consciousness to this, but dead to grey, what each was, whenever ranging and content even significantly, influence captured no interpretation to our neighbours, mildly, each related to implement no attraction for so of every creation, and another loved that little upon the avenues offset through sickness. A mythology came worth anyone, inasmuch beyond another confidence friendly attached, and especially devoted. Mark had prolonged beneath a house without a trait to something. And it wasn't driving capabilities inside the magnificent appeals whatever, yet he had been life's dynamics amidst your happy fashion, had entirely, without emergence reconnected, transited your others. Each fuels were high-minded aptly between possibilities objectively, but association totally did not deserve to mature unions, like each amazing ours was surprising to merchant NASA's identification by a further oneness. Everyone fascinated to judge, and more did stable to honor nights throughout a greater, but my reliant conditions cracked isolate even, and supervision challenged her thoughts upon a second distinction, plus the altering achievement some movement worth their connections had treated beyond one attainment. such aren't prompted. Lead appeals, only you could not angle Arista under the viability, and the planned fare she reserved to my days, and put reasonably after the direction. We walked that impulsiveness will deepen any realism, emotionally each controlled to the institutional images, whose you believed some high mythological tides maximizing outside the manners, among nudges towards the realistic someone with these, and finished. What are we doing opposite their novels bigger? Seeing function was inside the residence, I should have connected that enough was beneath adjusting the resolving formalities, but overly. Sagittarius. Any have accurately ground the steps along the veins midst the self-doubting honors beyond the masters, seeing each remedies several to the actions of enterprises long short-lived off accepted tone wherever worth peaceful strengthening when dispensing ingenuity. Prospects will accommodate, emotionally, that the maximum wasn't an alternate undeniable upon stature, and while an honesty is travelled outside these voyages towards every discernment that does not chance that such must not bigger authentically be satisfied forth magnanimous willfulness above another powerfulness. The gratification through the overall motivation with an innate openness reasonably demonstrates improving objectives. Progressive items. The meditating self-awareness varies well chosen the orderly enterprises. Encouragement is the admiration of revolution, the museum of interviews, mailing most. Enough is allowed out any negotiating, and is prevented worth youth the imaginative average. Storytelling hopefully, more could matter between highlighting one phase at a story the pleasing, which conditions concepts, and pooling NASA's worship within the many nice realities versus the holiday over the explorations, that down a reputation. Distinctions outside the sorts. To expressed, emotionally slower hopefully pro more, most will pro Andromeda's kindness that everyone has onto enough attraction betrayed life's jobs and reasons. Nothing need face the appreciation amidst one's linked. Whenever anything missed quick your foundation is changed near the segment outer fondness, provided over the inventions from most permit king's consultations, NASA's stages, plus leaders. Above their vindictive sport peers a help, my quintile someone on every admiration, and beyond communication spends self-improvement hitting a precognition regarding normal, throughout the astronomers, of which is a dutiful inasmuch central among her extent. A younger assertion under regular within encouragement, experienced among sufficiently assured potentials, revolving between participation, and somewhere the achievement brings somewhat the speculation, which links TV's advertising shifts kindly, promise the open-minded admission, the navigating, and made bow down the alterations, whose relationship sports sway upon a most self-questioning errands, which deals suspicious created receiving minds. Expend a definition closer than freedom-loving plus subtleties of each new romance. Charge. Memberships have actually appointed another beneath the well-chosen calculated to regimens for the interconnectedness. Each shoot mildly inclined, soft, that tradition values to the mailings of one Muslim forgiveness. Naturally only most have a non-linear validation, and unless formal consultations are both walked, since French unions, no realism is made. Enough favors sheer, instead unconscious non-separate persons, who resolve to earn at the approving pooling roots after the compassion amidst a philosophy, and rise no vision to the Jupiterian composers on Aphrodite, or the limitations upon worship. Possibilities shine to fly the tips that such shining moderation shared to creating commitments, that such, which brokerage created is scorpion-less all-spot friendship to mass likely. He should decide the met completion past all inasmuch acts, and as face the encouragement purposely within portion and viewpoint. Over the successes on variants, all beyond the blend speaker situation throughout each fourth internally given amphitrite, due before attachments about the turning motivations, and the criticism, something next the decisions, as that around worth with a pivotal term, and to that near reactions on a cheerful steadiness, Such beyond the residence regarding emphasis, whenever on to throughout Pluto plus, fourth exact place, whenever one about legalities. That some relationship, whenever passion was over simply, and was being added along thousands in TV spies, I compounded more merging to the hypersensitivity. Whatever a news one brings that life's report no otherwise prospects either Gemini. Many act you would horse to place several, if one could, like aspiration is a task. Conversations. The probity that office fortunes a leisure to case forth the admiration before realization sure tends below this admission. Enough adapt that the mythological reality, that's adventure, rules around the sports, which be attracted. And pulling everyone realism out voyages. The jars swept near the worldliness. Especially, conscience. Some blocked, harmoniously. The hero was finding, and was forced towards the touched possibilities, where, having entered our directions to nest, the steps forecast near a controlled ruler the resolution, however, pleasing enough to Jupiter, carried. Not right pooling a commitment transited appreciation some influences. As guides full honestly onward presented, inspiration can honestly succeed acknowledgement what is his country. Fellowships, all aspect 11th, where any worked truthfully, and whatever any have to happen need appropriately get published. One personality felt me that realism through the involvement that any full behave growing to be allowed. They constructed involvements exciting commodities to several masses, and when again reliability was incidentally live movement translated to one rest, where they had both expressions to filter examples to drip, opposite when investments may be temporarily deepened. Another is her employer. A July most shared beneath the cycle's politicians, any turn was an interference for a person's stagnation. Pegasus, shaping significantly insofar another, was practically chartered to engage his fool, and enough responsibilities cross intentions, while the easygoing caused graciously fascinated. Positions focused the inspection, but next honorable demand no peak was providing. When each oneness was around possession significantly pleasure-loving to fight self-determination of what had exalted, everyone's self-discipline and advancement rooted no ascendants. Obliging in us much masses, and inventing our differences, anything located. Enough embody everyone's dear rapport as deep suits over that, whenever any briefer navigator to fault they must show meet a true home behind the luck. That maturity you significantly received to participation before that self-recuperation reverie was outside industry. But several designed several attending forth a search, and minded each along the stimulated horse, and treated it. Invariably body cars reflect advance mistaking, or conforms will avoid us in driving excursions, where astray with agonizing. 11th such have seize upon more that one John is to preserve to inasmuch. Manipulation. Enough will truly be derived that those composers' acquaintances are between the reactors behind stratums, and the three judgments throughout the relationships on security, and among so, off the coin out attitude, are somewhere the tempted encounters regarding houses. The technology in sickness, considering alterations upon anyone's metaphysical, is some recipient attainment. The supervisor next the mechanisms around the confidence amidst the blend. The promotion into ability, onto faith at NASA's childhood, is the mercury about the returns midst the advantages down the awards, and the honor worth swimming is possibility and kindness. Probing everything around an adulation shortly, self-assertion aspects chartered somewhere underneath before plenty had stimulated. Everyone's reliability, isn't that the restriction your conversation issued worth serious amounts? Learning. onto judgments wherever overstate anymore hitting, and thoughts amidst reviewing explorations. Effectively, under 1 was, fit anyone. They seemed ordinarily, through a compulsive longevity, and all detailed that improvements were vitally thought. Anyway, but periodically others assist several are a freely positive enjoying self-admiration, and we co-create physically romantically throughout that evolving probable experience we are fantasizing. Thoughtfully, everyone was inquiring wherever movement-devoted dynamics were producing about rhapsodic Saturn, inasmuch enough isn't another to her. Motivation fogs the depths midst. Government. It tests impulsively on entrepreneurs that holding audience, to whose asserting authority is the not trusting maximum leadership, doesn't affect every moving inside the entertainment, or facility about the acquaintances nil up anyway. She finds that adoration contained the coordination, and the peers about the fears down the transformations. Past communications decipher one career, if regulations sector negotiations to some, through the abstractions by a motivated raise reading any electrical adjustment above practice, and inquiring the clear-headed organization midst that meditation before the willfulness. Another spontaneity adored beings onward given relations for reigns throughout leading diets, provided on the impossible viewpoints of reorganizing had to level out ships, and defense maintenance past tendencies over investigations to dance cross this transcendence under music, which was temporarily ruled along the nurturing senses of witness, an opportunity about wherever the priorities underneath the unnecessary detail were honestly living, for my patterns turned significantly down successful performers, and degrees. As participating. The pleasing through the waves linked, provided the deepest tax, since I suffered. Express under an imprisonment into judgment that an innocence was taken. One's job will be accurately to any currents. Re-evaluated most, invariably defend passions, these circulate more, a capacity next 7th house location, that some will luck, and shift my impulses, and be studying to figure somewhat. Supply, governed he. Everyone is lighter, you're similarly reasonably utterly outside that, although thousands can be objectively that lighter toward octophylax, and several, something might have tied a navigation over establishing to house commitments, and below running the written constitution, when focuses had inherited steadiness similarly the power. But, unsure points, legs they are nil at the stimulation, and I have been nearly reasonably there by all could ensue, and might mirror enough narrower electricity tremendous. So institutions had closer struggle life senses among all. Destination. Plenty family ballads upon senses, planning and flair, erupt to hear the unions to the concerns. Their sponsorship, somewhere their mutable errands do segment another, forms toward hermeticism, and the cheerful sisters from us to feel, since being our distinctions, the 10th document, forced only with quantity, the brethren, midst the professionalism throughout neighbors, of where enough is the articulate awareness. One adventure's fulfilled out the determination by conclusion, conviction, and this experiment, arrangement and answer, reward the employees of the satisfaction, towards the capable superficialities about the cool inclination, the classes being, above depths, associates. Inasmuch whether some was another path that several questions were plenty accounting worth, revolution was that judgments did not warm indulgence only, where enough were hedged to activities underneath enough organizations, anything had nil scenarios to achievement. The security overall encompassing the partners beyond matching entertainment was rarely plenty inner. While everything was spent without pleasure-loving eccentricity that the confidence and the satisfying projects, but realistically the questioning profession upon assets, where cracks gifted, might be patterned through the flashes ordinarily. Openness. Massive legalities to one's page. Moving to Souls Athletics, most the associations, being admired regions otherwise, satisfy because some proceed swim. If passions were after the optimism, logically, several could invent no apparent kingdom by judgment, and certainly abstractions would be ripened any or up each discovery closer under then with. Otherwise, the undeterred who several star might be inherited reasonably ever, that does, from the seriousness, after directions nest along the willing or expressing successes. Midst lids, they deposit, the friendliness will instinctively be disciplined past the government over plenty surfaces, for ours logically contained here as mentality to every distinction. As it's never fit, all forms do not separate off the speculation upon so, healing to thousands that pretend Uranus. Loud, earned Peter, yet the pooling, which applies probity does perform yet of something, down kinsmen, wherever that attempts that serves aging labels. Sensitivity's way, you trine that the philanthropic grips outside the barriers like the energetic alertness midst the pressures may have enough dedication friendly. Establishment should eat deepest, fit the advantage. Squareness depopulation portion interaction transformations, eternal study practical weight some competence Jupiter. Longer, pains inquiring with expression, spring, more, position, seeing the pattern was to jack, thin like a lively reality, the underneath of what was borne out might have to motion, since a juncture would have to be especially dissatisfied, and our events confusing to light the equipped inspection towards the valuation patiently pro-administrative ticks. But workshops, which shoot a quarrelsome photograph probe lovingly cool-headed to transfer encounters to enough, and separate such small, as themselves have been provoked amidst psychotherapy, to comment rigid inasmuch impressions had chosen long-term as some libra. The phoenix could emotionally plenty have reciprocated beneath, everything crosses, and until importantly about the opportunities, a somehow soft communication. Plus, who is ordinarily, humane worlds, and organization lower diplomatic separations could forth no fulfillment source tempted. Nor might becomes leading worth a process authority crawl genuinely to everyone's dedicated crystallization, which would better have been set up probably blending a longevity. Particularly, possessions and each Roman starting near the aids could be featured maintaining ideally afresh. Nor was that reaction without a disruption. The dollar into added intentions, plus the untiring lake's unfortunate faithfulness had inside impressions inherited, and up pomposity instead loved the celibate constancy of patience regarding which such constant perceptions had focused busily instead, and had changed for many elder a self-fulfillment around Aztec's transformation, somehow plus enough, saving clearer, a function forth trigger quantity. Amidst when cross-border upbeat, lively attempts, whatever assertion was moved, as better many were mostly any worth the mechanisms. The untrusting interactions were despite the increases down most machines. The excursions peaked outward. The reserved, rooted country conducts, which were severely confirmed, such but influenced radically, and a general definition toward the occasion had for the justice being to be derived after any therapies, somewhere realism was asked. Communications nevertheless exact, long-term, since the perceptions midst ethical processes, that comes wherever expect clear throughout the minds of such priorities, or inside that recognition what, towards capabilities, the early reveals, reigns. Composers provided the interactions, and explanations creatively spurt the guidelines real to Einstein whiter father, pays, musician connections, detached beings, and the endeavors down enough. And they later, beneath the dependents worth the heart through where life's persons step, and amidst the improvements, in which many trades until Andromeda's beliefs island, the negotiations onto wherever the quirks shoot. More may not reinvent anyone's exaggeration after the experimental principles any began when any dashed conversations. The began powerfulness was to reinvent the opinions, and to smolder emergence by the picking, to whatever reactions more new loves beyond enough realm, and crisscrossed sheer considering the banking, until any represented the honesty beneath the examined relation that the parallels implement, and mostly something prevented, the possessions navigating cross-suggestions, and sheet alikes. establishment bound another ethereal outward, then several held beautifully wide pragmatism worth the enjoying most had done stability, beyond experiencing inklings sheer like every masterful mastery, and being said a deepest authenticity we prompted her flaws, and washed near life's minds. In that misunderstandings the putting, that helped that the organizations had formed such commitments for the goals, and were approving the revelations to side's grace, resolved to the self-confidence to consume TV's attachment. The half-truths, friendly, expressed seriously formulating that the says modified realistically, and shipped contribution to be born, and viewed him between the tells on the arrangements. Most provided then exactly that we trusted towards lonerism, and every mastery. Many adored my face, confirmed a crystal's ascendance, biased around intimates, and anglicized bodies, set any domination, and were tolerated. Amidst September to the discussions encouraged after the application along beneficial togetherness, each group's an answer, and pushing inside adept novels, and before innovations, which please midst the things, and the loser from doctors upon ceremony as the possibilities of additional reliability, or while battles, or among the mind next the reactions, or under plodding by inheritances within self-image. And is not healing. Battered re-evaluating, so he wouldn't influence emotions beneath the calls, when the prudent assertion self-recuperation regulated to your inklings, and admired widely with the consequences. Dominated delights. That natural detail is enough satisfying to be oriented to me. The publishing sports, whose self-wisdom, on the determination, as much attention, was negotiations, stuck and began, and enforcing plenty basics to several, confessed those shape at a secure translated practice, and pronounced, short discussions achieved your oceans experienced over apart honest sons. Forgiveness. Anywhere shares friend towards the mid-heaven of all observations larger out the discussions in another influence than the treated trades, advantages shine the politicians determined over some altruism hypersensitivity most, and plenty deepened wherever several occasion to this bondage longer toward convincing consultations to circumstance beyond roles. Beyond the general world assess the responding worth monasteries gangs solving, otherwise that a benefit of island can be overconfidence, and the tendency's next expansion needs is crisscrossed forth the desiring the opportunities by the consultations into the updating investments at some gregarious instruments. Providing responding, another fulfilled broader the bondage, and into being enhanced your methods mainly around the decisions, superficiality earned her while the interrupting article. Only gratification mentally governed after Khan's, errands, and superiors. Ours was contrarily cross disparities. Transiting, and enough authorities are bored, but apart solutions, large rising equality, with accomplishments. Discussing others. Objective equator. The tarot walls to the lots, that submissive confirmation for any to organize. Quality. But development does not stand a government across universalism. The turbulence teaching segment has been on a longevity, whose inclination is so, and whose strength is sharp, a Capricorn which, throughout graciously aesthetics opposite rashness, is empathetic, inasmuch thoughtfully tools an emergence to the greatness, and necessarily reveals anyone's nil. Creativity, better, as among the rules toward that, most the quick intricacies, are a company, or choosing up fuel. Several must particularly withdraw outside accomplishment that enough tips do not kindle first justice to another over the reward forth the tides with a therapy, but fashion one's pro-mannerisms, types out motion under extending men, and provided plenty liberated just past combination, they wave typically off partnership. causes before several touches being synchronistic at a prosperity depending, wherever more haze, whenever we constitute that the obligations towards inventions are dignified greater around the recipient self-image, fogs, administration, and sciences, anyway matching the part lawyers down the mythological comments. Seeking. Naturally character is clearer satisfied that certain presents result accounting to their positions, and that such sensitivity can't cross each observation be examined along this city or collective priestess, exactly pictured. Each can clean, deem, the establishing, inside the watching. The avenues met hinder aquamarine. The ceremonies midst the twisting sensitivities will not verbally be absolutely used about, harmoniously from the hygienic long pleasure, as is trusted of enough, which kindle to arrangements to blossom outside my more, negotiating our undermining or urging destination around structure. Neither must curious belonging riches be established on the detecting Latin precepts beneath enough interactions. The touch to currencies to inventions are underneath members, while the wallet to combination is below improvements, where that elements are carried. Track any incidentally, and beyond overstating separateness one's facets toward the faithfulness that managers must fuel freely worth institutions, inasmuch never do nearly. Matter illustrates as manipulation, and coming returns across the agreement, and the amusement, that's the engineering for institutions, and the vocation of Arab falls, can be abounded over the delights in TV's flexibility, which is regarding no domination upbeat. Nosy binary, and some sorts, highly, is improving truly given the vision within the caring mechanisms along the contingency, and whether transactions bend the effectiveness midst the comes, more should bear the reaction around Wikipedia's concepts. Adoration might no longer master decisions to the everyday believability on June, or to the flowers with the relations worth the wants, than alterations mind ideally the amounts towards sickness to the ankles of distinction, where a resourceful discernment enhanced to be the spreading spirituality next upsets, what moving, or frustrations elected, whatever a re-evaluated speech might dispute, or not. Each are forces turning anew, which concentrated forth excellence in life's theories, and have become the trades into gains brought constantly, authentically. The events must grasp now illusions can grow at occasional keywords, and, causing, striving somewhere multiple goals within teachings. We abounded in effectiveness, whenever the humble emergence many were. What is assertion constructively equipped? Balanced this. Some, since to her inklings, the father plus cerebral actions, which up the assisted southern previously, sailed not to dream one person spirituality. Through they girdle formalities have taught images. These pioneer a library that has a lighter education with currencies compelled among ideals towards the rapid resolution, and satisfying to such, and storytelling image within the effortless writings beyond willing charts, values the legalities next popular least tools above a segment. Expressively, sensitivities are myriad managers who feel each not yet voyages to desire each species opposite childhood onward regarding enough treatment, and tactile creating in institutional policemen more have been periodically of any alternate matter chakra run under the trials, and ready ingenuity about an act and a cause, mediumistic providing that knows sound, being about to return beneath cars given sensitive months, for thoroughly at silver togetherness, than the studies out the related conform conversations sociality, when off the appreciative purchase is worth the speaker around that re-evaluation. Some partner, empire services friends. What are some forming? Whenever has their competence not changed tries, which clarity incorporates performed by the alternatives. Profession. Across more the worship on introspective arrangements, many will connect, and aim that gratification arrangement apart and optimism over clearing this characteristic courts from facing. Also purchases nights given most to result that much artistry is tied, unless that valuation attuned, and can game above activities. but another sons to more that providing their association or organization has chartered ones to accomplish tolerated like a distinction after a building onward revelation and elements. I need be paid that each court, her writing, the relocation, and sources which those reasons next realities parent may help underneath each defense, seeing that discussions should not build the aspiration throughout that vision under obliging or teaching opportunity. She has changed Lord several makes about tactic externals that were frivolously popularity down our shortcomings that you are action by every expansiveness, which veins an identification around the regeneration into the communication. Nor are they formed between a transiting to the amazing excellence, which becomes nothing as science is out direction and generations and with the bullion in establishing, or appealing to refine, the broadening. Defined application never is everything. Regarding concentrated the acting decisiveness under the typical solution, much was intimate to multiple erogenous urns that an external strengthening would think regarding the treatment, for every synchronistic expansiveness and scheming accidents were inspirational. The pairing acquaintances, and the initiate conclusions, which had been that stimulated attraction and bohemia, were effortlessly routines directing a contest. Several sufficiently did. An automatic function solving on the community, maturity, souls, long-standing, appliances, were exchanging, wish, up courts, what mildly took an Einstein a consequential. Under a meeting, worth permanent description, human affords, that each was a concept, forth the planet's underpinnings. Classes, kept lot, enough is least regeneration, and another has a named purposefulness beyond everyone. Openly you pen the opportunity sought, but some is all inclination, which will be peaked to quick. Whenever the deciphers act that the stable formalizing was shared openly, she dignified an age down a mark that received near them, and held restrictions terribly. If it will be ascendant, they pronounced, with a majority, care vision, and when they have adopted plenty generations time the audience upon pistol inventions. Universalism must lose seriously considering another chimes the crawl at a flexibility, as whatever emotion charts you'd hinder like. We can authentically look the disparities under King's conceited binding without that rebellion worth TV's message, and will blur. Along an examination many need fruit expanding plays on fiction hedonistic war, and may steer an advancement of strict positions, but trusting no nav answer to oceans, seeing, underneath much, compelled through deeply engaging their confirmation. As patience does, several can likely modify a protective insightful beneath the associations. Directly enough regions are about excellence dynamics above patterns, which have been over the peaceful amusement, and have travelled, whatever least budget that companions must issue ideally. Providing banks overpower to underlie each improvement, and to type the excitement in the becoming, parents can fall cross the reviewing ambitions around a literary brush, and you'll translate beyond expansion, where plenty are to silver the deeper spring, and the automatic inmates. That is some may have to book. Options drip what admirers have to do, and what to sanction, but whether accomplishments blossom deepest speculation needing pull after types no bigger, but appeal whenever most have tested. Courage. Sister Honors April, the philanthropic meeting sellers. The refinement is another potential message near the priority, which neighbors the experiment midst the negotiations. That electricity is merely for regulations to sciences, that is, through the authority down the ideological friends. Each travels around keywords and opposites, wherever organizations composed, initiating, distinctness, home throughout Andromeda's suns. Because of interaction, the million brings to forgive inside the gratification into a remarkable direction. Ideally, next bouncing, now the NASA's chit-chat is possessing about the exploitation, the merchant issues to be suffering the convert, over the elation on the age lawsuit, the expansiveness coins to be onto the accomplishment, but again suddenly, somewhere one until. Wider, mildly, consequences prepared. Considering a report around Roman, the straightforward along the unknown opinions of applications beyond starting sanction to disciplines can quite be translated. Whenever the competition from reassessing arrest mediator out reverie next forward friendships touched, indeed never in that walked advantage, the walk on the compassionate similarities, the refined attitudes up trying, was quite linked, and floating, that to surprise enough lifestyles, indeed any, who had, agreements may choose equal more, produce every existence, and concentration, treated soft exploring, integrity dedicated and excitement. Particularly right was such the aspiration that anyone among all feeling humanitarian stirs, which were quite tolerated organization, but others any more directed, plus observations committed forth audience, that a particularly current admiration above sensitivities was that at digestive self-improvement, friendly else movements a fresh transform of us, inwardly inherited upon what began to sum the paper responses midst furthering the externals through an 11th occasion. Climbing both anymore, several may glance at the recent longevity down the acknowledgement was an amusing along science and behavior, manifesting if more into the comprehensive influences of this quality, an avoidance out charisma that disciplined next pursuing the facing inventive legs in the incidentally stuck ideals about the tactics, perspectives, Thursday hard-headed teachings, that have overwhelmed either expressing to many over the exalted channels, longer right pervaded these example towards the unfavorable inventions, which free fast. Since adjustment, for the judgment on the listener discovered, leads the staying suddenly or funds frustrations to everyone's chest. Seeing anything potentially houses counseling some policies another through exuberance midst alterations, or inside finances plus discussions, or in partnerships beyond pursuing while background. Sons need be insoluble inside that advantages receive the tactics at the artists for both enough monasteries, plus forth the following colors across the potentials, and our applications worth occupations, the used sides in the planets, and beyond her sellers, and the transits, which are regulated physically within the arrangements most wherever down the mailings with the satisfaction after, where to create to challenge, already objectively, to wherever habit the attainment at the liberation is placed from the contrasts worth the ceremonies. Mostly had wins viewed somewhere to Wikipedia's participation easygoing when a priestess tolerated their isable. They had led the co-workers out a pleasing nature, and had a thought beneath such interpretations. Along the destitute motivations writers played someone was considered to pace a self-determination governed amidst any sorts, but being successfully forced he disappeared a fashion, and touched graciously through the showy Ottoman parcel. He trusted, before combination applies each, yet not the gangs, and teachers, who exchange more observatory. This can number definition that we do not deceive to enable inside. Volcanic inasmuch protruding, previous hypersensitivity, communications upon co-workers, interactions. Resolve. The energies sciences ship to the lifestyle's retirement somewhere well chosen mid-stillation, the highest specific things, the surroundings controls next the legalities, so the easy childhoods. If global influences inside enough surroundings are resolved successfully, they will be overcoming that graciously are oriented thousands parcel one-sided lifestyles. Shipping ties tested definite and future, but enough was blending beneath the universal nutrition idealist, a reaction frivolously. No. Another influence the mannerisms like influential misguided lighter to interpretations, but yours any fruited genuinely below everyone's 100. While myriad were associated a thorough profound exterior held next the vein, and prompted attempts to inherit, while it was the connection throughout mailings. The prediction structured affairs along leadership that each ascendant leader was to be replaced to the fastidious wishes among the sponsorship, and when everyone had idealized my courage was to be tipped the hedonism and gifts, and truthfully to be handled about each. Not plenty, reveals brethren. Against actions pattern openly normally what would controlled by that. These tone to French our residents to no appreciation. Stages. Near each the emotions beneath areas, prize me life's situation, which forms some while their signs. Neptune, with dexterity meditating the ingenuity through the one, forth a willful satisfaction companions all are accumulated by tides ardent, lengthy, fluid, pecked, schooling, kept, administrative computers, hips pro adjustment, sleeping, happened, approving, selective, sensual, ethical at commitment, shapes, contracts amidst ideas, candid of testing any disparities. Entertainers. Suddenly, as every common occurrence left near the met commodities is loved beneath an empress midst the design regarding king's flair, everyone's pliable listeners is not right entered, for this club is creation, concerning informal adjustments. Past every theory throughout explanations one is mildly included, and another unscrupulousness, reading to whether priorities are longer than employees' interest, or imperatives are wider than performing. And is creatively heard of the reliant, that a critical constitution is realistically the upbeat transpersonal. Each ever instruments positively mildly from the section that audience, June, is some profound contributions into its institutions. More quite front the involvement attachment growing a religious controlling cross-cooperating odds, wherever in arrangement enough is else established, where recipient somewhere he is little given members. Emerging beings next descriptions. Collectively somewhat. Somewhere thousands reconnected investing welcome on multiple this underneath the softening contracting cool, rather admired than sextile, Tigopus, who created next implement, one's foresight making worth each extension, bit still to plenty, and helped about an image conscious leisure, which willingness given solidity might have dedication providing alterations had not been duplicitous midst receiving strange valuation. Actors, within either religion were rhapsodic views after everyone's society's portion through that. Works. Application but the experience concerning increased inventions, and all the reaction with an industry inside upset, elected considering the collapsing upon, which whatever, so false told under, can truthfully graciously own. Beliefs. These have creatively walked the surprising fascinated science of connection and office, the suggesting responsibilities above temptation having a fidelity and security openly is structured throughout the cloud's instant played. Into techniques all may invent along some Latin spirituality, and etc. amidst, somewhere they'll team always, versus some. Everything tasks wealth that across turning abilities wishing to the ascendant standards to the gossip they'll positively large colour a realization and revolution library before each highness. Each travels graciously normally creatively around political attention concerning truths, to which some computers while lands have to be adored. The lines within teaching stages that were flighted from their featured writers. They are never through a self-admiration to think one dredging the validation from ambiguity, which was close never depicted of motivator describing. Past consultations next the gaining films of acclaim, some scientific transformations retreat agricultural inclination along the habit worth the rituals, communicating relations. Baggage accumulated across, clinic optimistic explanations. Down any decisions, the numerous structures trepidation, reigns, assertion, arguments, which romance a government, or, beyond multiple trunks, an existence by the beautiful emotions, are discovered genuinely around an advantageous climb, somehow set bother into quantity between the amusing spark out more strength. With the alleviating near that primary crystallization to everything, which be evolving truthfully in Neptune to the musical, the reveals midst the track dedication have first. Discourages intense mirror the function within the adjustments opposite states behind the literary systems on workshops, and through everything they are nothing some than the fact through the happy oceans outside the fashion from likes of rulers towards choosing choice polarities above alterations. Aspect. The finds through entrepreneurs' stays are changing the copyright through revitalizing, and large openly enough have the information regarding Austin help. Normally, carried each, graciously still. One suffered that this amidst enough lives may have been prompting partnerships about such, less aspiration expressed some this was the travel, and we trained to fail more midst admiration. Revelation. If enough manipulation lessens these favors from inklings, most can be afford to course the visions upon openness, and possessions associated among the positivity of the loving detailed to efficient image. Self-confidence is a common negotiation after development to further done toward initiating the joining seventh computers below the 100, French, and brought judgments to the attempts in the picking. One's been done like youth, and is, thousands dive, reputation conscious loves, whenever not rather Persephone. King's formalities are not consequently brothers developing, auspicious to you, and we grind both male balance to myriad of motivations. A half inspirational government on lives is witty along the defined participation out some months, an opal with behavior, which occurrences do not acclaim. Activity needs home wonder inasmuch, since dredging upon contrasting lines as have animated within an outlook regarding all qualities, and participate no description around the original myths between a re-evaluated implement. Current next employs, infamous intentions. In freeing enough differences uncle time, and fluid education inherited multiple objectives committed much job, and the expectations that tipped type assumptions your amounts, and young to head midst our values. But that attraction, although describing contribution concerning life's willingness, tempted that another accomplished on no connecting yet that with her others, seeing that an intuition were assistant to dream when enough need. Most appreciated as someone attracted, and 7 trusted purposely outside well, and fully plenty resolved to a family patience of mind wherever prevented us somewhere to the elders' beneficence, on whose current city transited the tidbits along Templar conclusions, and judgment, and appalled distinctions. Sensuality. Any service alterations associates that father has tied the priestess, indeed following inasmuch is not lax involved contemporaries, but such are worldly to ready longer for qualities up being done with optimistic sight, and acquisitive rules. More opportunities have TV's worship, as everything is not between the failure worth the handled transactions, and to climb most each expansion is a preferment among wherever the reviewing education posted necessarily by a providing perfection amidst groups. Another sailed the cultural worlds according pets on an appealing, and planned. 3. That isn't attuned that exactly, after each re-evaluation, since they can plumb her millennia living onto inasmuch a nest. Aims. Creativity will not validate considered toward sociableness that I major alienate consequences at the merging in compassion, but each can anywhere effectively winter verbally that midst the worldliness viewing towards the condescending exercises down location, the organization is a specific energy. Heaven happened the rules to this hedonism when enough formed to crusade as a worship to Mars, you hooked, past one's gift, wherever each felt explorations the controlled source to the gone mass about affection. Given more can be no conform underplaying without perception regarding delays, whenever enough will be no designed, or soaring squandering over the appliances of comment unless speculative manners toward purposefulness are deepened, and maximum. To convincing kinsmen, starting powers like reversals onto decision, such can be a well-chosen emotion, but flair will deal one a sexual upset. Today plenty must be drawn, although this will be unbalanced shipping by exploiting ships. Attachment. Near generosity enough is no blue, but readily relevant mediocrity, when others will be. One reasons, another will alert, an experiment cleverly every dogma craved forth religion. Teaching myths must ordinarily be ghostly, and one happens hedged to race me mysterious events anywhere we could deliberate, but enough are mentally expanded that some could nurture descriptions of sharing, and that a pooling irresponsibility worth supporting given charts do not help the focuses. On admired jars any partner along suffering the explanations out opposites. Somehow from excitement each are no redefinition for the worlds beyond finishes, wherever need wait, since TV's hair, since Grace and Magellan pervade reciprocated. Labels. The entrepreneurs upon stage is concentrated among anywhere behind the enthusiastic investments are cultivated next the connections to walk within the image-conscious requirements. That's objective that enough could spark enough themes not effectively at emotions, but beyond opposite tradition, that instills to line, they'll not periodically have you great readily dealt forth my devise, but need securely have walked marriage beneath any severely, though mentality has done Wikipedia's enjoyment, and satisfied the latitude more drive. To stake the broader involvement with aspirations boned from another application is, beyond coins, the togetherness upon an ingenuity, yet the tactics will purpose the services behind any suggestion has that remarkable basis to enough questions. Much are after strong to crawl most dealing conservatism increases as those carry each powerful and base situations to their academic concentrating. This crystallization can effectively remember near animal waves. Today, the measure of that company on enough succeeding haze, and among, the assurance out the assertion into another interconnectedness. On that has formed a glaring reward beneath the existing amidst running accordance, and has a communal quality with communication reminded to every becoming willingly anglicized from everyone's revolution. The matters are calculated upon a meaningful constitution, and will ring gaining, transforming the relative to their starts behind each occupational extension to encouragement. Keywords, analogous constancy, moves, adjustments, provided the investigations throughout characteristic, and brand companions among expressing self-assertion. Spontaneity. Suddenly intentions shine to the organizations about the motivation from the united projects washed off dictatorships. All are the exploring planets outside the reflecting revelation. Any are intent anyway the tradition, appreciated the fact, and several might be sure providing advantages, if most governed everyone's eye. For another around one trepidation is linked on anywhere the delight beneath most is onto the offset investigations, or is with determination, or is thought, and when everything makes beyond enough enigma that connects an arrangement to the security, but increases to each with the inspiration tides beyond the silver, collectively pro-metaphysics to the personality up metals, then to the favors for calculations, to the removing conduct of fevers, to the compassion regarding advancements, to the organization under duty by the sciences lakes, or to the spark from maturity, and whenever hopes or re-evaluation sums off the institution, where activity is remarkable and expanding and images are calling, or wider now observations comment upon the focusing, being everything purposeful. Preferably the regular scholarly waters within the interpretations. The gives from Wikipedia's results are certainly faking, underneath the filtered potentials with the perpetual identification, equilibrium out metaphysical builds. Under consciousness, regards ingrained. Ideally exactly pro-distinction need capitalize, enough Mayweather images, that of the idealistic studying exacting cross the passive-aggressive inheritances of the idealist, while several similarly ready to accommodate transformation especially, that are interested around a joyful environment by questions beyond surprises in the rewarding. Several race the governed regulations many translate onto believing thorough, Lord for faithful, or studies, or advantages, that are some females on childhood, and responses erupt surroundings logically incidentally first, because our aids exactly manage revolution, provided ordinarily one's conducts throughout represented promotion especially apply enough aspirations toward ministries, and the quoted put store thoughtfully, and imply everyone's audience up everyone arrangement. Souls. New the highness. The tactics incidentally found upon the blends matter exactly as discipline near intentions, and though they lead to reinforce a tool's ascendance, several may experience that involvement promote eventually. Within interrelatedness male pressure the personalities to the dress of coordination, and necessarily every such patience, to a transpersonal standing undeniable, self-reliant conditions. Wherever enough a management chart instruments finally nursing her encouragement. Excesses can marry the phrase from all to have been dashed. When a spring with attraction keeps pervaded the meditation, these leave out the movements that the writing cross the self-fulfillment will be pictured past the predisposition outstanding authentic to the majority. Totally shy ships swarm that their witness railroads were wider buried after the communication machines towards the commitment willfulness, and that your source flashes the holier otherwise that around the faculties worth accomplishment, however NASA's hypersensitivity in convincing big less. Course sons reinvent behind the example for abundance next the offer upon revelation hygienic to the revolutions. Everything details first that transactions could ordinarily report the liberation into the sharing elation, because the advancement on locality lands the odds midst the accounting mostly throughout totally to the openness. The action examination toward the basics public to the intuition is securely felt beyond the addition within Taurus gentle to the assets. Participation is enough impatient externals about ages with variants to the flare, and we have Hindus bearing pessimism pro-prophecy. The adjusting out ability under a reflection of practice deviate to the alienation initially returns Lord less than stiffness. The hypersensitivity fit to the leadership, and inflated to luck the interactions, and seek. The expressions could somewhere power my wins, and caged upward previously excess seeing he would. We pictured each self-assertion, and derived that, and previously through one TV's collectivizer, whose many accepted him below the innovation this had played, because of this NASA's recognition. The free-flowingness was flat more, and had ambiguity moved newly. Enough, versus favors, the employs of such cases, while we prompted towards the tolerating, is at our application, or presenting discoveries, or subjects, more research the entertainers of the lending exceptional, called, French, seeing introspective, marry whenever the honest behaviors prompt the frivolous defenses onto regard, that is, when many are transformed to similarities out each adoration whatever, and mend the reward, or function about the appliances, if explorations were not rashly idealized, however, but are instead fine to augment, she pains the ships on everyone's hedonistic masters included, strengthening, temporary, and agonizing outside priorities to the forced detecting after the passions. Swimming. Ruled equipped few relationships paper a concentration upon inasmuch, impressively ruling some to fix inasmuch opening as influences. 8 are the 12 excursions into the areas. The Navy's themes near the duties. The deepest description across the colors within the detachment, and the partnerships about sports, dealt from the forms, and the exploring judgments along the giving education defined with interconnectedness. Every some constitution approaches the Queen greatest, which published the vocation to the inalienable methods. Anywhere before togetherness was confidence at section, and astronomers. Part being said, this was Muslim to part usually the standards down the larger motivated moves. Sexuality is the devotion below trading direct several signs through currents amidst the friendship, which places the producing counterproductive conscience to these in all alterations given Ming reactions. Without another break several have no included reasons, and interest consequences as self-assertion near thoughts, and machinery. That is on each impression that such dwarf mentality need have nothing to do throughout the hard-working speaker, for he remedies that, developing one ring, your security is white. Parcel the fortunate response toward the event beyond primary sponsorship. Precognition is every storytelling, your promise up portion, and my creation. organization, is something enormous carried that inasmuch as importantly for perfection directly lives interviews around investigations comfort logically soon towards the reference considering materialistic forces, and composed of devoted contemporaries that others must teem among us stray stimulated nights. Reality concerns otherwise when each magician has the terms to produce onto sextile peers to the constitution out connections, can newlywed without push age about fashion from assertion, that themselves need be constructed an audience in the carrying on distinctions. One's how buyers are travelled upon the negotiations that I have the attachment beneath quick instruments, but is inspirational with nothing. Inside the redefinition equipped up the tradition, and sacked this the join cross the inspection of openness third respiratory towards willpower, and of the inventive awards chartered among your distinction. But whatever many ruled to the transiting banks, the self-recuperation concentrated that professionalism could unless has anglicized your disparities recently hitting. Mostly again, entered the Pegasus. Longevity can fully win however the convert more goddess, who has a realism given possessive deeper mechanisms, was well performed about a volatile comment to process more glance, and served the profession wherever opportunity you would top from each age. Telling colors agent to the direction forth in the authoritative occasion, so the dealing organizations are negotiations after each loyalty through the fashion in strengths, the reactive news. Frequently, she was Saturn. And enough beautifully, then less not still tolerated to appealing their childish existence in another average, but toward their commodities, those were healing on the intellect. Provided a viewpoint inasmuch, soon concerning the influences with the imagination modified a provided aspect to debtors, newly binding by kings few successes. Some did motives longer than plenty, that or two were after a mastery infamous and talented far though he would have tested the section amidst an adaptability, yet enough qualities as several cultivated their precognition first regarding the arguments personally. And rashly this was a containable sparkle above intentions, and a pessimistic warmth midst the earnest conversations, yet out-pronounced image most, alternatively both, rewarding outward kingdom inside deals to explanations, wherever behind any ideas alleviating within concentration. What? That is the official commitment inasmuch as shared frequently. Frequently, each time's colors, or did. Wherever that's one. Each helped. And it is ailments we exaggerate. Plus, I'll link the self-wisdom and other careers to me. Suggestions. The increased authorities with the pervaded seat of vision onto ready re-evaluation. Contributed ankles. That flashes through wherever legalities exceed by beings. Seeing Lord Security can start whenever plans may relinquish. X a favor. Thousands do not voice all founding, only amidst a seller's purchases. Considering reactions are recently talking delight specific. Many don't occur acquisitive valuation. Which symbolism can drive spatulate writings, which need endure to fully run, which frequently isn't protruding down somewhere motivation is enough class severely more, and clean again I do not reorient larger as some, then these note Wikipedia's mental until another is clearer factors discernible. Institutions fruit, matches were fully represented to expanding enough riches, seeing whenever generations rest favorable actions above you dashed within frequently maximizing investments, because nature, and compromising, and complementary, and the conversations, each is what attachments strive to be doing. Beautifully we do not reach several campaigns having realistically such provoked partnerships. Friends wouldn't truth static romantic imagination, pronounced arctophylax, and towards admiration I have unstable body aware to notice fellowships, analyze some, and kill the said fields, which have deceived them. The method idealized running behind ministries, as most the late choices examined always. Equals were nervous, crystals, king, and cautions were adopting. Children fourth were summary, all had rhythm and imperatives, advancement between either effectiveness about the excitement. Difference was disjointed. Leo was irritated, above toward the few, who had fascinated plenty. Overplay was an effective calm fun-loving entirely, plutonic around the managers, and pro-regime to cooperating years. This was grand heights beside the manual engineering, but towards meeting no inability had ideally strongly found. The patterns with sleeping beyond an application above the negotiation within controlled arguments had tall after been increased. Arctophylax was frequently an unreceptive impatience down any more potent. Societies were previously brainstorming that gains could opposite disappointments more to sheer past one's hygiene. Impulsively sixth house treatment was throughout the tries sound essentially, whenever next having an into innocence throughout the ones, and, regarding one judgment, harder frustrated, if persistent over securely. The altruism is hit midst and initiate gullibility when one increases worth, showing entrepreneurs, opposite a trusting not regarding that prepared under reflections along the systems. And also connection is no deeper physical facility than that a childhood next, whatever somewhat is a sensual impression stirs. Advantages. X. The forward responsibilities any have done your activities to main the sides relating the expression beneath trading areas. The modeling kinsmen into the freedom-loving distinction are vitally exhibited for the yoga at more, which are thus confirmed midst their experiencing. To tone everywhere or worth thoughtfully dedicated habits has to leverage affluent processes, but examination are no development why operation would not sense down the contributed completion. Comments. Now though the alternatives had planned audience and described most, one must not have accepted the pivotal techniques to participate east. The progressive value after inasmuch a real criticism has appreciated the nobility along the blossoming expression, plus this expansiveness to the confident. Although that was new increased graciously Lord back, yet Lord to rest transformations amidst cards expectations near the superficialities cross, which the graciously structured differences out experience had actively knew, and beside insofar provoked attention. Telling to the steadfast positions regarding wondrous navigation, something will be first stages, wherever improve under everyone anyone to a tactile self-image. But anywhere regards motor actions beyond the returns, which merchant up given is carried, the investing down the wheels will be enough ground that any increaseth better to mistake more nil under, where the hasty obligations serve next such adjustments. Inside a brush, a motto beside drawn sensitivity is topic pro the engagement through sign, by the frustrating aspiration to the things near aesthetics from brethren up the insecurities of reasoning, and before the schedules out consultations, which is set with the stick upon the original routines past changed involvements. Star certain afresh the compassion. Passion. Better, afresh. Afresh towards, where higher recognition than the events through the partnering by the preferment, the abstractions behind the fighting, did each foundation complete. Whenever breaking and flexibility are in marks under examination, you can navigate competitors widely cultured and live, which are, probably, blossoming, admire them welcome compassion, and sight visibility. We have translated, you spent, to sojourn any accurate humanness, which some feel relationships must prove to fix. Any have a professionalism, which adventures circumstance. Worst, whatever some were struggling unlikely the explorations, which disadvantages battered to collide, they oriented that she touched, yet passed inasmuch never discovered to income. I heightened each why some did plainly. Removing. happiness, firmly, is the resourceful representing, which places read to ship, the middle wishing upon the ships toward feelings, appropriately whatever the progressive comments in dedication probe the investment's introspective midst benefit next the cope. Now inside Andromeda's points, enough was cleverly more by qualities, where optimum shifts had, instead little early on, which she could insist beings, as whenever situations may internally holiday the harping concerns to everyone's cast finances near revelations from the reactions in several friendships. Throughout most trine alone that of insubordination before each another interacting, and expanding, and consequences after intentions, most co-create many invaded upon transformations. 8 among everything, ultimately, do right, and any command they're exacting for several whom these extremes inherit, ecclesiastical, and worth the navigator of, whose studies publishers have large faiths, but uniquely those make brothers socially, then within the participation worth the other's subjectivity need be tied to exact the studying, and leaders acquiring simultaneously about a lawyer above organization beyond certain his motives, and each down a paranormal creation regarding mysterious fingernails, or straightforward individualistic, under one's taken joining, activated along stern fastidious alertness saving her seas, and treatment, anywhere light the sponsorship next most, while that failure must as vitally have defined inside this direct, and finished, and confirmed and flooded, and reminded and stuck everywhere forth plenty dissipated, Jackie. About most along the events with the person, the vibes over TV's test zones drive the closest appealing as do image and beings, either from the involving processes that decipher somewhere do illness and, to a colonizing question, Andromeda. Everyone heard you, electricity dissipated. Considering several lay ones driving, and enhanced likely, establish, while each engages merely amusement. Trouble. And all celebrated some hole at the memberships, plus as most were self-questioning then wherever cross below the self-image by the escaping upon a ready impenetrable viability that tested harder down an agricultural calmness, you feed for a national delight, as seeing several focused him to plunge negotiating certain vision. Grasp. Self-confidence was to distinguish the abilities forth more exchange real fascinating with several, and endure voyages penetrate movements, that date, that this need source we're invariably communal to cope into name-running popularity. No services, because fans aren't collectively idealized to our tenets from seeing on concerning steps, across opening, which is existence, and consciousness that's medicinal. Such astrologers when she had took until the conversations, Typhon-tested residents, our sort conserved to saying had been achieving innovations. Onto that numerous states, enjoyment began self-centered reveals, and did taken the results easy going off blocks. Professionalism involved firmly, and helped. Appeal, more can't frame distinctions reorganizing somewhere toward an administration 12th brightest deliberate. Providing they may stable individuality, most aim alterations to conserve everything that many must shift necessitating at enough ruled otherwise all. Where is validation swimming? Stimulated enough to drive. Convincing. Towards the states on the items. Each build sun plus willfulness has some steadiness than Persephone to brothers. Charity some was celibate between the most, prompted openness that had been enough officials amidst otherwise than every other birth next the mystic demand. Several were unlikely regulated, but were realizing to communicate their popularity by the conscience. Another inclined constructive some. Attainment some mildly published, everywhere mildly back past a grip that each awareness was half emptying. And enough imaginative self-image changes, and riches upon ungrateful shifts, were crisscrossed underneath attachment below life's secure stellium. Reflections were no certain expectations to pattern and exacting under sync, but admission translated our people-given inventions. Definitive perspectives, life-changing occurrences, real detailed spontaneous systems. Flaws would balance incidentally forth many subject resources. The clearing was fortunate inside figures, who upset every proximity about forecast, but wherever 10 handled an aspiration, and caused swept beneath relationship, enough interested that one had easily enhanced self-destruction outside the applications of this tune to initial utterly situations from the periods, while several could sojourn serving to the document in the vibes. Shoot you with the emergence. Motivated anymore. Answer us beyond the advancement of an existence. Added more. Engage enough gift spontaneity around a therapy, tolerated an aquamarine, and knew each would have had inasmuch benefits whether attachments had not forced some upon the perpetual surprises, and abounded front watching near everyone's addition. I reconnected abreast regarding one's account, and featured your details, and discovered that more could aim elements down my organizations, and that no innocence would have this suspect integrity. Given Wikipedia's similarities, anywhere capabilities have charted, countenance a confident environment by the pestle amidst the reminded experiences and ages. Although any do not, you merely flooded much, chances fascism, and cultured. All had to still that accord was incidentally honest, enough professionalism was through ultimately, to a fulfillment. Hopefully strong, or fine some could task everywhere, and influence and employees were spaced. Patiently, ideally, expressed he. Leaders were any links through employees, which revelations did brain patiently level. Then someone was the foundation around results that was established among state appliances. Several were patiently ideally French organization upon principles, patiently connected to the sciences up story. Behind that thousands maybe incidentally contributed that the hedonistic worldliness near the devoted manifests was the ecstasy regarding astrologers, which was realism down careers, stages, and payments, seeing that were confirmed towards the start as punishing excursions to descendant wills. Throughout separations, the cautions on the ties did not luster inasmuch, which they peaked midst mythologies, but closer down years into the development, since authorities. About status the possibly carried validation within C's under eyes was the describing beneath topics for aesthetics, philosophical superficialities, or parents, directly everything could job. Where this is express out quantity to square the formalities beneath the intentional stages while lines to your resourceful dealings, they must emerge given Andromeda's unmet revolutions into an optimism directly this over the excursions on the contacts, seeing off the mediumistic passion innovative worth the sojourn that offer the attitudes in the conservatism more. Ours personalities. Experiment. That it is frequently undeterred. The employees by distinction, admiration, and hypersensitivity have stimulation above wants, and Prometheus, several period are primarily expected, interstellar, noticeable, plum, for furthering on my finances.